on the side, like, on the side lower bowl, like center ice.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So good view.
Good view.
A little further away, but
yes,
yeah.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay, so then this trip
we met in L.A. and saw the Kings play the Wild Wednesday night.
at the old Staples
The crypto.com.
Which that place it's just strange. You got the downtown LA scene.
Which we went to dinner before with an old friend. She met us there, and we went to a soul food restaurant owned by Kevin Johnson, the NBA player. He's got a few of them. It's called Fixins. Really, really good. Really good. Then we go to a hockey game, Kings Wild. Kings killed them. It wasn't competitive, which was surprising because Minnesota is fighting for a playoff spot. And there were some good fights in the game, though. So that was pretty good. And what I really loved being a hockey fan in L.A., it was really diverse. A lot of Hispanics and people wearing like Kings ponchos. Like it was great. It was really cool. So we went to that. Then we drove right after the game. We drove to Barstow, which is halfway between.
So you make the decision we're going to Vegas-ish.
Yes, because we didn't, it's not like we were 35 or 40. We just drive straight through.
So it's like 10 o'clock on Pacific time.
Yeah, we get to Vegas at like midnight. Of course, only in California is there there was some sort of construction, so Waze takes us through this ridiculous. A 2-hour drive took us like 3 hours. So we're halfway, go to Barstow, get up there. And then the Spartan game started at 9. So if we were going to be in Vegas to watch it and bet it, we had to get up really early. So what we did was we bet it through a friend who had an app, because where we didn't, our app in Nevada that I have here doesn't work.
Right.
To be in the state. So we bet the Spartan game, went to some place called Whiskey Jack's, like about half hour, 40 minutes outside of Vegas, watched the first half and got back to Vegas in time to watch the second half.
All right. So Stoney's going to describe the atmosphere of what it's like to watch games in a sports book in Vegas when something big happens.
Yes.
And it's something I'm very intrigued by. Somebody else I knew was in Vegas. I'm like, oh, were you in the sports book when this game? They're like, no, I was in my room. I think I was talking to Rico about it. I'm like, how? Why would you go to a book? Don't you want to see the reaction for it? Anyway, we'll get that reaction. I want to hear from you folks out there as well. 248-539-9797. You want to watch the Karch and Anderson show streamed live with video? You can. Go to twitch.tv. Go to YouTube, and you can search 97.1 The Ticket. You can find us on there. Of course, if you download the Odyssey app, that's AUDACY, you can catch us anywhere in the country you want. It's great. You can be in Barstow.
Yes.
And listen to our show.
Damn right.
You can be in Waxahachie, Texas.
Hello, Waxahachie.
Waxahachie. And
Waxahachie them too.
You can be anywhere in the country you want, and you can stream the show live through the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. We'll take your calls and your ticket text. Same number, 248-539-9797. Next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right. So, all right. So, no, the microphone's not working. All right. So, I have to imagine this is on a bucket list for a lot of sports fans to want to do. Be out at Vegas for the first round of the tournament games. You were there. Mm-hmm. You got into the story about how you get into Vegas early in the morning or whatever. You're able to make your bets the night before for the Michigan State game because it was going to start at 9 o'clock, but you're driving from L.A. to Vegas. You're going through Zix. You get to see the giant thermometer with a temperature gauge out there, and you go through Barstow and all that, and you finally get to Vegas. And what's the sportsbook scene like were you there at 9 o'clock in the morning to see this or no?
No, we were at we went into Whiskey Jack's place.
Right. Oh, sorry.
There was nobody. We had to ask the guy to turn on the TV in the bar.
So what time did you get to Vegas?
We got to Vegas probably around noon Vegas time.
Okay. So getting in for those afternoon games.
Yeah.
And you go straight to the sports book?
We checked in and all that stuff, and then went to the sports book. And what the greatest thing about watching games at the sports book during the tournament, and it's any time, but especially the tournament because the place is packed, is all of a sudden you'll hear this unbelievable roar, and you have no idea why. And then you realize that, I don't know, just pick your game. In the Creighton game, somebody hit a shot to hit the over in the first half.
Right.
And there's just a lot of that going on. Yeah. And it's just great. There are, you call them bad beats or whatever, garbage time in those games, especially for over-unders, are unbelievable. And the peaks and valleys of the roars, like the Oakland, NC State game on Saturday had so many ups and downs. And, people were going nuts both ways. And, I was lucky enough, I ran into some people from, the area here who were out there, said hello and were watching some of the games. And the state game on Saturday, obviously, started off so good, and we'll get into Tom Izzo later. God. But yeah, it is something. And I imagine even at the sports books here, I assume they're pretty crowded for the first weekend of March Madness.
I would have to think. I mean, my friends and I went up for dinner on Saturday night, and we were at a Mexican restaurant in Troy.
Celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday.
That's right. Thank you very much. And yes, I did don a sombrero at the end of the evening when they sang happy birthday to me and brought out the birthday churros, and it was delicious. And the sombrero was an interesting look. I'm down for it. I don't have a problem with the sombrero. But the restaurant was packed, and it usually is because it's a pretty good Mexican restaurant. Mm-hmm. But it was packed, and it's not a place to watch the game, although they do have two TVs there. I'm like rubbernecking because I'm caught between both with obstructions in my way to trying to watch the game and then figure it out with the Michigan State game. And then Oakland, once Michigan State game was kind of out of hand, they switched over to the Oakland game for the first half of that, and I'm watching that. So, being at a bar for this is going to be crazy. But being at a sports book is like every sports fan's, I don't know if it's a dream, but it's like, I think it's something that everybody wants to experience once in their life, to be at a big Vegas sports book to enjoy this. I remember one of the first times I went to Vegas and I saw I had no idea what a sports book was. And my friend and I went down there. I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. It's like early 90s and there's nothing but TVs with the games on.
And I'm not saying this because they're an advertiser. I went there for a little bit just to see Mike and Rico on their show on Friday. The book and they weren't even in the book. They were in a ballroom that was packed. That they had TVs. They had people who could, little tables for wagering and things like that. It was incredible. And then downstairs is the sports book at the Circuit.
It's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
I saw it a year and a half ago. We went to Circuit and I wanted to see what the sports book was like. I was blown away.
Yes.
How beautiful it is. I mean, it's all brand new and it's incredible. But to try to get a spot there, I mean, it's elbow to elbow with people, and but you find your little packs of people voting the same or betting the same way,
right?
So you can feel comfortable about it.
I know,
but the cheers that go on are absolutely incredible. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Just curious if you've had that same kind of that feel that you wanted to do. This is one of your sports fantasies, to go to Vegas for the opening rounds of a tournament. Mm-hmm. So did you spend basically your entire time in a sports book?
No, we didn't. I didn't stay in my room, but we walked around. We went to in Vegas one day. I hung out at the pool. Yeah, and the games were going on, but I didn't care. I just wanted to chill out.
Is that where you got your Savage tan?
I got that a few weeks ago, probably when I was in Florida. But yes, it helped a little bit. We went to the Sphere one night.
Dying to see the Sphere.
Well, it was not a concert. They're like, U2's been playing there, and I think Fish is playing there.
I think the Eagles announced that they're going to do some shows there.
And so people said, is Bruce playing the Sphere? I said, nah, it's because he doesn't do a lot of big production. But they have this move. First of all, you get in there. It's worth seeing. It's just weird being in a venue that seats like 18,000 people, but it's just straight ahead. There's nothing behind stages or anything like that. And you walk in, and you got to get there earlier to do all the interactive stuff. So we got there early. And you're talking to like robots and things. It's like, to me, that I could care less. Some guy's wearing like a Georgetown shirt, and he asked a question. What do you think of? And it said Hoyas. What do you think of my Hoya shirt? The Hoyas. And then she's basically, talking about Georgetown. Right. So then we go in and they show this movie. It was called Postcard from Earth. It was freaking believable.
It's like the most amazing IMAX theater you can ever see.
Oh my God. And the quality and the sound, they say there's like 90,000 speakers or something in there, and then you can't see them. And it's just, I highly recommend it.
Well, I'm dying to see it. I'm glad you had a chance to get there. There's something else you did while you were there we'll get into later on the show.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot happened in the world of sports. Michigan State out of the tournament after the advance in the first round. Couldn't get past North Carolina in the second round. They had a 12-point lead, chance to make it 14, not once but twice, a chance to make it a 14-point lead, and they couldn't do it. And once they left that door open still, number one seed North Carolina is going to do what North Carolina does.
Yes. You thought going into that game, Carolina's got a better team.
Yes.
More talent.
Yes.
But I like the Izzo versus Hubert Davis coaching matchup. Well, as the Michigan State guy, okay? Now, correct me. Now, granted, being at a casino, a lot of other games are going on. I'm trying to focus on the Michigan State game. You hear the commentary, but you're not cognizant of, especially if you have a few cocktails like we did, about what was going on. Explain to me, it was a 15-0 run that actually was, and that really was more like 22-4, right?
I think it was 24-3, I think is what it ended up being.
Okay.
Something like that.
But during the 15-0 portion, he did not call a timeout. Why? I mean, I thought I was watching like Monty Williams or something there for a second. Stop the freaking bleeding.
Well, that they could not do, and he would not do, I guess, which is another issue. And what's the future of Michigan State and the future of Tom Izzo? We'll get into that next. 248-539-9797. Same number to take a text if you like as well. Plus, get your champ and chump votes in. We're taking those champ and chump votes. We'll offer up ours coming up at 10:37 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney is in for Doug Karsch. Doug will be back on Thursday's show. Nice to have Stoney for the next few days. We take your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. We'll have ours coming up in about 5 minutes or so. But we're starting to talk about the Michigan State collapse against North Carolina. State had a 12-point lead. I believe it was 28-16. And then they ended up getting outscored 24-3, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that, and including a 15-0 run.
It was absolutely incredible to see, and yet I'm not surprised. I feel like every time I've watched Michigan State play North Carolina goes on some crazy run, and it's over with. It's like, oh, it's cute. You had a little lead, and then here, we'll show you why we're North Carolina. North Carolina and Duke, it just feels like those two programs are always capable of doing something crazy that just lets everybody else know this is why we're the blue bloods of college basketball. And they may have their down years where they get bounced earlier than they expected, but it feels like they're always capable of this. And as a Spartan, I've seen it happen too many times to Michigan State. I think this is 5 games in a row now that Michigan State has lost to North Carolina. A little bit better showing against Duke recently, but nonetheless, this was disappointing for Spartan fans because of that. They had that glimpse, that little,
I know.
We have a chance.
Yes.
Maybe, just maybe.
I mean, Malik Hall's playing well. I mean, Walker's being Walker.
Yeah.
Actually getting a little life under their bigs, very little. And still, and I go back to this because I love the guy, and he just was one of the most disappointing players that I really liked in my collegiate basketball fandom, and that's A.J. Hoggard, because I really think he's got a lot of talent. He seems to be a good kid, and I've never seen a player who can get to the hole like he can, who can't finish. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, and this has been going on for 4 years.
It's like Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
Wait, well, Ivey finishes more often, but that's one of my criticisms of Jaden Ivey is I love that he's fearless. I love it. I just wish that he would convert more of those layups to the rack when he blows past the guy than what he does. But yeah, with Hoggard, it's very similar. I think one of the things that he's been frustrating for Spartan fans to watch because he does have the talent. He has, stayed in the program for a few years. You're expecting things from him. He can distribute the ball just fine, but shooting has been the issue, and he ends up going 1 for 10 in the game. He's not the reason they lost the game.
No.
Part of it, and look, there's plenty of slices in that pie of blame to go around, but it's just it's another failure in the end, and it's reflective on the coach because he wants it, he'll take it, and I love Tom Izzo.
So do I.
And you get to this point where you ask yourself, particularly on a season like this, where you could make a very strong argument against Michigan State that they shouldn't even have been in the tournament. Winning the 19 games and failing after they win one Big Ten tournament game. That was it. You can make a strong case. It didn't belong. And I'll listen to it, and I'm probably not going to disagree with you too much. I think that maybe the reputation got them in.
Sure. If they were a team like with the same record as another big team, like let's say Rutgers or Maryland,
there's no shot.
They wouldn't have got in.
Right. So it's been a disappointing season. And it's another season at the end of it where, okay, they ended earlier than you expected. You start to look at the roster.
But did they end earlier than you expected? Maybe before the season started, yes. But once the tournament started.
No, once the tournament starts.
You were happy you won a game.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, when you're a preseason top 5 team.
Right.
And you end up being a 9 seed. And then you lose in the opening round. Yeah, it's there's in the back of your mind, you're thinking, okay, you're a 9 seed, but you're also a preseason hype on this team. Mm-hmm. You're probably somewhere in between the two.
Yeah.
Maybe when the tournament comes around, you'll figure things out. At some point, the things got to start clicking, and it looked like there were chances for them to click, and it just didn't happen. But with Tom Izzo, this is where you're starting to hear the hot takes come out. Now people are starting to say he's got to go. The game's passed him by. He can't keep up with today's college basketball with the portal and NIL. He can't handle all that. He's not adjusting. He's not getting through the team. And even he himself after the game made mention about how he wished that he could have gotten through to some of these kids a little bit earlier.
Especially the younger players.
Yeah.
Obviously. Look, I don't want to hear the complaints about the portal. Your best player, the guy from the portal.
I don't know if is he complaining too much about the portal? It's just the changing landscape. Because I remember when they won a championship, was Mike Chappelle part of that team?
Yeah, he was
who was a famous transfer from Duke.
Right.
So, and not that he played this huge role for Michigan State back then, but it was big news. So they've done with the portal. They dealt with the portal for years. They continue to deal with the portal.
He didn't do a good job.
Tyson Walker came through the portal.
Right.
Hauser came through the portal before him.
The bigs that he could have gotten through the portal this year, or at least attempted. We have I assume with Michigan State's reputation and the money that was not a factor in some of these guys going elsewhere that they could have gotten.
Yeah. So, but people say that I'm looking at Captain Hot Take here that would come out there and say things like, "Well, he doesn't know how to handle the portal." I think he knows how to handle a portal. I think what he's going to have to do is dip into it a little bit deeper than what he typically would. Maybe instead of just focusing on it, we'll get this one guy every couple of years. Now you're going to have to go and replenish. Maybe take a closer look and do it every year.
Right. He could do the portal, okay? It's like he's walking into this bar that, I could go in there and have a few, cocktails and things like that, but I really don't want to because I've been overserved. I said, you know what? Now he has to go in there and overserve himself. And
NIL should not be a problem for a Michigan State basketball program.
No.
When you've got some billionaires around there
yes.
and heavily involved with the basketball program. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. The concern comes back to, can Tom Izzo get through to the younger guys, or is he going to have to completely change? Because you get portals, these aren't guys that you've had to cultivate for over years. These are guys that have already been in college basketball for a year or two or whatever the case is. And this is where the question comes, is he going to be able to maneuver through today's landscape of college basketball? The portal is different now than what it was a few years ago.
Yes. Look, they have to go get some bigger guy. Well, look, Booker said he's going to come. He's coming back. I know he was probably not pleased with the way he was used, but he's coming back. I assume Colin Carr is going to come back, and it's just an assumption. We don't know. Akins will be back. Hogarth has got another year left, but they don't want him back.
Doesn't sound like he's coming back.
No, I don't think he wants to.
Sissoko has to make a decision.
You know what? Whatever with him. He's another guy that, he did not develop. Now, remember, I'm not trying to use this as an excuse, how much better they'd be if Jeremy Fears didn't get shot.
Well, that's a big one.
And so you look at their guards next year, you got to figure Fears and Holloman are going to be your starting guards, right? So that's pretty good if he comes back. So they're okay with the backcourt, right? And Akins.
Right.
So that's you got a good 3-guard rotation right there.
And you're Michigan State,
yes.
So the reputation should be able to help you land somebody in the portal. And, oh, by the way, Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
But, how much cachet does Tom Izzo still have? I think he still has some. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right, before we get to the calls, let's get to our champ and chump. I will start with my champ of the week, and I'm going to give it up to Greg Campy. I know some people don't want to hear it. I don't care, because I think the fact that you slayed Kentucky in the first round, made a real run at NC State in the second round, had a chance to knock them down with a couple seconds left in regular. You had the ball with 15 seconds or 10 seconds left. You had the ball and a chance to win the game at the end of regulation. Slipped through their fingers. Doesn't take away the great season that they had, and that win against Kentucky is something that's going to be remembered forever, because it ain't easy to win at Oakland University. Okay, if you're in that conference, you have to win the conference tournament to get to the NCAA tournament. Doesn't matter what you did in the regular season, you got to win the conference tournament, and you're not going to do it every year. So that's why they've only had 4 appearances in the NCAA tournament. But I give it up to Greg Campy. Great win over Kentucky.
My champ is going to be somebody very unexpected, and I can honestly say it's a team, and it's a team that I don't even know who the name of the coach is.
Oh,
or any of the players.
Oh,
so to speak.
Interesting.
But I'm going to give my champ of the week to the Michigan State University women's gymnastics team for winning the Big Ten championship. They've also are one of the top teams in the country. I don't think they're going to win the whole thing, but from what I understand. But to go and win the Big Ten after what they went through the Nasser thing and everything else, the coach and all that stuff, the whole program, being defamed, and I don't have to go litigate that.
Thank you.
But for them to come back and do that, I think that's very champ-worthy.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And Michigan State
and the hockey team is going to be still.
Yeah. They're number one seed in the tournament, and they just won the Big Ten tournament. They beat Michigan on Saturday night. That was pretty great. My chump, Baylor. Baylor, you ruined my bracket, sir. You ruined my bracket. That's my chump.
You're not big on the Drew family right now, huh?
You ruined my bracket. I had Baylor going all the way and winning the national championship. And I guess that's this bracket of mine in the Stony Pool. It's done. It's kaput.
I have I have chump. I'm going to give an honorable mention too. Okay. My honorable mention. Honorable mention on the chump goes.
You come on the show, you change the rules, you do an honorable mention?
Yeah.
Okay. You get one chump vote.
Okay, fine. The chump vote goes
if somebody mentions your chump, your honorable mention chump, you can say that was my honorable mention.
Okay. My chump goes to Georgia transfer running back Trevor Etienne, the brother of Travis Etienne. You say, why? Why is he the chump?
Why is he the chump, Stoney?
Well, because in the tradition of Georgia football, which, sorry, Jimmy, we know all about their traffic problems they have driving cars, and they had I had a problem. Obviously, somebody got killed, but they've had all sorts of, speeding charges, racing cars, all that kind of stuff. Trevor Etienne, who was really, really good at Florida before transferring to Georgia this year, is in legal trouble. Allegations include DUI, among others, as per online records. Other charges against Etienne encompass a failure to maintain lane proper driving on roadways, applications to his windows or windshield, so he had tinted, reckless driving, and notably the DUI.
That's not good.
No.
That's not good. And thus your chump of the week.
My chump of the week.
All right.
It seems to be a prerequisite for playing at Georgia these days.
Stop it. It's not fair.
I know.
It's not completely untrue, but it's not fair. 248-539-9797, your champ and chump vote. You want to talk Michigan State basketball? You want to talk about the future of Tom Izzo? We're going to do that. I know Jim's been hanging on the line. We'll get to Jim's call as well about going to Vegas for the first round of the tournament, how awesome it is. All that and more coming up next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you want your lawn to look great this summer? Do the right thing. Call the awesome folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and you stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1 The Ticket. Now, look, we only have about a week left in the month. You want to save some green? Well, you can do so when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount, and you're going to want to do this because it'll save you that money. Not only that, that first application for treating crabgrass is the most important of all. You don't want to see crabgrass. By the time you see it, it's too late. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. So make sure you schedule early and call them right now at 888-GET-GREEN. I love Natural Way. Been using them for about a dozen years. They've made my yard look fantastic. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They've got certified applicators and arborists that come around and custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. They're locally owned for over 30 years, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. It's Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo talking about the guys that are probably not going to come back, the future of some of the players there. But one thing's for sure, Tom Izzo is going to come back. And I know that some Spartan fans or people that aren't Spartan fans, or they just want to sit on the outside looking in, that they think it's time for him to walk. It's time for him to go. I'm not of that belief. I do think that he's earned the right to kind of walk away when he wants to. But I also don't think he's going to sit there and hurt the program long term just to satisfy his own ego. I think he knows in fact, he kind of said as much on Saturday night that he's going to have to change. And I guess that gets into the weird question. I'm not sure how you change.
Well, it's the cliche, teach an old dog new tricks. Yeah. And I'm like, he's...
But people have been able to adapt to it. Nick Saban was able to adapt to a changing world in college football to a point, and now he's like, I don't even want to deal with it anymore because 72 years old or whatever. He's like, all right, I'm done. The way that the kids reacted, I just forget it. I don't need to do this anymore. It was like being a cop in Lethal Weapon. I'm too old for this. So he doesn't have to do it anymore. With Izzo, he's 68 years old.
Yeah.
I imagine he still wants to coach, so he's only got a few years left. And then he said something weird over the weekend too, that, if he's still going to coach, whether it's here or somewhere else, he wants to coach. And it just means he still has the fire to coach.
Yeah.
Not that he's holding an ultimatum over Michigan State.
Where would he go? I mean, he would get job offers.
Yeah, he'd get job offers, but I mean, he's just a coach. I mean, that's the way he looks at it. He's just a coach and wants to keep coaching. But to coach at this level, to be at the pinnacle of the NCAA, you have to change and adapt. And I think it's fair criticism that maybe he hasn't been able to change and adapt as well as other people have, and certainly other programs. Other programs have had legendary coaches and have turned things over, and the new guy is having success. You see it at North Carolina. You see it at Duke. And those are the two standards that you hold yourself up to if you're Michigan State. You don't want to hold yourself up to a standard of average or mediocrity. You want to be in that realm. Even though I don't think Michigan State was ever there. They were so close, competing for those Final Fours all those years, but only the one championship. That second championship being so elusive has kept Izzo, in my mind, from being even considered having Michigan State up there with a Duke or North Carolina.
Correct. They are,
or even Kentucky for that.
People talk blue bloods.
Yeah.
They're just below.
They're just below in the next group. There's the elite.
Yes.
And then there's Michigan State's in that second tier. So, but I'm not ready to say Tom Izzo's got to go.
No.
I think he's earned the right to try to, if he recognizes he's got to change, okay. What are your changes in the offseason? The portal is crazy.
Do you change anything on your staff? Do you change? I mean, when they get into the half-court offense, it seems so stale because it hasn't changed. But then again, you look at a lot of these teams. I mean, Duke's running the same motion stuff they've run for 30 years.
I mean, Michigan State has been at the forefront of transition basketball, right? Their game is on the fast break.
Right.
And getting speedy wings out there and letting them get behind the defense and turn a rebound into 2 points faster than you could say Jiminy Cricket or whatever the hell you want to say.
Instead of Jiminy Cricket, why don't I say Jim from Frasier? Let's
get to the people here. Jim, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Jim.
Hey guys, I've been going to March Madness over in Vegas for a little bit, off and on, and it's a great time. I was at the D, and it is about 90% packed, and I went over to the Circa, the free party one, and it was pretty packed there too. The only problem I'm having now over the years is you can't even go to the Strip no more because they want $300-400 a day for a seat. And it's getting to a point where the D and Circa and I believe a few other ones, not many, are free. You have to
pay for the seat in the sports book.
But it's usually with a minimum. Like I went to and met some friends, some people I'll tell you who they are in the break, Gator. It was $150 a person, but that included you had to eat and drink. That was a minimum. So if you have a few drinks and you eat, it wasn't.
It eats into it.
It wasn't a complete ripoff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just things have changed a lot in Vegas. I mean, even Sundays now, you have to pay for a seat just on a regular Sunday game it's just changed. It's changing a lot. But
can I still get 99-cent shrimp cocktail?
Yeah, it's still a good time. I mean, you find a good party. There's a party everywhere. Champ and chump this week. I think a champ for me is NC State. What, seven wins in 10 days?
Yeah, it is pretty
impressive.
I mean, that's pretty amazing. And a chump, and I don't want to. I'm using the Michigan State program in regards to everything you've said is true. I don't want Izzo to go, but I think he needs to change. If he doesn't want to change, he doesn't want to get in the portal. Maybe it's time for him to go. But I'm giving him a chance to hopefully get in the portal because they do need some help at the center position. And that's a concerning position for him because the three they have right now, I don't know if they could play at the level to win big games.
Well, they're also young. I mean, that's the one. And thanks for the call, Jim. The one thing that Tom Izzo's been able to do is have his program guys that come in as freshmen and Stadel seniors. There is growth, and it's tremendous growth. If they have the talent and if they're willing to be coached, he can coach them up. These guys are sophomores.
I know.
So with Sissoko's not, but you look at Jackson Kohler and Carson Cooper. Those guys are just sophomores. So is that going to work for them? Booker's being a freshman moving forward. Hopefully they continue to grow, and there can be that big spike that you can see. But Izzo said he's going to look at the portal. He knows he's got to do more in changing, and the portal is the biggest part of the change because when he was getting guys in the portal before, you didn't see every player enter the portal back like you do now. Then.
It was guys that were like Bryn Forbes, right? And people like Brandon Wood, right? What that his name?
Yeah, I think it was another one.
Yeah. All right, we have some ticket texts. The champ, Michigan State hockey. Chump, Michigan State hoops. Thank God this season is over. The better team or the higher seed team always wins in overtime, it seems.
It does seem that. Did you end up watching the Michigan State hockey game or no?
I was away.
Basketball and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't think they had it on any of the sports books.
How dare they?
Yeah, I know.
How dare they?
But they had UFC on.
Well, that's their thing on Vegas.
I know. I get it.
It's like the national sport in Vegas.
I know. Because we were sitting at the Venetian on Saturday, the Oakland game was far right on the big screen, and we really couldn't see it that well. So we asked if they could move the UFC. Oh, they said, no, we don't touch the UFC.
Yeah, don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
Dana White might come and
you might and stop gambling
assassinate the person.
Yeah.
The champ, U.S. men's national team for beating Mexico for their third straight CONCACAF Nations League soccer last night. The chump, the NCAA Ice Hockey Selection Committee for sending three big-name programs, Michigan, Michigan State, North Dakota, to a 2,500-seat developmental facility in the suburbs of St. Louis.
Is that where the region is?
I did not know that.
Huh.
All you Spartans are living in a fantasy world if you think Izzo can make another run. The talent level between North Carolina and Michigan State is day and night.
Well, it's not about talent level necessarily. It's about being able to coach. How's the talent level of Kentucky? Is it good to quite good?
Yeah.
Okay. What did they do? They lost to Oakland in the first round.
Right.
It's not always about talent. You've got to have the mix.
Right. But obviously he's right.
There's no question. Carolina's always had more talent.
And they've had some disappointing seasons as well. I mean,
there haven't been many seasons where Michigan State has had in the recruiting classes where they'll have multiple five-star recruits.
Right.
The recruiting classes that Carolina, the Duke, that Kentucky bring in and year out, they have like four. First of all, the recruiting classes are much larger than what Michigan State brings in because Michigan State hangs on to their guys. And part of that's because, well, their players aren't leaving after 1 year. But the difference is those guys are recruiting five-star recruits every year or 3 to 5 every year.
Right. My champ is Greg Campy at Oakland University. What a great story, beating a blue blood program with 1-star player and an insurance salesman. Unfortunately, all the hoopla and extracurriculars probably hindered their preparations for Game 2. My champ is Cam Sutton. Nothing further need to be said.
Well, I don't know if anything hindered Oakland. You had a chance to win it in the end of regulation against the hottest team in college basketball.
Yeah, I don't think there's doing all their media stuff after the upset had anything to do with it.
I don't think it's any. I think it's fun for them to have the spotlight on Golke and others. All right, we got more coming up. We want to talk more about the Izzo situation, what's going on there, and the Lions. Yep, yes. The Lions still in the news, even though they're not the ones making the news. We can't help and go, wait a minute, you did what? We'll discuss it next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Major League Baseball opening week is here. In just a few days, the Tiger season will officially begin with their game in Chicago. They have a day off today in Florida, then we'll have one more tune-up tomorrow, then back to the Midwest for Thursday's first pitch. The teams that will come to Detroit for the Sweet 16 are set. Arriving at the LCA for games this Friday are Creighton, Tennessee, Gonzaga, and number 1 seeded Purdue, who will have the third best odds to win it all, according to FanDuel, right behind UConn and Houston. The Bulldogs and Boilermakers will tip at 7:40 on Friday. The Blue Jays and Volunteers estimated for about a 10 p.m. tip after they're done. NFL meetings continue. The competitions committee working on possible rules changes for the next season. A main focus appears to be on kickoffs, possibly making them more like the XFL's hybrid variation. No blockers or defenders would be allowed to move until the ball is touched, but any changes would need approval by 24 of 32 owners as they gather in Orlando. The final stretch of the Pistons season will include 9 of their 11 final games being on the road, including tonight in Madison Square Garden against the Knicks for the second half of a back-to-back. The team was missing 8 players yesterday due to injury, Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren among them. Tonight is a 7:30 p.m. start in New York, the pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket, beginning at 7:05. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
There you have Tom Izzo. He's going off 50 Cent. He's going to die trying.
Didn't Jim Harbaugh say that same line about, trying to finally beat Ohio State?
Did he channel his inner 50 Cent as well?
I don't know.
Good for him if he did. Can never quote 50 Cent enough. That was get rich or die trying. But yeah, win games or die trying, yes, right?
Exactly.
But it's Tom Izzo talking about his future, and he's going to change. He's going to have to. He's going to have to change, and that means hitting the portal more than he has. He's hit the portal. We all know this, right? Tyson Walker, great example.
Yes.
That's a portal guy, best player that they've had for the last few years. He was a portal guy. So now with it's like every day, you're hearing more and more players enter the portal as their teams get eliminated.
Oh,
it's crazy. The turnover in college basketball is unbelievable, and that's the difference between that and football. Look, football, you've got 100 and some programs in Division I, 114 or whatever it is.
Basketball, it's over 340
or something. Yeah,
exactly. All right. Speaking of the portal, on the ticket text. What good is the portal when any good player is one and done anyway? That's from Keith. That's a decent point. But the interesting thing with the portal is you're seeing all these guys now. Now, some of it has to do with the one COVID year, but even without it, this guy's playing for this school. Well, he previously was at Boise State, and previously before that, he was at another school. Well, you see that a lot in this tournament.
You did, but it's not those. See, those are going to get away from because that COVID year is gone.
Yes.
Okay, so moving forward, the COVID year is gone. If you got a player that's one and done, those are young players.
Right.
The portal isn't like that because you get that one free transfer, and now you're getting a player that isn't entering the NBA.
Right.
You're getting a player who's leaving Duke because he doesn't like his playing time and he knows he can't enter the NBA, so he's going to go be a star somewhere else. Or you get a guy who is maybe a star in a mid-major program who wants to go up a level.
Yes, you see a lot of that. And a lot of times with coaches being, let go. Look at all the guys from Michigan who are in the portal.
The whole team's in the portal, basically.
Yes.
And we'll see. I'm knocking on wood, hoping that we're not going to hear that, Booker or Akins or one of these core guys at Michigan State are going to enter the portal, and hopefully they want to stay there and play for Tom Izzo. But yeah, he's going to have to hit the portal.
Some more ticket texts. Guys, went to Vegas for the opening weekend with a few friends in 2018, and it was my first time in Vegas. I placed my first in-person sports bet on a Liberty and Wofford moneyline parlay, and everyone at the book we were hanging out had Liberty winning as well. It was close, and everyone was going nuts after every basket. An atmosphere I won't forget. Almost won $5,000 off that bet, so I was going crazy. Yeah, it's nuts during the first weekend. Champ, Michigan State hockey, Big Ten regular season and tournament champs. Chump, Hunter Dickinson. He's always been such a canoe. Glad Kansas lost. That's from Chris in a brown truck. Now, not that they've lost some tournament games before, but they lost one of their best their best player was injured now for the whole thing. So yes, and Hunter Dickinson is, as you guys would say, a canoe.
A canoe. Is it a canoe?
Yes.
Okay.
Carr and Booker missed a lot of defensive assignments. Their talent didn't overshadow their youth. For whatever reason, Izzo couldn't communicate the nuances of the game to them, or they didn't hear it. Who knows which?
Well, or as 18 and 19-year-olds, I mean, give them a chance.
Yes, exactly.
This is why you make young man mistakes, right? Because I'm guessing that the philosophies Tom Izzo has on offense and defense, about how to play basketball, a little more intricate than what you're seeing in high school.
Correct.
So it's going to take some time to adjust to that.
Or AAU ball where they are taught anything
precisely
as far as defense.
So 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I'm wondering if Spartan fans are fed up. Do you think the game has passed him by? Is he capable of maneuvering through the portal? Has he done enough to earn the right to walk out on his terms or whatever he wants to do? Your thoughts on that? I'm curious how he's going to handle the portal moving forward, but there's such a wealth of riches to be gained in the portal now compared to what there were 4 years ago that I think you can improve your team considerably. And it's not just Michigan State. It's any team in the country. You know, this is what allows mid-majors to be much more fierce now than what they were because it goes the other way too.
They're getting some 4-star recruits that aren't getting the playing time that they won at the Power 5. So they're now going to some of these, mid-majors, and they're excelling. I mean, he obviously hasn't excelled, but look at Rocket Watts. This is his third school, Oakland.
Right, Mississippi State and
both
then
MSUs.
Right.
Both MSUs and Oakland. All right. You mentioned, or we got a ticket text about the chump being Cam Sutton, enough said, and you mentioned the Lions. I got to say, I'll never say it was a huge down moment in my weekend, but I had just seen Bruce Springsteen from incredible seats or stand, because I stood up, it was the general admission pit, and we were right by the rail. Okay?
We'll get to that next hour.
Yes. But so I go back to the hotel after the concert, after some cocktails, and right before I go to bed, I'm scrolling through Twitter, and I see the news. Ladarius Sneed traded to Jadarius Sneed. Legarius. I mixed them
there
both
you go.
up.
Third time's a charm, Stone.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm out of practice. It gets traded from the Kansas City Chiefs to the Tennessee Titans. What they give? How many first rounds did they give up? They gave up a third round in 2025 and a 2024 seventh round pick swap that the Chiefs will get 30 picks better approximately in the seventh round. Mm-hmm. Now, they've had success with seventh round picks before. So
whatever, it's a seventh round pick.
Exactly. Snead is 27 years old. We wanted him here desperately in Detroit.
Yeah, so the question was,
and so I said,
weeks ago, did the Lions need to get involved with this? And you see that news.
And I was pissed.
Well, you weren't alone.
I know.
You were not alone.
Then you see the terms of the contract, which is 4 years, approximately $76 million, which makes him $19 million a year just in salary base. 55 of that is guaranteed. The $19 million salary base, I think, has him in like top 6 as far as highest paid cornerbacks.
Well, and that's the part that I wanted to hear. Did I think the Lions could make an offer and get him? Sure. But I'm not trading a high draft pick to get a rental player. So I wanted to see what the second shoe to fall on that was, and that's the contract. The 4 years, $19 million per. That's the deal. And it's steep, but it's not crazy when you think of if this guy is one of the better corners in the league.
Yes.
If you think he's a top 10 corner in the league and you see where the salary is going to go in the next few years, then you're probably paying him appropriately. Could the Lions have done it? Did they have the cap space to do it? I think they had the cap space to do it.
For this year, but they want to look in advance because they want to re-sign, obviously, St. Brown and Sewell and probably Hutchinson and other guys. And Goff.
A handful of guys they got to sign.
And Goff down the road, coming up as well. To me, if you can
McNeil's another one.
Yeah, but if you can get a guy who can take away half the field, which he's pretty damn good at it. Now, he does have some – he played in, I think, practically every game, but he did have some issues with missing practices and things like that. His knees aren't the greatest in the world. That said, make the move.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. L'Jarius Sneed gets traded from Kansas City to Tennessee for a third-round pick and a swap of seventh-round picks and signs a contract promptly for 4 years at $19 million a season Did the Lions make a mistake in letting this guy go when it seemed pretty clear they could have had him? I mean, if you wanted to offer a second-round pick, I think they would have done it, right? It's the end of the second round, but it's better than a third-round pick. Could they have done it, and does that make you upset? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show here, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you along with Stoney, who is in for Doug Karsch. Stoney will be here for the next few days. We look forward to taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the situation that broke over the weekend. L'Jarius Sneed being traded from Kansas City to Tennessee for a third-round pick. They also make a swap of seventh-round picks. And a contract that he signs immediately, a 4-year deal that pays him $19 million a season with $55 million guaranteed. And we have to think, here in Detroit, we're connected to L'Jarius Sneed early on. When it looked like Kansas City wasn't going to be able to hang on to him, they put the franchise tag on him. They said, go ahead and you try to make your own deal. And it seemed like, particularly in recent days, that there was even more of a sense of urgency,
right?
Because of the Cam Sutton situation. The Lions releasing Cam Sutton in the wake of learning of this, these charges,
domestic violence,
with the strangulation in Florida, and he's still, to our knowledge, still on the run. Nobody's been able to find him yet.
Dave Burkett asked Mike Tomlin today if he got a hold of him, because obviously he played for the Steelers. And Tomlin said, it's none of your business.
Oh, well, I respect that from Tomlin, because it's not any of Dave's business. It's a police matter. Yeah. That's what the business is. But that was where I was leading next. The Lions now, once they found out about this Cam Sutton situation early last week, you would think they would ramp up the sense of urgency to get another corner, because this is a guy you were expecting, and he signed him to a 3-year deal, and here he is after 1 year, and not a CB1, but he's a decent CB2.
Right.
Pressed into CB1 duties, and he didn't look good against the best receivers in football, but that's really not what he was brought in here for. So now he's not on the roster. Okay, again, you could reopen these negotiations with Kansas City to get this outstanding corner, and that's not what happened. And understandably, Detroiters like, what the hell, man?
I know. I don't get it, unless they made an offer and Kansas City for some reason didn't want to trade. It makes no sense.
They didn't want to deal with Detroit.
I saw somebody said, well, they do. Why would they trade a cornerback to a Super Bowl contender? They're not worried about that.
Because it wouldn't affect them unless they actually met up in the Super Bowl.
Exactly. That's what I mean. They wouldn't worry about that. So that's Lions Kool-Aid to the up-team degree, if you're thinking a team's going to do that from the AFC. I don't know. Look, it's obvious to me that the Lions have this philosophy, and you can criticize it if you want. I think I like it to a certain extent. But when you see guys out there who you really think are difference makers, you have to change your philosophy. And the philosophy seems to be, we will take care of our own. We will pay them market value, above market value. We want to keep our own guys. As far as going and paying over the top for guys that aren't ours, I don't know if we're going to do that.
Over the top is not what they're going to do, but they'll still pay some guys. They brought in DJ Reader,
right.
Obviously. They brought in a couple other players.
But it's a 1-year deal. I'm talking about, like, for Sneed, because
to get the long-term contract, right, you got to be 1 year old.
He wasn't. Kansas City was not going to trade him to a team that wasn't going to re-sign him. I don't think that was part of the deal that they worked out with Sneed.
Well, I don't think any team would want. Well, I was going to say teams would want him on a 1-year deal, but yeah. But if you're going to do that, Kansas City's probably going to ask for a first-round pick. Okay, fine, but you got to compensate us in a better way. I have to ask this though. With the Cam Sutton story, when it broke, the Lions came out with a press release and basically said that this was they had just found out about this situation like the day before. I think they waited 24 hours before they made their release. And I thought, well, that's interesting because they traded for Carlton Davis 6 days after the alleged incident took place. I think the incident took place early in the morning on March 7th. They signed Carlton Davis on the 13th. So you got almost a week. I have to believe. And then this happens, it breaks last week.
Right.
So you're talking a full 2 weeks after it. I have to believe that the police in Florida, once they knew it was Cam Sutton, which probably would have happened 10 minutes after they got the call, that they it'd be was it logical to think that they would have contacted the Detroit Lions? I don't know. Hey, have you seen this guy?
I don't know how police work works in general, let alone in Florida.
Well,
If this took place in Pittsburgh or here, it might have been a little different. Or maybe they didn't know. Maybe they just, trying to find this guy. Maybe they didn't do their due diligence to find out. Maybe they thought it was the other Cam Sutton, the guy who's been getting his Twitter.
The poor tight end?
Yeah. I mean, seriously, I have no idea. But yeah, it is kind of weird to think that the Lions wouldn't have known anything before the Snead thing happened or even before the Davis thing happened. But I'm going to trust the Lions that they're not lying.
I'm going to trust them as well.
Because if you remember the other dealings that they had with some alleged lawbreaker with a new coach, I don't think you can argue they didn't vet Patricia out carefully enough, but I don't think they knew till a day before the story came out.
And Patricia also wasn't convicted.
Right.
So let's keep that in mind too with that whole case, which was.
Right. But I'm just saying, I don't think if the Lions say they were just made aware of this, I think they're probably telling the truth.
I'm not saying that. I'm just posing the question out there because I think it's interesting. Logically, I would think that the police in Florida would probably contact his former employer or his current employer.
You would hope so. And if
soon as they figured it out.
And if you thought that they knew that the Lions are sitting there saying, maybe we can get rid of Sutton, which they've done, get some cap relief, which won't happen until he's convicted, and save some money there for L'Jarius Snead.
Well, but the other thing is this. Does L'Jarius Snead, was he a fit in Detroit with what their culture is now, or what their philosophy is? Is he the guy that, lives, breathes, and dies football? Is that the kind of player that they wanted to get? Or is this a guy that wanted just to get top dollar, and that's not what the Lions are about? So maybe they didn't even want him all together. All that being said, if you believe that they didn't know about Cam Sutton and now they've had to release Cam Sutton, don't the Lions now then have another hole at corner?
Yes.
So even makes it more important for Snead if that you should have been in the bidding for it, or at least in the bidding for somebody else. And I've been banging this desk for a while. Go out and sign Stephon Gilmore.
Absolutely.
To a one-year deal. You've got him. Right now is the time to get somebody dirt cheap because their options are out. They're not going to get – Stephon Gilmore is not going to get a 3-year, $30 million contract with somebody.
And you would think, besides players seem to want to play here, I don't know, a little added incentive might be the fact that his brother's here.
Maybe. Yeah. Good with Stephen Gilmore.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Stephen and Stephon. Boy, that's got to be a tough house.
Well, it's like the Foremans, right?
George, and George?
Yeah.
That's tough. And George.
Yeah.
Don't forget George.
Yeah, or George.
Yeah. That's a tough house. That's a tough house,
it's amazing.
Man.
Their favorite Beatle was George.
Who knew?
I know.
Who knew? It's a situation where they have some spots still. And then you want extra help in the secondary and the safeties out there, Quandre Diggs and among others. Love to bring Quandre Diggs back. I think that'd be a good move.
He would fit the culture.
Yeah, and I think,
but it's not a huge safety. It's not a huge need.
But I've always said this about the secondary. There is so much attrition in the secondary. Mm-hmm. Guys get hurt all the time in the defensive backfield. You need a steady stable of guys, and I think it would behoove them if they were to go ahead and make an offer. And you can get them again. Well, the other 1-year deals for cheap.
The other thing now. Brad Holmes not known to draft cornerbacks in the first round, although every indication is he would have taken Witherspoon if he was there.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Sutton thing changes the draft strategy at all.
Right. Does it give them more of the impetus to want to move up if they see a corner they love, whether it's Quinyon Mitchell or whomever? If there's somebody that they love, do they want to move up and get him? Or is it not that situation? I mean, I think it changes what you do at 29. The Sutton situation, I think, changes what you do at 29, depending what you do with the rest of free agency here.
Correct.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Some coaches are talking right now. They're having the coaches meetings, and they're saying some things. In fact, they've said some things about the new acquisitions the Detroit Lions have made. Hear what the former coaches have said about the new Detroit Lions. Next here, 97.1, The Ticket. Stoney, if you want more evidence that things have changed dramatically in the NFL with regards to how the NFL treats the Detroit Lions since Sheila Ford has taken over and they've changed the Sheila Ford Hamp has taken over and changed the whole culture here in Detroit, the NFL has approved and adopted a new rule that was proposed by the Detroit Lions.
Yes, and it's a great rule.
It allows a football team to challenge a third time as long as they've had a successful challenge in one of their other two challenges. So now you can get a third challenge.
Good.
Which is, it only makes sense. Like,
yes.
Why would you only limit it to two? If
right.
I didn't lose my challenge, I was right with it.
Yeah.
So again, more evidence that the NFL may not hate the Lions as much as people think.
Right. It passed barely, but it passed.
Yes. But it passed. And you've got some ticket texts.
Yes. We do some champ and chumps, some Tom Izzo stuff. My champ, Division I hockey in Michigan. 4 teams in the tournament. My chump is the referees in the tournament this week. Replays showed horrible calls but couldn't be overturned because they were looking at intentional fouls. That's Nick in Southgate. Okay. Is Izzo heading down the same path as D'Antonio? That's from Tom in Waterford. No, I don't think so. But, we'll find out. I think this upcoming year is going to be the year to figure it out, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a big year to see what additions they make to this roster. In addition to bringing in, incoming freshmen, how is he going to address the portal? That's the biggest thing.
Stephen Livonia said Izzo needs to hit the portal hard and quit the man-to-man only defense. Otherwise, he has to go. I'd like to see them play his little zone every once in a while, too.
Well, when I see... This is one of the things I loved about the Oakland U win over Kentucky because it was foreshadowed by what Greg Kampe had to say a week ago with Dan Miller in Sportsworks when he gave away his game plan. He's like, well, how are you going to beat Kentucky? Well, Kentucky they're not a very good interior basketball team. What they do is from the perimeter. And we're actually a pretty good team defending the perimeter because we play a zone defense. And what did they do?
They played a zone defense.
Exactly that. Kentucky couldn't score inside. Yes. When they did, they only shot 50% from inside when that's a high percentage area, and they weren't shooting as a high percentage, and it allowed Oakland U to take advantage. They didn't have to play the most flawless game to beat Kentucky. They just beat Kentucky.
That's a hard no, by the way, on the 99-cent shrimp.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise that. No. I wouldn't. Just you see, there used to be the big deal about with going to Vegas back in the day. Was
the buffets.
Get the buffet, and you get the for $4 you get all you can eat, or you get the $3.99 steak dinner. What?
Yeah, the buffets in the nicer hotels.
They're unbelievable.
Yes, but they're also like $50.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Yeah. Izzo needs to stop recruiting big softies that don't know how to play down low. Never seen a group of softer big men.
Well, again, I would hesitate before I start jumping on them because they're literally sophomores, aside from Sissoko, and I don't think Sissoko is soft.
No, he's definitely not soft. He's just not very talented. The champ, Mo Sider, for looking good in his first pro fight. He did look pretty good, but Forsberg's not exactly a pugilist.
You're going to hold yourself to the standard beating up Phil Forsberg, but he switched hands, which that's what you like to see. Went with the right, then went with the left.
Champ, any Michigan State fan who still holds on to the Mr. March moniker for Izzo, guy's been vastly overrated for the better part of a decade. Doesn't have the titles of his contemporaries to validate the name of Mr. March.
Well, I agree. We talked about this before. He's not in the same realm. No. The program's not the same area as Duke, North Carolina, and Kentucky.
And UConn.
UConn deserves the credit.
Calhoun won championships too, and now Hurley is.
Exactly.
Champ Michigan Tech hockey for winning the CCHA tournament against Bemidji State, and my chump is Michigan State basketball. Morning, Gator, Stoney. Who is Shohei Ohtani betting on to win the World Series this fall? That's from Daver at work.
He's supposed to speak at some point today. I don't know if it'll happen while we're on the air or not. Probably something we address tomorrow.
This story's getting bigger because his buddy, the interpreter, on his bio for the Angels media guide, says he got a degree from the University of California, Riverside. That school says they have no record of him.
Oh, boy.
It's like George O'Leary deal.
This is the Notre Dame hire.
Mm-hmm.
This is one that Major League Baseball is terrified.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the greatest player maybe we've ever seen, maybe ever, in this sport because of what he can do at the plate and on the pitcher's mound. He's unbelievable. This is a $500 million player plus, and this could all come tumbling down. It could, or it could just be exactly what they say, and this guy had an issue and stole from him. But we'll find out.
Champ, Greg Campy for putting OU on the map. Hopefully this helps land more good recruits and transfers. Chump, MSU for blowing the lead. That's from John Paul, an OU alumni. Yeah, they blew the lead. But leads in basketball, it's a game of runs. It is
a game of runs, but you don't like to see a 24-3 run.
Yeah, and you got to call a timeout when it's a 15-0 run part of it. Yeah, but the Michigan program is complete trash. Everyone knows the NCAA is going to sanction them into the Stone Age because of the college football cheating scandal. What's that have to do with anything? Talking about how good Michigan State, I don't know. I won't get into what Michigan did basketball-wise over the weekend. I think that was pretty good. And yes, will Michigan get sanctioned for the stuff? Yeah, probably.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the NCAA has, I think, now it's less than 60 days to come up with their findings. Yes. And now that they've got whatever it is that Harbaugh and Michigan submitted to them. So we'll see what the response is in a couple of months. And if it's an easy move on from, then it's an easy move on from. Or it could be something more significant and cross that bridge when you get there.
Champ, Oakland for obvious reasons. Chump, Michigan for getting duped by a coach who doesn't even call his own sets and is living off one of the luckiest Cinderella runs ever. Okay, you could sit there and say they were fortunate to get to the Final Four. The bottom line is they got there. He's had a winning record.
Talking about Dusty May.
Dusty May went from Florida Atlantic to Michigan. I was a guy that I wanted them to hire. I thought he was going to be a really good coach. If you couldn't get Hoiberg or somebody like that, or Chris Collins or Shaka Smart. Now, well, who he's going to be measured against is DeVries, who went from Drake to West Virginia, I think, because they're kind of parallel, although FAU had the Final Four run, Drake didn't.
Well, all due respect, West Virginia is not Michigan.
No, but basketball-wise, with Huggy Bear, they were pretty good, though. And Beeline was there as well, and they were good. They don't have quite the pedigree.
Good, not great. Yeah, I mean, this correct. Is a little different over here.
Yeah, he'll probably be able. Who knows if he'll be able to get better recruits? The interesting thing about DeVries was, it's Jared DeVries' brother is the coach there, and his son, Jared's nephew, is their best player.
There you go.
He'll probably go with his dad. He is going to go with his dad to West Virginia.
Speaking of coaches, you've got coaches meetings are taking place in Orlando, Florida. And some coaches have talked, and this is from the Justin Rogers story in the Detroit News. Antonio Pierce, the coach of the Raiders, talking about new Lions cornerback Amik Robertson. And when he's talking about him, he says he's a ball hawk. He's a guy that's very, you hate to say it, but he's kind of got a little man's complex. He plays bigger than what he is. You look at him, 5'8", 5'9" guy, but extremely talented, gifted competitor. Sad to see him go, but very proud of him. He says when he got the opportunity this year, he made the most of it. So that's what Antonio Pierce has to say about Amik Robertson. We'll see how good he plays here. Other coaches talking. Zach Taylor, coach of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, about DJ Reader.
Yes. He says he was a great leader for us, tremendous player, everything that we wanted our players to be about and our leaders to be about. He was consistent with his effort and performance, and he's made some critical plays for us in some critical games that we'll always remember. Wish DJ the best of luck, and I know that Terrell Williams, who's the new defensive line coach of the Lions, will take good care of him. So we will see there. Taylor also said he's just a champion. He's won championships at Clemson. He won championships at Clemson. Like I said, he was part of some big moments here in Cincinnati for us. I know that's why Detroit's bringing him in. So that kind of makes sense. And looking forward to DJ Reader. And then there's this from John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh
talking about Kevin Zeitler.
Oh.
The new Lions guard, 12-year veteran. Says Kevin Zeitler, all ball every single day. Ball and baking.
Ooh.
I mean, his wife bakes the best stuff. Everybody in Detroit and that building is going to get the best baked goods that they've ever had in their life. But Kevin's an excellent football player. He's got a lot left in the tank. Very tough physical guy in a lot of ways. He was the personality of our team. He kind of established us that way.
Oh, sounds pretty damn good.
I mean, those are some really nice things being said about some very new Detroit Lions acquired through free agency.
I wouldn't expect coaches to say anything negative about guys because there's nothing to gain. But if there was negative stuff to stay, they probably would just say, "Oh, we wish him well."
Yeah, he played well with us.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anybody else want to talk about something?
Well,
So
you know why?
like
because they got guys who want a ball.
Well, that's the
Love
thing.
football.
That's what we heard about Zeitler before the Lions signed him. It made sense. Okay, this is a guy who everybody said loves football. He's just a maniac out there on the field. DJ Reader was his leader on defense. Robertson didn't hear a whole lot about other than he's undersized. But hey, if he plays a little man's complex and is up to the task, it's like having Honey Badger out there. Pretty good player.
Yeah, so I guess the AFC coaches spoke today. Tomorrow's the NFC coaches, I guess. So we'll hear from Todd Bowles talking about Carlton Davis.
Oh, there you go. And also Dan Campbell talking about
the Lions.
The Detroit Lions.
Yes.
That'd be interesting to hear. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You want to talk about Tom Izzo in Michigan State. You want to talk about Dusty May, the new head coach at the University of Michigan, what the expectations are going to be for this guy stepping in after Juwan Howard failed the last couple of years. Started off nice at Michigan, but did not end well for him at the University of Michigan. You want to talk about the Lions? Are you upset that they did not make an offer for L'Jarius Sneed or a better offer than what Tennessee offered, which was a third-round pick? They signed him to a 4-year deal at $19 million per season. The Lions clearly have a need for a corner. They just had to release the one because of some legal matters in Florida. Seemed like that would have been a move that they could have made. Are you upset that they didn't make it? We'll discuss it next week here at 97.1 The Ticket.
We have some ticket texts as we
go
along with the Karsch and Anderson program. Stoney in for Doug for the next few days. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you. We're talking about a lot of things, including your Vegas experiences during, the NCAA tournament. I was there this weekend for that and some other stuff.
Yeah, we'll get to the other stuff coming up at 12:05 because it's pretty fun.
Also, are you pissed that the Lions failed to get L'Jarius Sneed? And we were talking about Tom Izzo, and of course the champ and chump votes, a staple of the Karsch and Anderson program each and every Monday. The NFL is doing rule changes, and it's finally time to get rid of the stupid spot foul on pass interference. Make it 10 yards and an automatic first down. Done. Jody and Romeo. I don't think
10 and a first down, no. Is that punitive enough for something where you're saving a touchdown?
No, it should be 15 yards. I don't think it should be.
You don't like the spot foul?
No. I like the way they do it in college. Every move Brad Holmes makes isn't going to be right, but he's shown in 3 years he makes a hell of a lot more right moves than wrong. In Brad, we trust. That's from Jane Warren. I agree, but he can be criticized for not getting things done occasionally or making a poor move. Look, you're right. Every move is not going to be great, but his track record is damn good.
Well, the roster is still going to change I'm not talking about just because the players you add through the draft and the undrafted free agents. I'm talking about they're still going to have some signings. Mm-hmm. They're going to trickle in and maybe even a trade.
You never know.
It will still happen.
Now, here's some interesting things that I thought people would be upset, but people are not. Marty in Grosse Pointe says, what concerns me is why would KC let Snead go? I thought Mahomes restructured his contract to keep him. Makes me wonder.
Well, because it would have been a one-year thing under the franchise tag, and now they can use that money elsewhere.
I'm not paying Snead nearly $20 million a year while having to pay St. Brown, Sewell, Hutch, etc. I'm fine with them not making that move. I trust Brad, Jamie, and Ann Arbor. The problem is the salary cap can be manipulated. It's basically fake, as we say.
Well, it's fake to a point. I mean, Doug likes to point out, because I say all the time, you can find cap space out of thin air, which I think you can. But at some point, you do have to pay the piper,
right? Like
Kansas City is, right? I mean, Kansas City had to let Tyreek Hill go. Kansas City had to let L'Jarius Sneed go or find a trade, right?
Right.
Because they couldn't afford to hang on to him because they have too many players. It's Mahomes making $50 million, and now you got Kelsey making some money, and you're going to have some other guys making money.
And they have
the big defensive tackle is making big time money.
And they have good young corners too. Stoney, the contract and guaranteed money would hamstring them from the future, and who knows how effective Snead will be at the end of the contract. Maybe Holmes has plans to add another decent free agent corner at a lesser cost, or he'll be best available cornerback in first or other round in the draft. That's from John and Dearborn. That's possible, yeah.
I don't mind the 1 year free agent signings, knowing what they face in the off seasons here. Like, we do expect that before the season begins, Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to get a deal. I expect at some point during the course of the year, Jared Goff gets his deal. Mm-hmm. Okay, Ali McNeil is entering his last year, so they're going to have to give him a contract, right?
You'd think.
And that's all before you hit Penei Sewell, who is going to set the market for offensive linemen in the NFL. He will be the highest paid offensive lineman when his contract when he's ready to negotiate.
At least he should be.
And then you've got Hutchinson a year after that. There's all these things that come down the road. So 1 year deals make all the sense in the world to me because they don't affect what happens in 2025.
I keep saying the Lions' philosophy of re-signing their own and giving long-term contracts to other teams' free agents, but I think that's wise because look at the teams that are having cap casualties and cuts. They are teams that spend on other teams' free agents. Long-term championship teams seem to sign their own free agents or shorter-term contract. It feels like the Lions are now following championship models of winning and not falling for the traps.
Well, what championship model is that? Because Kansas City isn't that the standard in the NFL right now?
Yeah, but that's because of Mahomes.
Whatever. The point is you're still restricted by a cap, and they've had to let guys go.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the New England years, they would do that all the time.
Well, because Brady would take less.
Yes. Am I the only one who thinks the Lions already have all of their secondary starters? 2 new guys at cornerback 1 and cornerback 2, Branch in the slot, Kirby and Iffy at safety. So where does anyone new fit in? Well, Robertson was not drafted to be a starter.
Or signed.
Signed to be, right.
No, I don't think he was either. And are you counting on Emmanuel Mosley being a starter?
No, I think he's counting on Carlton Davis being one and Robertson being.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the case.
You
So if you're
better.
asking the question, if the ticket texter is asking the question, am I the only one who thinks that there's that? Yes, I think you might be the only.
Yes,
at least the only one between the three of us.
Yes. Champ, Michigan State hockey. Chump, Michigan basketball for a lightweight hire. I don't think he was a lightweight at all. I think under the next tier of guys who I don't think we're going to go anywhere, meaning Shaka Smart, Chris Collins, Fred Hoiberg, those three off the top of my head that I was pushing for. The other tier is the guy is DeVries, who went to West Virginia, Dusty May, who's going to Michigan, and maybe what's his name at Colorado State? Medved, I think is his name.
Yeah.
So those are and that's what they are. Michigan. Look, look historically, Juwan had no head coaching experience.
None.
Okay. John Beilein went from West Virginia. Okay. He was considered a really good hire. Amaker was considered a good hire, but he came from Seton Hall.
Amaker was the young up and coming guy,
right.
like a Dusty May.
Right.
So we'll see how I look at this as look, people are going to take what I have to say with better take it with a grain of salt. The Michigan State guy.
Yeah.
But I look at it as being, I don't think it's a home run hire. I think here's what I look at. Base hit with a guy with tremendous speed. Okay? Uh-huh. Can he turn that base hit into a triple? Because he's got the speed to steal second and steal third and then come home on a sack fly and you love the guy, right?
Now, if you want to make the comparables between the schools and the two hires of the two most noted programs at their schools, okay, Michigan State hiring Jonathan Smith has more of a pedigree, although never went to a Final Four, so to speak, like Dusty May. I would think Jonathan Smith has been considered a better hire than Dusty May.
I think I think Jonathan Smith it's more high profile hire. Yeah. I mean, you're talking football and basketball.
Right.
I mean, basketball, you get in the tournament, you got a shot.
Right.
You can't get into the top four unless you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, basically. So,
right. Yeah.
That's different. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. John is in Waterford. You're next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I'm a long-time fan, long-time listener.
Thanks.
I'm one of those guys. I'm not happy. I wasn't happy before what happened with Cam Sutton, with our cornerback situation. I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think maybe Howard is still available as a free agent?
Xavier Howard?
Maybe we should trade for Lattimore. But we got to do something because we were so close. We can't let this just dictate, because if this is what we're giving our fans.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, John. I fully expect the Lions to still be aggressively looking for another player in the secondary.
Xavier Howard the rumor is he's going to go with his old head coach, who was Brian Flores in Miami, who's the defensive coordinator of the Vikings. That's the rumor.
Well, that'd be interesting. A nice fit for him if he goes there. Mm-hmm. But, Lattimore is a guy who played under Aaron Glenn.
Correct.
And could the Lions acquire him? Sure, they could. But you're talking about a cost to give up for somebody. But I wouldn't be surprised if a move like that happens. Would it cost you less than what L'Jarius Sneed cost Tennessee?
Yeah. Xavier Howard, by the way, will be 31 when the season starts.
To me, the safe one is Stephon Gilmore.
Yes, one-year deal.
Give him 1 year, $8 million, and let's go.
He had a really good season. You say, well, why did Dallas not re-sign him? Well, because they got Diggs coming back from the injury, and Bland was amazing. They don't need him.
248-539-9797, the same number to text us as well as calling into the show. Getting more into what happened over the weekend with Stoney, it begs a question for people, and I'm interested to hear this because this is kind of the fun stuff that happened beyond the tournament while Stoney was in Vegas. We'll discuss it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with Stoney today. Doug will be back on Thursday's show. I get Stoney for the next few days. It's been a lot of fun. We're going to get into part of his Vegas experience over the weekend in just a bit, but let's go pick up Brandon, who's next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
Fellas, how y'all doing?
All right, man.
Good.
Good. All right, so I got the chump real quick. I ain't got no chimp. I just got the chump. My chump has to be Lions fans, man, and Doug's included. I'm sorry, Doug. I love you, baby, but you're included in this. Because with all the little Brad Holmes slappies and stuff like that, and I get it, man. Brad Holmes is a great GM when it comes to drafting. But that man can get criticized, man. Like,
sure.
I feel like almost all Lion fans, if you try to criticize Brad Holmes, they usually call you a hater. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Brad Holmes we trust. And I get all of that, man, but I'm cool, man. Like I said, we're fans, man. So this is pretty much what we're going to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, I can't just say, oh, okay, well, I trust Brad Holmes and he can do whatever he wants. Nah, man, it doesn't work like that, man. I mean,
so what are you upset about, Brandon?
I'm just upset with the whole. Okay, so for example, with the whole cornerback market, right? Like, and I'm not saying we should have traded for Snead or anything like that, because I'm actually against the way how his approach has been when it comes to taking flyers on all these injured players. I don't really like that, to be honest, because eventually it's gonna catch up with you. You know what I mean? So I would say things such in that type of matter. But also when it comes to like the whole contract thing, right? So, for example, Jared Goff. I think it's going to be a lot of disappointed fans because I personally don't think they're actually going to extend Jared Goff. I just don't see it happen. I think they're actually going to make him play out his last year.
I guess. I know. It's cool. Thanks for the call, Brandon. I would say this about the Jared Goff situation. I'm not going to get upset about it until it comes to pass. I mean, fair enough. You've got your flag planted. You don't think that they're going to re-sign him, and you're going to be upset by it now. There's no point in being upset by it now unless they don't do it. And then you could go ahead and make us all eat crow on that. As far as criticizing Brad Holmes, absolutely.
Yes.
He's open to criticism.
Right. I mean,
and we're talking about it now. I mean, Stoney was upset over the weekend when he saw the tweet come out that L'Jarius Sneed had been traded to the Titans, and then you find out it was for a third-round pick and a flop of seventh-round picks, and he signs a deal for 4 years and $19 million per.
Which is not outlandish.
It's not outlandish.
It's high for a cornerback, but it's still not top cornerback.
It's about what we expected. I think when the numbers were, we banded this about a few weeks ago when there were reports of Lions interested in trading for L'Jarius Sneed. We're like, okay, well, what's it going to cost you? Probably close to $20 million. Okay, here it is. He got his money. He got paid. Now, could the Lions have gotten in on that? Maybe they were. Maybe they didn't want to give up a second-round pick to do it. To me, it's...
Maybe they didn't want to give around a sixth instead of a seven. A flip of sixth.
It could have been one of those. But I'm not thrilled about it, but I think there are other solutions that I would, if they signed Stephon Gilmore, I'd be like, I'm cool now.
Right. And look, as pissed as I was, there's also a chance that there's other stuff that we don't know about the player.
Sure.
I was reading some Kansas City stuff, and they said his knees are starting to get a little tender. And, by the end of the contract, who knows if he'll play it out.
And he's been a guy who has missed some time. So you don't look, it wasn't a slam dunk that you got to make this move happen. If it were less money, I'd say more of a slam dunk. But at $19 million, you got to be a little responsible with the money that you have, knowing you're going to resign a bunch of players, which is why I like the 1-year contract route. I don't like giving up assets to acquire a rental player, or if you're going to give up the assets and then have to sign this guy to that kind of a contract, that makes me a little nervous. I love the 1-year plan. Give me Stephon Gilmore. Give me Quandre Diggs.
All right. A few more ticket texts. Red Wings team is the chump for not even being able to muster a single goal against Nashville.
Well, Nashville's a really good hockey team.
Especially right now, the last few weeks.
In case you haven't watched them play, they're really good.
And the Capitals are the champs for overtaking and beating two quality opponents, Carolina and the Jets, in the weekend, overtaking the Wings in the standings. That's from Shiva and Troy.
Yeah, that's the other side.
Yeah.
So if you're going to say, well, the Red Wings ran into a buzzsaw of a team, well, the Caps traded away players prior to the trade deadline. They didn't improve their team necessarily, and they're winning.
And then Tom Wilson's now out for a few games, 6 games for being Tom Wilson again.
Yeah.
Yes. Ovi's starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah,
again.
he scored a goal the other night, last night.
And they 7-6 against Carolina. That's wild because Carolina is a really staunch defensive team.
Yeah, I was watching that score earlier in the day, and I'm like, oh, good, Carolina's leading, and then ends up that Washington wins in overtime. Damn it.
I'm an MSU fan. Anybody who's ripping on the Michigan hire of Dusty May is an idiot. It's a great hire. Younger coach with Midwest ties, took a nobody program in FAU to relevance. It's as good a hire as Michigan could have asked for. That's from Kyle, a Michigan State fan.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's taking a chance on a guy who had a phenomenal season last year. They were a 9 seed, beat the 8 seed in the first round, then took advantage of having to face a 16 seed in the second round, and then did the heavy lifting by taking out a 4 seed and a 3 seed before bowing out in the Final Four. It was a great season that they had at Florida Atlantic last year. They just lost in the first round of this tournament.
Yep.
And prior to last year, they didn't really have a track record other than under this guy. They've had a winning record. He's done a nice job at Florida Atlantic, but it's not like this is, a perennial team that shows up and just breaks brackets, busts brackets. Had a great year last year.
Finally, Anthony in a mail truck in Waterford. Champ is Ryan Kreidler for speaking his mind on not making the club. The chump, Tigers front office, and AJ needing to figure out the Javi situation.
Well, that's going to work itself out in the first couple months of the season, I think. And I'm a big proponent of having Ryan Kreidler on the big roster. I thought he earned it with his spring. He hit really well in the spring. His glove is good enough. And I was hoping he was going to make the team. He didn't. But you know who's going to be probably the first call up? Ryan Kreidler.
Yes. By the way, Gator, you know what happened 40 years ago today?
40 years ago today would be 1984. Mm-hmm. At this time, it's March 25th in 1984. Would it be tournament related?
No.
It's not tournament related.
The Detroit Tigers announced a long-rumored trade with the Phillies today. Detroit sent the popular veteran catcher John Wockenfuss and outfielder Glenn Wilson to Philly. In return, they received Dave Bergman and Willie Hernandez.
40 years ago today, they traded for the Cy Young and MVP winner.
Yes.
Willie Hernandez's numbers were crazy that season.
Yes.
Only 32 saves, right?
Something like that, yeah.
But I think...
It's a different era.
Well, yeah, but if you look at it, I think something like 26 of his 32 saves were 2 innings or more.
Yes.
Aurelio Lopez, his partner in the bullpen, who had like 15 saves or something that season, they were all 2-inning saves as well. Those 2 guys combined for 300 innings pitched in 84.
I know.
Bullpen arms. I mean, not bullpen arms, closers. He had 150 innings as a closer. That's why he was a Cy Young and MVP.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so you were in Vegas, you mentioned with your buddies, you have an annual trip to go watch hockey, and you wanted to see the tournament.
Yeah, we used to do I used to do, and we still do it, our Vegas trip worth is, at least 5 or 6 guys. Last year we didn't, when we used to go to this weekend or the second weekend of the tournament all the time. That has shifted, and I'll explain all that stuff coming up next.
Yeah, because there was something else you did that's typical Stoney, but it brings about a great question we want to get to. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, look, spring is here. Red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. You don't want to get caught with a flooded basement or scorching hot house this year. You can beat the weather and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Now, Frank's the owner. Talk with Frank, let me in on his secret, and this is something we've been talking about all month, right? They got a great deal. This spring, they're giving all customers a free tankless water heater included with the purchase of a full furnace and air conditioning package. So whether it's a flood in your basement or a clogged drain, maybe you got an AC unit that just won't work. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is your Metro Detroit boiler experts. All right, so you head out to Vegas with your friends.
A friend.
But one of the big reasons you head out there is because you like to follow Bruce Springsteen.
Yes, that was the impetus of why we did. We decided, give you the chronology here. We decided my college roommate, who's been on this radio station before, talking about my foibles, like driving around Indianapolis for 3 hours in a loop, Anyway,
That's my favorite.
We went to American University together. We went to summer school UCLA together between our junior and senior years. So
you walked away literally in his shoes.
I literally walked away in his shoes. Yes, indeed.
Put the wrong shoes on.
So we started doing, and we're both. His family was Ranger season ticket holders in the Old Garden.
Okay,
the old Garden. So he's been a diehard Ranger fan his whole life. And when I, knew him, I was a ridiculous Philadelphia Flyer fan.
You still are a bit.
Yeah, no, not. I'm telling you, really don't care that much. The Eagles and the Phillies, I'm still into.
But you still go back to the computers and you watch YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, well, look,
Bobby Clark fighting.
Right. Like if Dave Schultz showed up to fight Mo Sider, I'd root for Schultz. But when the current Red Wings play the current Flyers, I root for the Red Wings. Anyway, so we did this hockey deal a few years ago before COVID. So let's go to a hockey game somewhere.
Each year. Let's meet up somewhere, check out a new stadium.
Yeah, yes. Now, he had never been
arena.
He'd never been in Toronto. I have, but we decided to do it anyway. I drove to Toronto. He flew from New York to Toronto, and it just so happened the Wings were playing the Leafs. And we got to see, and the Wings were horrible. But Larkin scored a big upset. They won the game in overtime. And then we went to the Hockey Hall of Fame the next day. That was our trip. Then COVID hit. Last year, we decided to resume it. And we did Vancouver, Boston. We met in Vancouver.
Oh, that'd be nice.
He flew from New York. I flew from, here. Then we took a seaplane to Seattle to see the Kraken play the Toronto Maple Leafs.
So you saw 2 hockey games in that trip.
Both games actually sucked. The home team scored a combined 2 goals. Because we, said, I don't really care who wins. I'm going to root for the home team. Just have a fun team.
But also, going out to Vancouver, it's a beautiful city.
Oh, it was great.
Seattle's great.
It was great. And then Springsteen was playing where the Kraken play the next night. Okay. So it all made sense.
Sure.
Now, we probably would have done it even if Springsteen wasn't going to play there. But anyway. So this year, we tried to do the same thing. And we said, all right, here's what we're going to do. Let's do someplace west. Because my situation going forward, I could, go someplace a little further. Well, not in Vancouver as far. But anyway, didn't have to take vacation days, so to speak.
Yeah.
So we have this plan. We're going to go, let's do, L.A., Vegas, whatever. And then Springsteen, he had his tour was postponed when he got sick in late September with a peptic ulcer. So like the Phoenix and all the California shows were rescheduled. And
of course, it was a peptic ulcer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I read the news reports. Anyway.
You talked to the doctors.
No, I didn't.
Sure you did.
Anyway, they added a show, and it happened to be Vegas.
Awesome.
On Friday night. So we flew to L.A. for the Kings and the Wild. 6-0, the Kings win. Great environment, which stunned me in L.A.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't love the arena because, the lower bowl is great, but then they have 3 levels of suites and then the upper bowl.
Yeah, and it's right in the heart of downtown there, and they've got the whole downtown L.A., which is I don't mean that as like downtown Detroit. I mean like the downtown L.A. Or is it called that?
It's called L.A. Live.
LA
and it's
Live.
Cool. They love all these restaurants.
And they have they block off some streets. You can walk around, and it's an amazing area down there.
They got tons of statues all over, Kobe, and the one of Shaq where he's hanging is just the greatest.
Yeah.
And obviously Gretzky and Dion and, people
Marcel
like
Dion,
Dave
Taylor.
Luke Robitaille. Anyway, so we go to that game, and by the way, Drew Doughty's still great.
Yeah, he is.
Kopitar's still great. But what surprised me was how diverse the crowd was. Obviously, L.A., a lot of Hispanics, but they had Mexican-style ponchos that had Kings, garb. It was really cool. Yeah. And like I said, the Kings won, beat the Wild 6-0. Some really good fights in that game, though. Then we drive after the game direct to Vegas, but we stop because we don't want to drive 4.5 hours at night. Because we're old.
So eventually you get to Vegas,
yes.
and you see Bruce in Vegas.
On Friday.
So, but So when you bought these tickets, how do you buy the? Because your tickets ended up being in the pit,
right?
Which they have for Bruce shows. For people that don't know, there's the pit, which is you have the floor seats, and then you have the pit, which is kind of like standing room.
Right. So we got the GA general admission pit seats. I got them way before.
And you have to once you get to the pit, you have to stay in the pit, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can go to the bathroom. People, it's weird. Some groups, I guess, the Springsteen fans are pretty communal, and everybody's not. Anyway, you see, we got there a couple hours before the doors opened, and we were 49th and 50th online. So we were right up basically on the rail to the stage, or his little area where he comes out. So, and I'll do maybe another song, but I tweeted some videos that I took, and I'm the worst person shooting videos.
Yeah, you are. You're terrible at posting the videos or taking the videos.
Yes.
Posting, you're fine. It's just the video itself. The quality is.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was
as close as I've ever been, which was really cool. And he did a song called "Roll of the Dice" for Vegas, and people brought their own
people were throwing dice at Bruce.
Puffy, the puffy dice or whatever.
Your car.
So he gets a bottle of champagne and starts spraying everybody. Gives it to this woman in front of me or next to me, and she gives it to the guy, gives it to me. So we're all drinking champagne. Anyway, the seats were great.
Seats were great.
Conversely, the next night, same arena, we're in the last row. And if you've ever been to a Golden Knights game, it's right behind or right in front of the Fortress, which is where they have the cheerleaders and the drum line and all the night and all that kind of stuff. And it was really cool.
Is what we were going to say. You weren't going to say something else with SH.
No, I wasn't. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was cool.
So, but we started talking about this. Having seats like that at an event where you're right up front, right in the action. What are the best seats you ever had? And is that the best seats you've ever had for a Bruce show?
Pretty close. One year in the late 70s, me and a friend of mine, we slept outside the old Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland.
Sure.
And in those days, they didn't have, obviously, internet or anything like that. So we were first and second online, and they had a 10-ticket limit. So we had 10 in the first row and 10 in the second row for all our friends. So that was pretty cool.
So whether it's a concert or a sporting event or whatever event it was, what were the best tickets that you had? And do you have is there also a disparity you have?
Yeah.
With going to this, maybe the same venue like Sony had the next night, and you had seats that couldn't be as further away than you were. For me, I had some great seats to a couple shows at Pine Knob. A buddy of mine knew a guy. We had some seats to see Aerosmith when they were there, or as you would say, Aerosmith.
No, I'll say Aerosmith.
Okay. Aerosmith.
Because it's AER.
Yes.
If it was ARR, I would say Arrow. Yes.
So I think we had like fourth row, but the way that that stage set up, and I had like the last seat of the row, so the stage kind of curls around and ended up being kind of front row for that. So Joe Perry, the guitar player, would come out and do part of his solo, and he comes playing and he looks down and says, "Hey, how's everybody doing?" Like, Joe Perry is like, I can reach up and shake his hand. Oh, yeah. This is really crazy. But then it gets awkward because then Steven Tyler comes over to sing, and there's a bunch of the chick songs that Aerosmith has, and he's singing the songs, and I'm not going to sing it back to you, Steven. It's not going to happen here. I'm not going to sing crying and go back and forth here. So it was a little awkward, but great seats. I had second row, basically in the middle of the stage for Van Halen, for Eddie's last show in Detroit. And I took a picture. I took a bunch of pictures. But the picture that I took is the most perfect picture I've ever taken in my life.
Wow.
And I'm with my phone. And I had it blown up. I have a 16 by 20 photo on my wall in my house of Eddie that I blew up. And it's still incredibly it's just perfect. There's no blurring at all. It's as sharp as can be. I could blow it up, I think, twice as much, and it'd still be great. So that was awesome. I remember when I was in high school, I snuck out of school to get tickets to see Bon Jovi and Cinderella. Bon Jovi's on the Slippery When Wet tour. They're going to be at the Joe Louis Arena. Everybody got excited. So a buddy of mine snuck me out of school. We went to Record Outlet in Farmington Hills to go get our tickets. We stood in line. We were like 100th in line. By the time we got around, And we had to wait a couple hours before the tickets went on sale. By the time we got around to the ticket, they're like, okay, all that's left is behind the stage. Like, what? And we had money for like 10 people. We were buying tickets for 10 people. We had to buy the tickets. Like, this is all they had. Like, okay, I guess we'll take them. The next person in line, the woman goes, oh, they just announced a second show.
Oh.
The person right behind us got the best seats in the house because they were next in line for the first offer at the second show. So we got stuck with these crappy seats behind the stage. Wasn't good. We ended up going and we had to explain to everybody, there was because they're like, hey, there's a second show. I'm like, yeah. Well, we got the last tickets for the first show.
Well, yeah,
we didn't know. We had no idea.
There was no way you could know.
There was no way. This is way back before you had the internet, and who knew? Hey, tweeting out. Do you know? Guess what? They're going to do 2 shows in Detroit. Great. No, we got screwed. So, what was your awesome display? The great seats that you had for any event, whether it's a sporting event, a concert, whatever it was. And do you have something that kind of contrasts that, where you just got screwed out of great seats or whatever? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today. Doug will be back on Thursday's show. We're talking about Stoney went to Vegas over the weekend, and I was in L.A. as well, all over the place, seeing hockey games, watching the tournament in Vegas, and then finishing things up by watching Bruce Springsteen, as he's been known to do. Had great seats for the Bruce Show, and we were talking about one of the best seats you ever had for any event, whether it was a sporting event or a concert or whatever. And can he contrast that with maybe some bad seats and bad seat experiences you've had at an event? We're taking champ and chump votes as well. We want to talk about Tom Izzo in the future at Michigan State. He says he's going to die trying. He'll be coming back, but he's going to have to change. What does that mean? He's going to have to change. It means the portal and recruiting players more frequently in the portal. Also, the Lions, did they swing and miss with L'Jarius Sneed, or did they never even take a step up to the plate? L'Jarius Sneed gets traded from Kansas City to Tennessee for a third-round pick, a swap of seventh-round picks, and then he signs a 4-year contract worth $19 million per season to play for the Titans. And we'll see if the Lions have a move. I mean, we've got the Cam Sutton situation. They waived Cam Sutton with his legal issues coming up, and that will take effect officially, June 1st. But they still have a room for a corner with this. So did they make a mistake?
Do we want to do text first and then go to the phone?
Let's go to the phones first.
Okay.
We got some people who have been hanging on for a little bit here, and then we'll get to the text. We'll start with Mike in Waterford. Mike, welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Excellent. It was about 20 years ago or so. One of my first jobs, I was working at Joe's Army Navy over in Pontiac.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. And me and my buddy who was working with me, we were sitting at the counter, and these suits walk in. 3 of them walk around the whole building and then walk out. We're like, that's quite odd. And all of a sudden, they walk back in. There's an older guy walking with them. I'm like, who the heck is this? And one of the older coworkers is like, that's Billy Joel. And I'd heard, listened to his music, driving with my parents on the way to hockey, but never really seen the man. And at the end, he was buying, I don't know, some British paratrooper merchandise, a canteen, just some weird stuff.
What is Billy Joel doing at a random Army surplus store in Pontiac?
Well, he had a concert at the Palace, and he wanted to stop somewhere for some British military gear, and he heard Joe's Army Navy sold it, which they did. And the manager asked if we were going to his concert tonight. And we go, no, we don't have tickets. So he's, well, I'm going to leave 4 tickets at the box office for you. Go ahead. So my other coworker couldn't make it, and I ended up taking a girl I had been talking to there, and we had a great night. I mean, he pointed right at us, front row.
Wow.
I mean, we were right there. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Billy Joel, nicer to you than he was to his old band.
That's right. Him and Liberty DeVito, they have a little falling out. Yeah.
That's pretty great. That's pretty great. I love the fact that it's Billy Joel who's coming in and, I got some downtime. Yeah. Do you by chance have any British Army paraphernalia?
I need a canteen.
Yeah, and you got a canteen or something?
Yep.
All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. That's crazy. I want to do some sort of Billy Joel reset with songs, but I'm stuck on just Billy Joel 80s doo-wop is all I'm going to do. Cameron is in the car.
He was such an angry young man.
He was. There you go.
Hey, happy Monday, guys.
Hey, Cameron.
Yeah, so I think it's back in 2014 when I was stationed at Camp Pendleton, California. Me and my buddy got a hold of these exclusive Petco Park. I believe it's called the Bullpen Garden. Long story short, you show up at a brewing company, you get blitzed there, then they party bus you down to Petco Park, and then you kind of get escorted into like this back door where it's maybe 15 seats, and you're sitting in the Petco bullpen. And it's one of the most unreal field level experiences you can get.
Really?
I highly recommend trying to get Petco Park bullpen tickets.
It's out in San Diego watching the Padres play, and I've always wanted. That stadium's on a bucket list. I guess a place. I mean, it's not a bucket list, just on a list of places I want to check out for sure. So there's this whole little there's limited seats in this bullpen area, and you guys were there.
Yeah, it's all exclusive. Like all you can eat, all you can drink. The party bus takes you down there, and then they bus you back up to where you basically started.
So are you in the bullpen with them when the players are in there warming up, like to go into the game? Is there glass? You can just look right ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can hand balls over and they'll sign them for you. I mean,
wow,
you were just slapping hands with the bullpen guys. I mean, look up the photos. It's awesome. Highly, highly recommended.
I'll look. Hopefully, it's safe for work. I will look up the. He said slapping hands. Didn't say slapping. We're okay.
You get your balls signed. I think he was talking about baseball.
Well, he did say that. He did say that. I'll have to check that out. It looks for a baseball experience. Roger's in Detroit. Roger, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, yeah, you know, my wife and I just flew to London last week to see the Who at Royal Albert Hall.
Oh, wow.
And Heather was part of the reason why we went when they did the 2 Grand Slam in the morning. And she asked the question, where is Stonehenge located? And my wife and I on Tuesday morning weren't even sure we were going. And she asked that question, and I am really fortunate. I'm really good friends with Pete Townsend's chauffeur.
Oh,
and he texted us pictures of the tickets, which I sent to Nate, who is Stoney's friend. I teach with him in Livonia.
Oh, I know him. He's actually seeing Bruce in San Francisco this week.
Yeah, he's going with his sister to see it for his 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And so we booked tickets, and we get there, and I was probably 8 feet from Pete Townsend for the show. I mean, front and center. It was absolutely the best place. But the funny thing about it, we're talking with people. They were telling us that Springsteen was there for a concert in that area in London. Kensington is like a really posh area. And Springsteen was so loud that they unplugged his show. They shut him off. Him and Bon Jovi were on stage together, and they cut the concert.
Because they were too loud?
They were too loud, yeah. Too many people, too many rakerous people outside and gatherings and so on and so forth. And the call was made, and they unplugged the concert. They shut it down.
I heard it was at a concert in London where McCartney came on stage with them, and it went past the curfew. So
that's why they completely curfew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 10 o'clock and whatever it was, 11 o'clock. They were too loud, too many people outside, and so on and so forth. But Stoney, if Springsteen goes to Royal Albert Hall, go there. It will be the best venue you've ever gone to see a concert in your life. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, because how many people can fit in that?
6,000-ish.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for the call, Roger. Appreciate it. It's a nice size.
Yeah.
You know, instead of going to these arenas that seat 20,000 or stadiums that seat 80,000.
Right. It's
like
a
smaller venue, the better.
I really like Elvis Costello a lot, and he's playing with Daryl Hall at the Masonic, so that should be a pretty great venue. He only plays smaller venues anyway because he's not that popular.
Who, Elvis or Daryl Hall?
Elvis.
All right, fair enough.
We have some ticket texts on the tickets.
Yep.
The best tickets I ever had was at a Shock game, sitting courtside, and it's the row where the players run out. Got them for cheap. Signed Coach Walker from Detroit. Okay.
All right.
I went with a couple friends to the Van Halen reunion with Hagar. We paid for seats on the main floor that guaranteed us first 10 rows. They gave us row 9, and my buddy starts complaining that we got screwed again. A woman with VIP passes called us over and gave us passes that inside the stage. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
First 10 rows, you got row 9, and you thought you got screwed. You got guaranteed. How are you getting screwed?
What is that? You're guaranteed a front 10 seats.
It's like the Pistons in the lottery. You think you're going to get it better, but
that's different.
Yeah, exactly.
That's getting screwed.
Yes. 84-85, second row, Michael Jackson at the Silverdome. My husband caught a towel they tossed from the stage, stuffed it under his shirt. Ha ha, Marcy from Rochester Hills.
Wow. That's with the tour with his brothers, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Cousin got floor front stage tickets to Alice Cooper. My aunt and mother and them went. I couldn't make it. That was just a few years ago.
I would see Alice Cooper for the show because it's this visual experience.
Right.
I feel like you need to have really good seats. I saw Alice. I've only seen Alice play once. It was at Pine Knob, and we had seats on the hill. And for whatever reason, they decided to cut off the video on the big screens. This is a while back, like 15 years ago. So you couldn't have the video on the big screens. I'm like, why would you not have the video on the big screens so that everybody in the back can see? It's a visual show. I guess now they definitely don't cut that out, but to see the guillotine and the whole bit would be kind of fun. I'd like to do that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your great seats to an event story. Where were you? Also, is this a possibility for Michigan State in the portal? Wasn't sure this was going to be, and we're still not, there's no confirmation yet, but this is something that's being written about. We'll discuss it as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We'll get back to the phone calls in just a second regarding whatever you want to talk about, but we brought up the topic of great seats you've had to various events, whether it's a sporting event or a concert. Stoney just had some great seats at the Springsteen show in Vegas. And has had some not so great seats in Vegas too for the hockey game.
Yes, but hockey's okay. You can be upper bowl in hockey, be high up, and you can see the basketball's a different story because for some reason I hate upper bowl for basketball.
Yeah, well, because you really feel like you're far away. At least hockey, you get to see the ice and you see everything develop.
Football's pretty cool from up top too.
Basketball, not so much. Yes. I mentioned that a player may be hitting the portal in college basketball. We don't know yet. He hasn't said yet, but reading this article in the Detroit News from Tony Paul suggesting that Oakland U's Trey Townsend, who still has a year of eligibility left because of the COVID year, he's set to graduate in the spring here, but that it's likely that he will still use that year of eligibility, but probably not at Oakland U. And then at the end, it suggests perhaps a fit with Michigan State. Obviously, Izzo is looking to make some changes, and maybe that's something that would make sense. And yeah, of course it would make sense. Trey Townsend, star player for Oakland U, averaged 17 points a game and 8 rebounds a game this year for the Golden Grizzlies. But more importantly, the last 3 games he played,
he was a monster.
He was unbelievable. I mean, against Milwaukee in the Horizon League Championship game, he had 38 points and 11 rebounds. The opening round game against Kentucky, where Oakland U downed Kentucky, he had 17 points and 12 rebounds. He wasn't asked to do much of the scoring. He only took 9 shots in the game, or I should say, well, he took 15 shots in the game, but 6 to 15 because Golke was knocking down 10 3-pointers. And then in the game against NC State, they lose in overtime. Trey Townsend had 30 points and 13 rebounds. So in those 3 games, it's like a 28-point average with 11 rebounds. That's pretty good. Would that fit what Michigan State needs out of a wing player? Yeah, I think it would look nice.
Yeah, but he's not a great outside shooter, though.
No, he doesn't, but I don't know if he has to be. But here's the thing also. Would I like to have Michigan State? Absolutely. However, I love the story of him staying at Oakland U.
Right.
I don't want him to leave Oakland University. I hope he stays there. You know, Greg Kampe talked a little bit about it and said, look, I don't know if he's going to stay or not. Basically, love to have him. He's like a son. But there are greener pastures to go. So it'll help him make his decision, whatever he wants to do. But
not sure he's an NBA player because of the way he plays.
I doubt it.
He doesn't have the size.
Yeah.
And without a great outside shot, terrific college player. You know, he's got to do what he wants to do, obviously. And with NIL, I don't know what it is at Oakland. It's obviously not what it is at Michigan State. And so you look at it, all right, should I graduate and go make money playing in Europe or someplace like that or someplace else around the globe, or go back to school?
Go back to school, play somewhere, and then do it next year. I mean, the money you can make in NIL, depending on where, if you transfer to a bigger school, you get more NIL, which might pay you more than what you'd get in Europe, or certainly the G League. That's for sure. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Back to the phones we go. And Kevin is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, guys, great show. And this is such a great topic. I think it was back in 91 when Paul McCartney was touring again. I think he'd come out after Wings, and he was touring, and he was going to be at the Palace. And it was a Saturday. If you remember back then, you could go to, like, Harmony House, get a wristband a couple days before. They drew a number, and that's who started, and you would be in a line.
Yes.
So I told my wife, I said, listen, I got to work. You got to do this. And she's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. So we go Thursday. She gets the wristband on her wrist, and Saturday comes along, and she calls me at work, and she says, you're not going to believe it. She says, I walked in Macomb Mall, Harmony House, and she says, the line is wrapped from Harmony House all the way around the mall. And she says, from the walk from the door to Harmony House, I'm swearing your name. And she says, I'm going to be here all day. She says, I walked into Harmony House. She says, what do I do? And she says, well, what number are you on? I'll never forget this. She says, 594. They scream out, she's here. Number 1 is here. And so back then, I mean, we were young. There was no credit cards. I gave her enough cash for 2 tickets. and we sat right behind Arthur Penhollow, and in the second row, and they had the greatest program there, and there was a piece about his Hofner bass, and that he still has the playlist from Shea Stadium from the Beatles on the back of his Hofner bass. Paul McCartney's microphone split my wife and I where we were sitting, and you could see the tape from the. And I'm like,
you're holding it to the back of the bass. That's amazing.
Back of the bass. And it was they start the show with the Beatles music and everything, and you're like hair is standing up. It just was amazing.
I think you win. I mean, I know it's hard to look whether you like contemporary music or classic rock. It's hard to beat Paul McCartney with those seats, and then there's the story it's all about the playlist from Shea Stadium in the back of the guitar. Unbelievable.
It was really cool, and I'll never forget Arthur Penhollow. He was wearing an all blue leather suit from toe, and it was blue leather, and he was right in front of us. It was crazy, but yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. Great show.
Thank you. Wow, that'd be something. I've never seen McCartney.
That would be my second favorite concert, Wings Over America. So it was May of 1976. It was my senior year in high school. And the Flyers were in the finals, and they played the Canadians. And it was Flyers game 3, McCartney, and then game 4, 3 straight nights.
Wow. Yeah. And you got to do all 3?
Uh-huh.
In 1976? 76?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So that's the start of the Montreal winning.
Yeah, they beat Scotty's Canadians, beat the Flyers in 4 straight. All the games were really, really good.
LaFleur, Steve Shutt.
Exactly.
Wow.
Ken Dryden,
yeah, sure. Larry Robinson. Mm-hmm. Let's go back. And TJ is in Holly. Welcome to 97.1 Ticket. Hey, TJ. TJ. You, sir.
You know what else I remember about that McCartney concert? It was a gift from my older cousin, Joni, and she got me just stoned to the bejesus. And I sat there staring at Paul McCartney saying, oh, my God, it's a Beatle. It's a Beatle.
It's a Beatle? You're high as a kite.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Look at that. Mm-hmm. And you remembered it.
I remembered it.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Ken is in Fenton. Ken, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Ken.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right. How are you?
Hey, Gator. Hey, Stoney. Yeah, I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
Had a couple comments before I have a question for Stoney. Born and raised in Detroit. Went to Clarkston and Fenton, which I'm in right now. Grew up on Grand River at Redford St. Mary's, and I just wonder if you guys, because you're music guys, ever went to the Grandy Ballroom.
I'm not old enough. I'm not old enough to have gone to the Grandy Ballroom.
Here when I moved here in '86, so I think it was.
It was done before. Yeah,
I went to Harpo's when I moved here.
Yeah, Harpo's as well.
Yeah, I graduated high school in '71, and I went to the Grandy Ballroom. But the thing was, my first question was, I've been to a Springsteen concert, and I have a question for Stoney. But the first thing is that Cobo Arena, being that I was raised in Detroit on Grand River, we used to take the bus, and we saw so many concerts at Cobo Arena.
I can imagine.
Been there?
Yeah. Yes. No, I haven't. Well, yes, I have been there.
Actually, I saw Metallica play there years ago.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, because it is just a circular arena, the acoustics there were better than anywhere else. Everything bounced off the walls, even if you had minor seats or even up on the top.
Well, it wasn't. It's not a big place, right? You know. It's and thanks for the call. Cobo.
It was only like 13,000 for the Pistons.
Yeah, it didn't. And for concerts, you cut that in half because of what you have to do with the stage. It wasn't a very big venue, but that's what made it great.
Oh, I know.
Great. Yeah, I saw Metallica and Queensryche open up for him. I told the story before. That was when I swore off I'm never going to see Metallica again, not because of Metallica, but because the fans are so awful. I did go to the show when they were at Ford Field back in November. It was great.
Yeah.
Great. Totally different crowd.
I'm not a huge fan of their music, but I give them so much credit for doing what they did, where they played two completely different set
It was awesome.
Yes.
The Grandy Ballroom. Now, people don't know.
I haven't seen the documentary. I heard it's really good.
It's amazing because there's this venue that used to be in Detroit in the 60s and the 70s. And if you watch, there's a documentary about it, and I've seen it on PBS, and it's incredible because of all the bands and the artists that came through there, not only just came through, but played on the same shows. Like, you could have lived there and gone to shows for I bought a ticket for $2 and seen The Who, Led Zeppelin, Alice Cooper, Iggy Pop. I mean, I think David Bowie was there. Just all these amazing acts at the embryonic stages of their careers, and a lot of them were in the same show.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
It's unbelievable and unheard of to think of it today. It's amazing. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Stoney's cab driver had an interesting thing to say to him. Find it hard to believe. We'll see if you agree or not. Plus more of your calls at 248-539-9797. Ticket text as well. We continue here at 97.1, The Ticket.
The Red Wings are preparing for a critical matchup with the Capitals tomorrow. Jake Wallman has missed the last 3 games with a lower body injury. He did practice today. Derek Lalonde still unsure of his status for tomorrow. Jeff Petrie currently sick as well. He's questionable after not practicing either. Goalie Ville Husso, who hasn't played since February 16th, has gone through a few setbacks, and the team is still waiting for him to, quote, get comfortable before playing in an NHL game again. Lalonde also mentioning it is likely he'll head to Grand Rapids first. Dusty May agreeing over the weekend to a 5-year contract to become Michigan's new basketball coach. Here's FAU's radio voice Ken LaVicka on what to expect from his team. Tony Paul reporting that MSU assistant Mark Montgomery might be emerging as a serious candidate for the Detroit Mercy basketball job. He served as an assistant briefly for the program in 2021, following his exit from Northern Illinois. Finally, former Lions safety Cam Sutton, who is currently still on the run from police after an alleged domestic violence incident earlier this month, was talked about with Mike Tomlin at the NFL meetings today. He said, quote, "I've certainly reached out, but I'll just have that between us." At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's odd. You think that, crap belongs in a bathroom. That's Doug. No?
Yeah, I got it. By the way, I have a big question for you right now.
Okay, I
Real quick.
got big answers.
Who's Chimezi Metu?
That's a Detroit Piston.
Yes! He started yesterday.
Yes!
How did you? Oh, that's good. Look at the starting lineup. I go, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah. Well, I said the same thing last week when they signed into whatever 10-day contract or whatever the hell it was. Is that did I see this right? The 30th different starting lineup for the Detroit Pistons last night?
Yeah.
30.
Yep.
Now, I get it. It's a bad basketball team, but it's not devoid of talent. I would like to see, the problem is, say this every year. I'd love to see what they can do if they had so-and-so on the court together, right?
Yeah.
For an extended period of time. Let me see what they look like with Ivy, Cunningham, Duran, now Fontecchio, and, Stewart at the same time.
Only one of those 5 guys you mentioned played yesterday.
Ivy.
Yes.
Everybody else
the starting lineup was the aforementioned Metu, Troy Brown Jr., James Wiseman, Ivy, and Sasser. The bench, including a 13-point performance, Buddy Boeheim.
There you go.
Malachi Flynn with 17 points.
Or as I like to say, Malachi Flynn.
That's what I called him that once by mistake, and oh god, the morning guys gave me so much crap.
The Malachi Crunch.
And you know who else had a decent game last night? Tozan Avbukomawan.
Well,
that's why the Pistons are where they are.
Well, it is why they are where they are. Again, that's what I'm saying. I'd be nice to be able to see the guys play together for a little bit. I get it. The Fontecchio didn't come until the trade deadline, but
he's hurt too.
Right, everybody's hurt. It's. Are they helpless? Are they just helpless? They're gonna. The Knicks could likely get the top pick in the draft, and yet, is there anybody in the draft this year that's being bandied about as a generational player?
Right. Knowing their luck, they will get it this year when we needed it the most last year.
Right. I mean, they did get it a few years ago with Cade Cunningham, and he's a really good player, but
he's not generational.
He's not generational, correct, even though he's improved each year, and I'm encouraged. But again, he didn't play yesterday.
Right.
That damn team.
Take the Knicks, lay the 16.5 tonight.
Yeah?
Maybe. I don't know.
What you got? I don't know if I do that.
No Alec Burks.
Oh, well, that makes a difference. That does make a difference. Speaking of making a difference, all right, so you came back from your weekend. We're still taking calls at 248-539-9797 regarding great seats you've had in an event because you were at the Springsteen show in Vegas. You also saw a hockey game in Vegas.
Yes. So I come home yesterday around 5:30. Now, I know people believe, they probably think I have a limo driver that picks me up at the airport and all that kind of stuff. That myth's been going around for years.
No, it's a helicopter.
No, well, gave him the day off yesterday. It was a little too cold.
Nice, yeah.
No. Well, so I park where airlines park in the yellow bus.
I do that all the time.
It's great. It's a great deal. And you get the AAA discount or whatever. So it's like $13 a day, which is cheaper than...
It's a lot cheap. It's half the price, I think.
Anyway, so I get in the bus, and the guy starts talking to me, and he just, how you doing? Good. He goes, I'll tell you. And I don't... Usually the people that'll recognize me, they'll, listen to the show, whatever. This guy I don't think knew it was me. But he starts bitching about the NCAA tournament. Man, I always look forward to the tournament every year, and it's really not that good. I got to tell you something. The women's is much better. The women's tournament so far, much, much better. I'd rather watch the women's tournament than the men's tournament.
Okay. So let's dissect this a little bit.
Yeah.
In order for him to have an opinion like that, means that he has watched both tournaments, and he's come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Now I'm respectful of what the women's game is. And I've talked about it. I think that, this year has been great with Caitlin Clark and what she's done, and it's what she did last year, what LSU did last year to end that, and they won the championship and get all that controversy. It was great, right? And I think great for the sport. And then you see the games at the end this year when Caitlin Clark's getting close to the record, and the ratings went through the roof, and they really did. It wasn't just like, oh, it's good for women. No, I mean the ratings were fantastic,
right?
And I would imagine that the games that Iowa is playing in, the ratings are probably pretty good for this tournament. Mm-hmm. And I wondered if people started to tune in to the women's tournament because there is all this support for the game right now, because it's top of mind. It's all over your feed. Hard not to notice what Caitlin Clark is doing because everybody's tweeting about it. Maybe people are just going to start to watch it. Then you had Charles Barkley come out and say that the women's game is a better game because it's played with more fundamental sound, yes. And it's not played above the rim necessarily. They're parts of the game that are better from a basketball standpoint. But to say that the tournament is better, I don't know if them's fighting words, but I just, again, it means that you're spending time watching both tournaments, or tournaments, as you would say.
That's right.
And you've made that decision. Have you watched any of the women's tournaments?
I've watched some of it because I was in Las Vegas, and my worst bets were betting on the women this year. Usually they're pretty good because the first round they're usually just blowouts.
Right.
And I did a 4-team parlay on Friday or Saturday, where I had like Iowa giving like 37 and this one giving whatever, USC giving 32.5, and they won by 32. So I lost that by half. I lost all four of the women's bets I made. I did win one though. I won Texas dominating Drexel. But other than that, I haven't watched that much. I will look. It's South Carolina, who's unbelievable. If they play Iowa, I don't know. Well, I actually do it. I don't have the bracket in front of me. I actually can get it in a second. But the way it'll work out, maybe I'll watch some of it. I mean, North Carolina beat Michigan State, women too, by 3 points.
Well,
South Carolina beat North Carolina yesterday, 88-41.
That's 47 points for you.
Yeah, I should have bet that one. Yeah. But look, Iowa's got West Virginia, and then who knows what's going to happen after that. LSU's always interested to see what kind of outfit
Kim Mulkey's
going to be wearing, among other things, in her world right now. But that's a whole different story. I don't want to go there. But yeah, it is. I will watch a little bit if it's on. If it's between the men and the women at the same time, which won't happen in the Final Four, there's not a shot in hell unless it's a blowout, and I'll switch to the other one. Might be a close game. I mean, I had a friend of mine who, in our college, thread says, South Carolina would kill us, meaning American. We're a mediocre D1 team, same league that Colgate's in. I say, are you crazy? We would beat them by 35 points. They wouldn't even get shots off. And we're not good.
This is true.
And it's no disrespect to them.
No, it's not.
And I think it's a height thing.
Yeah, it's a height thing. It's an athletic thing. It's not only height. It's can jump as well,
yes.
and it's just there are physical limitations. I get it. It's like when people say things like, "Oh, this college team could beat this pro team." No.
Yeah, and by the way, Mike Greenberg, who's been on this awful run lately with takes, I guess today he said that Connecticut could make the playoffs in the NBA East.
No.
I mean, come on.
No, that's just ridiculous.
Of course.
I don't know why people have it. It's beyond a hot take. It's a stupid take.
Right, exactly.
But that's just, when you think about it, when people say things like they've said things in the past, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
That Alabama team, or that Georgia team for a couple of years ago, they could have.
They could beat the Lions.
No.
Because they have about 15 guys that might, at the most, are going to even make the NFL.
Right. Where all these guys are literally in the NFL.
Yes.
Stop it. Just stop it.
Right. The difference between women's and men and athletics is such a difference. It's physical. It's not it's no fault.
They're both great in their own way.
The women's game is great. I love watching women's tennis. Serena would be lucky to win a game against the 150th ranked man. I mean, she serves 115, let's say. These guys are serving 135, 100. It's ridiculous.
It's a different game.
Yeah.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karshner Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today. Doug will be back on Thursday's show. We're taking your calls and texts as always at 248-539-9797.
Wait, hold on. Doug's coming back. Isn't that the first Tiger game?
Yes. Opening day for the Tigers. They open at...
what time's that game?
It's Chicago time, so I don't know if it's a great question.
Yeah. I'm not going to get the benefit.
Oh, no.
Short show.
No, you don't, because you're working with me on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's a great question. When is it? Because something's telling me that is a later in the afternoon game, and it's a 4:10.
Oh, okay.
4:10.
So
it's a 4:10 kickoff in baseball.
So Mike and Rico have a shorter show. Yeah.
That's right.
2-hour show. All right, we got some ticket texts on both the seats that we were talking about and the deal with, the women's NCAA tournament. When I went to see the Harlem Globetrotters, I had 4th row floor seats, center court. That's from Jimmy and Lyon Township. Hey, if you want to go see the Globies, that's where you want to go see them, because you might get, confetti and all that stuff in you.
Sure. You want to be if you want to be part of the show. I was terrified to be part of the show.
Right.
Do you think a Globetrotter team could have competed against an NBA team?
Not now, no. Took my younger sister, who was back in the day. Wilt played for the Globies one year, so it's possible. They had really good players, and there were less players there were less teams in the NBA too. Took my younger sister, who was disabled, to see Metallica and had to sit in a disabled spot. A roadie came up and gave us front row center and backstage passes.
Wow.
Chuck in Knoxville. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Best and worst seats. 1986, morning of Michigan-Minnesota football game. My sister called to give me 2 tickets her roommate bought for her parents who couldn't make it. 50-yard line, row 1. Problem is, before they lowered the field, we couldn't see because we were behind the Minnesota bench. Michigan also lost to Ricky Foggy and the Gophers. Oh, that was cost them its chance at the national championship. Led to Jim Harbaugh guaranteeing the Ohio State victory the following week. Trey Townsend leading OU would tarnish his Oakland legacy. Oakland has had players like Kay Felder, Jamal Cain, Kendrick Nunn make it to the NBA from Oakland. Countless others overseas. To move to a high major or just to make a quick buck NIL for single season would be bad for reputation. Stay at Oakland, get a contract playing pro overseas would be the best move.
I don't think it would tarnish his image at all. In fact, it would come with the endorsement of his own coach. I mean, if he doesn't have a problem with it, nobody should have a problem with it. I'd love for him to stay at Oakland U.
Right.
I think it would be amazing. You got another year there and, see if he can get right back to the dance there, because guess who's going to have to work the portal? Mm-hmm. Greg Camping.
Yes. Pearl texts in and says, just listening on the radio, good story. When I was 5 or 6 years old, my father took me and my sister to see the Beatles at Cobo. The police were like, what are you doing with these little kids? We were second row in these folding chairs, and the screaming was so crazy. The cop came, picked me and my sisters, and my dad followed, and they sat on the stage for the concert. Just thought I'd share that.
Sat on the stage?
For the Beatles.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, my Lord. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
That's crazy talk.
Wow. Also, women's versus men, NCAA tournament. The best game of the weekend was Stanford, Iowa State. I did see a little bit. I was going back and forth. It went into overtime last night. Amazing back and forth affair. Women's tournament is hands down more entertaining. I put together a 10-team parlay on Friday and Saturday in the men's tournament, all money line bets, and the only team that screwed me was Auburn. I got it to where I was being paid $220-1.
Okay.
Wow.
That's quite a turnaround there. If for the previous texter, if you're going to say that it's hands down better, why? What makes it better? I'm curious, and I'm not being accusatory. I'm asking. Right. I don't know, because I haven't spent a minute watching the women's tournament. Why is it better?
We might have an answer here.
Oh, okay.
I've watched both tournaments, and the women's have had some great games that might be better. Women's have some better storylines, not just Clark. Juju Watkins, I believe she's at USC, is unbelievable. Kim Mulkey and the LSU team playing inconsistent is interesting. And, of course, like I mentioned, it's on the ticket text, it's what South Carolina's doing.
Yeah, undefeated season, right?
Yes. The Lady Cox. I mean, come on. How can't you root for the Lady Cox? All right, Gator, I'll let you get your breath together. Let's go to Rodney in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
So, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago or so, I got a notice that Stevie Wonder was coming to town for Songs in the Key of Life, where he was going to play all the songs on that particular album. And these were VIP early tickets. So I got on and wanted to impress my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife. And I was able to get front row seats right in the middle, right in front of him.
Wow.
In addition to that, I'm talking to the guy next to me who's front row, and we're chatting it up, and he flew into town for the concert, and all these people started coming up to get his autograph. It was Boss Skaggs who was there, watching it. And then the cherry on top was they gave you the seats that you were sitting in that were branded Songs in the Key of Life to take home with you. So it was all pretty cool.
That was awesome. Unfortunately, Stevie didn't get to see you.
What is this low hanging fruit day?
Yes.
What are we doing? Stop it.
Did you see the making of the documentary for the song "We Are the World"?
I did not.
It is great.
I've heard about it.
The whole best thing in the movie. The best thing was, at least for me, Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles go to the bathroom, and one of the guys goes, "Boy, talk about the blind leading the blind." It was unbelievable. I didn't say that.
Okay. Yeah, sure. It's a disability, Stoney. It's a horrible disability.
That's a conspiracy theory that's been out there for years. I don't prescribe to it, but I've heard it.
What?
He's not really blind.
Oh, come on.
Yes, you've never heard that before?
No, I've never heard that.
Oh, yes. That's been around for a while. I think it's BS, but whatever.
Well, getting back to it, to be at a Stevie, I've never seen Stevie Wonder live.
I saw him once at Pine Knob. It was very good.
Yeah? I bet it is.
He is incredible.
Phenomenal. A legend. Mike is next up here at 97 Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing? Huge fan, guys.
Thank you.
I got two quick ones. The first one is my father-in-law. He worked at a liquor store in Naples, Florida as a retirement, and he had Brian Johnson from AC/DC always come in. He didn't know who he was. And then they finally told him, he goes, my son is the biggest fan of you ABCD guys. And Johnson said, what did you say? He goes, biggest fan of ABCD. He thought it was so funny. He goes, listen, we're going to be in Detroit, get him backstage passes for him and the wife, and come on in. They wanted the backstage passes, had a great time, and then they said, hey, let's go party on the bus. So my brother-in-law and his wife, who's quite attractive, came out, and Angus said, she can come on the bus, but you can't.
Oh,
and my
power move.
And my brother-in-law said, hell no, get off the bus. The second one is my brother, he guarded personal bodyguard for everyone that played at Auburn Hills as a rock, for any kind of rock. He picked him up at Townsend out in Bloomfield Hills.
Right.
He picked up Billy Idol. He goes, Mr. Idol, I'm your personal bodyguard. What is it you need? He goes, I need a brunette before I start, a blonde halfway through, and a redhead. And at the end, my brother said, can I ask you a question, Mr. Idol? He said, I already know the answer. It's great being an effing rock star.
You're my effing idol.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. I remember hearing Billy Idol do an interview on the radio years ago. When I first started in this business, I was driving around as a courier at the time. And he was doing a live interview with one of the local DJs and got a little frisky with the language, like did not care. And the DJ had to try to reel it in. Like, hey, Billy, hey. See, it was Arthur Penhall. Like, hey, Billy, easy on the language. We're live in Detroit. He goes, oh, sorry, mate. And then he just did it again. They just had to dump it. Say, all right, thanks, Billy. That's somebody.
I didn't know you started out as a courier.
Yeah, here at this station.
Wow.
Yeah, mailroom, working my way up. That's how I do it, man.
I guess.
Hard work and perseverance can pay off.
Damn right.
Take advantage of opportunities.
That's right. You get to work with idiots like me.
Legends like you. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back. A lot going on today. Obviously, recapping kind of what happened over the weekend. NCAA tournament stuff. Oakland U beating Kentucky was fantastic. Being in the game against Carolina State, having a chance to win it at the end of regulation. It didn't go their way. They go to overtime and unfortunately lose and end that run that they had. But nice effort from Oakland U over the weekend, and they did themselves proud, taking care of the number 3 seed Kentucky. Michigan State getting it done the opening round over Mississippi State, and unfortunately then the nemesis being North Carolina, number 1 seed in the tournament or in the region, and look what happens. No good.
No.
They had a 12-point lead. Michigan State had a 12-point lead about halfway through the first half.
And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm in Vegas watching, I said, this man is unbelievable, because usually everybody says Izzo's greatest strength is from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah. And here it is. They got a 12-point lead. I think it was 28 to 14 at the time, or 28 to 16 at the time. And they had a chance to extend it to 14-point lead twice. Couldn't get that done. And then Carolina just puts the boot on the throat. They go on a 15-0 run, a 24-3 run to end the first half. And it felt like it was over. Michigan State, they scrapped, they clawed, they got their way back into the game, made it, I think, a 2-point game on a number of occasions in the second half, but just couldn't get over that hump. And then it was too much. Carolina knocking down shots that some of them were like, you got to be kidding me that we made that. And then Michigan State didn't do themselves favors by missing all the shots.
I just can't figure out why he did not call a timeout during that
in the first half
run.
Yeah, well, I think there's plenty of reasons to question what went on this season with Michigan State, and Izzo was at the forefront of that afterwards. And he says he knows he's got to change, he's got to adapt to what college basketball is. Michigan State's got to take more advantage of the portal. You're not just going to dip in there to grab a player. I think you have to go in there and look at a number of players. They've got some turnover on the roster. And look, this is just how college basketball is these days. And when you've got the world of NIL now, and you've got some backing of some very, very high-profile people with deep, deep pockets that are really germane to the basketball program, you would think that Michigan State could, go ahead and get some pretty good players and try to get back to where they were and competing for championships again. Because it's been a while since they were in the Final Four. It's not like it's been 15 years, but I mean, he has not had success in a tournament in the last 5 years. I think he's gotten to the Sweet 16 once. So. That's unfortunate. And then the questions surround what's the future for Tom Izzo. Well, he says he's staying. He's gonna die trying to get this thing back in the right direction. And we'll see where that is. L'Jarius Sneed doesn't sign, but ends up agreeing to a trade to Tennessee. Kansas City sends him to Tennessee for a 3rd-round pick and a swap of 7th-round picks, and he promptly signs a 4-year contract with the Titans that'll pay him $19 million a season. And we as Lions fans can't help but think, wait a minute, could the Lions have gotten in on that? Because there were rumors that the Lions were one of those teams with very interest in L'Jarius Sneed. What was the price going to be? It ends up being a 3rd-round pick. But the bigger price is the $19 million a year. Doesn't look like the Lions wanted to commit that kind of money. In the end, he goes to Tennessee. The Lions still with a cornerback situation now that existed before and really exists now with the Cam Sutton situation.
Correct. Look, Brad Holmes has done a magnificent job here, but you have to, I guess they did explore it. One of these years, you're going to say, you know what? We are really close. And one of our biggest weaknesses is a dominant cornerback. And you have a chance to get one. And if you have to overpay a little bit, you do it. That's my only, take, because it makes no sense to me. You're basically living on a prayer, to take a John Bon Jovi
there you go.
tune, right?
Well, there's still options of what you can do. There's guys out there, players are rumored to be available through trade, or if you want free agency and go that route, you could still get some really good players in free agency, and now get them at a really discounted price, which makes all the sense in the world. Now's the time for the 1-year contract. This is where you get flooded with 1-year contracts, which is what they did last year. And I think that they will make a move. I don't think they're going to sit on their hands here. I think they're still going to make a move. We'll see how it's made. All right, buddy, you're going to have to work the phones here because the screen is out again for me.
Okay, so Ray has been holding the longest.
Oh.
And obviously, we're on hold with Ray. So,
that's not how that works.
We're done with Ray. Sorry. You want to talk about the Pistons anyway. Craig in Fowlerville, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, best tickets I ever got was Super Bowl in Detroit in one of the premium suites because two executives, customers couldn't make it because we had the big snowstorm the night before. And I got to go, and we were on the same floor. If you went out on the hallway, we saw John Travolta, Usher, and the Rolling Stones walk right by us.
Wow.
And those were the best seats that I ever had for anything. But the reason I was calling in is about the whole female-male comparison in sports, which is getting a lot of grind. And I can't believe Greeny is even making such an idiotic statement. I usually like him, but that's ridiculous. I do coach junior high boys basketball, and I will tell them to watch a girls basketball game because they set their, as Charles Barkley said, with the fundamentals, they set their picks better. They set up the pick better. They pick and roll better. They pass better a lot of times. So I'd rather have them watch that than have them watch an NBA game, that's for sure, as they're trying to learn the game of basketball. But to say that can even compete, I don't get it. Because, you can see the interview with Serena Williams that said she played the number 100 or 150 ranked men's player just to keep her going and get good competition, and said she didn't win a point. The U.S. Olympic team, women's hockey team, played a junior team, not even a good junior team, like tier 3 junior team, and we're losing 7-0 after 2 periods with no checking. I mean, it's just, at the end of the day, it's the same with comparing college to pro. I mean, those are just ludicrous statements. I don't know why people continue to make them.
You're right. And, Chuck Daly used to say the difference between college basketball and pro basketball is that they're two different sports. And it's the same thing thanks for the call, Craig, between men and women's basketball and men and women's sports. They're different sports. You can still sit there and say, I love women's basketball, but don't you think for a second that South Carolina, as great as they are, could even compete with a great high school team?
Yeah, it's just that's it's hard to believe, but people would still have the viewpoint. Love the sport, give them all the credit.
Yes,
it's great, but the physical limitations are there.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do about it.
No,
at least you don't want them to do anything about it. Bill and Dryden, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, I'd let you know best seats I had. I was on the opposing team penalty box for the McCarty-Lemieux fight.
Oh, wow.
And it was
the anniversary is tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't remember the date. But
it's March 26th.
Come on How can
now.
you not remember
Come
the
on.
date? That's one of the most famous dates, if not the most famous date in Detroit sports history.
March 26, 1997. Come on, man.
Yes.
You got it. Yes.
You were there.
It was also the worst seat because I missed the first 5 seconds of the fight because we were so low. We had to wait for the other players to skate out of the way in order to see it because we were on the opposite side of the
I was going to say the other thing. That's right, because you were over. Now, had you been on the bench side, you wouldn't have seen it at all because he would have been turtling up against the boards and you just wouldn't have been able to see him.
No, this is the second fight.
Oh, so it wasn't much when we said, no, this is the one with Ozzy and Vernie. And Ozzy and Wah is the one he's talking about then. By the way, Gator, this should really make you happy because I know you love
he's going to talk about the one where there's like literally 5 guys from each team are in the box at one time. You had Shanahan, McCarty, and Larionov. All these guys are in the penalty box because Larionov starts it up with Peter Forsberg of all people.
I know. It's crazy.
What a great
Gator,
what a great
I know the way you believe in this, and you're going to hate this. You probably saw it already, but we didn't talk about it publicly. The NFL announced today that the Lions have been awarded global markets programming rights for Germany and Canada. The Lions will embark on a strategic expansion into the Canadian, German, Austrian, and Swiss markets. So people might want to draw their conclusions, and maybe the Lions will be playing in Germany this year. I don't know.
Or
Austria,
in the very
or
near
Switzerland?
future.
Yeah.
Well, Yeah, I'm not a big fan of playing the league overseas. And I don't know why it's an anti-London thing more than it is. Like we talked about, hey, would you like to go watch them play overseas? And I've typically been like, no, not really. I went on a trip to Europe when I was in high school to Germany, Austria, and Switzerland.
Wow.
It was a 1-week trip through school, and it was fantastic. I had a great time. And would I like to go back to Frankfurt or to Munich or to Lucerne or wherever in Switzerland?
In October.
Yeah. Get Oktoberfest? Yeah. Would it be actually September? But yes, I would love it. And Austria was fantastic. So as much as I'm normally against it, it gives me nice feelings about my youth.
I went to London once. That's the only time I've been to Europe I went to Israel once for a week. But in junior year of high school or senior year, class trip or whatever, it was just London. That was great. I'd go back.
I actually would like to go, but I don't want to see a football game, I guess, is my thing.
No, I'd love to go if I could do Wimbledon and then go to Liverpool to see, the Beatles' old stuff that's there that I hear is great. The tours.
Just go tour and stuff?
Yeah.
That's cool. Did you ever see the James Corden bit with Paul McCartney?
Yes,
when he's going through his old,
it was awesome.
Sits in his old house.
Yes.
And then they go to that pub.
Yeah.
And they're behind a curtain, and they press. They go and put something in the jukebox, and somebody presses the jukebox, and the curtains open up, and it's Paul McCartney and a couple other people, and they start playing Beatles songs.
Yes, it was great.
It's amazing. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Yeah, there are some rule changes in the NFL. It's interesting. Tony mentioned the sponsorship, but the Lions actually put in a request to have a rule changed, and it worked. The NFL is saying, yes, we are taking up that recommendation.
We're listening to the Lions now.
Does that make you feel like things are really officially changing now with the way that the Lions are perceived nationally and more specifically by the NFL at all? Do you feel like things are starting to change or they've already changed? We'll discuss it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you'd like to call or text. It's how we handle things here at The Ticket. Let's go back to the phone, Stoney, and we'll talk with John, who's next up here, 97 Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. I was just calling in. I went to the Snoop over the summer.
I'm sorry, you got to say it again. You went to the what? You broke up there. You went to what?
The Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa concert over the summer.
All right.
And a friend of mine actually played bass on a lot of the Snoop Dogg records back in the day, and he hooked us up with backstage passes, so we saw the whole thing at Pine Knob from behind the stage.
Oh, that's cool.
And that was by far the coolest concert experience I've ever had.
What did it smell like?
You couldn't see that far into the crowd, I'll tell you that much. It was,
I'm going to guess.
A lot of weed, huh?
I'm going to guess weed.
Yeah.
A lot of weed.
Yeah, they were throwing them out into the crowd. It was pretty wild.
All right,
It's legal.
Thanks for calling, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is now. You ever been backstage at Pine Knob?
I don't think so.
I was there once. Backstage, a buddy of mine, he knew a producer that got him tickets, and so we got to go backstage it was for Peter Frampton and Cheap Trick.
Oh.
So we got back there, and we got to meet Robin Zander and I'm drawing a blank on the guitar player from Cheap Trick. And they were awesome. Really cool. In fact, we're talking to Rick Nielsen, the guitar player, and Rick Nielsen. He's like, look, after a while, he realized we're guitar guys. He's like, go get my roadie, and he'll show you all my guitars. We're like, this is awesome.
Wow.
So we got to get this like private tour of his guitars, including the 5-neck guitar that he has. That's kind of like a cartoon caricature of him. Really, really cool. But the coolest thing, and the funniest thing we saw backstage is he went out to take off, and he had in his hand a Cheap Trick one-hitter.
Oh, nice.
With the black and white checkerboard thing. Uh-huh. It was pretty cool. Yeah. So, and we got to see Peter Frampton, a couple of his guitars were just great. And they had second row for that.
Very nice.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
I saw Peter Frampton when Frampton Comes Alive came out at the old JFK Stadium in Philly where they used to have the Army-Navy game.
Yeah.
And it was one of those first super concerts back in the 70s. He wasn't even the headliner. It was Poussette Dart Band, Gary Wright, Peter Frampton, and Yes. When Yes was very popular. And Peter Frampton blew Yes away. He was so good.
Frampton's a phenomenal guitar. And still was when I saw him, which was probably 8 years ago. He was still great.
I think he's going to be in town or was in town recently.
I think you're right. I think you are correct. Tony is next up here, 97 Ticket. Hey, Tony.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. I got a great story I had to share. I've been in the car the last 12 hours waiting to jump on. It's well worth it. Buddies and I were out smoking cigars downtown Detroit, and Bill Burr walks in.
The
of
comedian.
Course, with a couple guys like act natural, don't look at them, don't say anything.
You're saying, I'm sorry, just so people know, the comedian Bill Burr is what you're saying.
Right, the comedian Bill Burr. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear.
It's okay.
But
funny as hell.
He comes into the cigar lounge. I get up and I talk to him. He was a little stoic, a little standoffish. One of the guys had a birthday, so I bought him around a drink and some cigars. And then Bill was like, hey, would you like to go see me perform? It was like 2 days later, 3 days later up at the Fox. I was like, absolutely. So I get 2 tickets. I get to go backstage. I get to sit in the first row, all with my wife. And then when it's over, we made a beeline over to go backstage. I've never been backstage anywhere. And I felt so good for my wife to see this, number one. But the way Bill treated me, I would never forget it. It was just awesome. And he gave me 10 cigars when I left.
Wow. Did you know he's a huge Boston Celtics guy?
Did not know that.
Oh, yeah. He's a big Boston sports guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I told my wife real quick. I told her, hey, Bill Burr, she really wasn't familiar with him. We put him up on Netflix. You know, his stand-up is a little rough. She kind of looked at me, but she ended up having a great time, like a phenomenal time. So it was a lot of fun and a great experience.
All right, thanks for the call, Tony. We appreciate it. I have a friend of mine, musician friend of mine, who had a chance to meet Bill Burr. And he says one of the nicest humans he's ever met in his life.
That's great.
Yeah. And the same night, he met The Undertaker. He was at some event, and it's like random. My buddy's got all these great stories.
Well, was the Undertaker as nice as Bill Burr?
He said the Undertaker was a very nice man, a very sweet man, is what he said. He said Bill Burr was awesome. Hey, Rico.
What's up, Rico?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Good, man. Wow, what are you going down memory lane of people you
We just Stoney had some great seats for the Springsteen show in Vegas, and so we just started talking about great seats you've had to any event, whatever it was, and kind of contrasting it with awful seats that you had.
Because I was like first row Friday night for a concert, and then the hockey game we were in the last row.
Yeah.
Same arena.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
So kind of cool, a lot of fun. Yes. So we had people going all memory lane on different stuff that they've been to while mixing in sports. What do you guys got coming up?
I was about to say the best seats I ever had was an Earth, Wind, and Fire concert.
Oh, there you go.
And it was a surprise concert. Nobody knew it was happening. Magic just happened to bring him in with him, and it was like a room of 100 people.
Oh, man.
Wow.
They performed there an entire show.
It's like a Gator's house.
It's like Gator Palooza.
Yeah.
We're burying the lead here.
Rico's hanging out with
Magic Johnson. There's a little humble brag.
I know.
Yeah, it's only like 100 people. You know, Magic, myself, and 98 others, and
I'm
Earth,
just
Wind, and
disappointed
Fire.
you don't call him Irvin.
He said, call him Magic in public.
Oh, okay. So did you have fun the rest of your time in Vegas? I got to obviously see you guys on Friday.
Stoney, you were one of the highlights of the trip. And
boy, that must be a bad trip then, because I wasn't even high.
Oh, boy. I woke up to find out I won money. I got to mail the ticket back because I put GCU. And I was like, wait. Because I'm going to the airport with Hatchet. I'm like,
oh, Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I'm like, Hatchet, did Grand Canyon win? But the sports books aren't open when we hop back on the plane at 5:30 in the morning. So, but no, it was fun.
You know what you're going to have to do? Cash the ticket.
Yeah, I'm going to have to mail it back in. You'd be amazed, like at a casino, like everybody's like, I don't know what to do with this. I'm like, what do you mean it's closed? Like Vegas closed, but certain
They're not supposed to close, right?
Right. I'm like, can I just go to the cashier? And they're like, no, you got to go to the sports book to cash this out.
Yeah, that's a pain.
Sports books do close.
I did not know that.
Although one year we were there and it was open till like 4 a.m. Vegas. Why? Because Australian horse racing was on.
Okay.
They don't have that anymore, at least in the casino that I used to go to.
They have dingo racing too, or just
no
emu racing, or cassowary racing?
No. But we got Izzo saying he wants a deeper run in the tournament, or he's going to die trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, quote and Fitty.
What happens first?
That'd be a Twitter poll.
Right. But the future of Michigan State basketball, nonetheless, is something that's coming up, and I'm sure you're going to recap what happened there. But look forward to it. Mike and Rico coming up next year. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin was asked if he had reached out to his former player Cam Sutton since his alleged domestic violence incident earlier this month. At the NFL meetings this morning, he replied, "I certainly have, but I'll just leave that between us." He was questioned further if he spoke with him, which he responded with, "None of your business." Tony Paul reporting earlier this hour that Mark Montgomery might be emerging as a serious candidate for the Detroit Mercy men's basketball job.
Good, take him. I need you to lower your voice. Not that exciting.
He briefly coached for the Titans in 21, after departing
from
Northern Illinois following a 10-year run as head coach. Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham has been rumored about considering the transfer portal, but he dispelled that earlier, saying, quote, "There are always going to be rumors. Michigan is where I want to be." Graham had 3 sacks and 7.5 TFLs last season. Running back Donovan Edwards also speaking to the media, praising his new position coach Tony Alford today. Alford coming off a stint with Ohio State in the same role. Edwards also mentioned that he's gained 14 pounds leading into the season. Lastly, Purdue, Gonzaga, Creighton, and Tennessee are the 4 teams that will play in the Midwest Regional LCA beginning this Friday. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we are ready to roll on a Monday. We got a lot to do today, Rico. Some of it tournaments, some of it baseball. That's right, baseball. We're about 72 hours away. And yes, we got to talk one note about the Lions and why I'm not angry about something. But let's just start out. Let's do it. I don't know, Kenny. I don't know if we have the audio and it's not important because listening to Izzo talk sometimes is just brutal on the senses. Mike, I'm going to die trying. So after yet another predictable ass beaten by North Carolina, Izzo doubled down on something. And look, we're going to have a conversation about it. And I don't know if you're going to like it or not. I don't much care. It's just talking. And you can have your opinion. And I just need you to sell me this pen. Kenny, do we have? All right, so this is him after getting drilled by UNC. Take a listen. All right, so one note I'll just say at the start, and I don't want to nitpick, and I don't want to make this the biggest part of this. I know it's raw, and it's in the post game, and I'm not going to, hang him on this. I don't want to hear about a deep run. I want to hear about a second national title. Because, what is a deep run exactly? Well, I'll tell you, it's something he's only done once in about the last decade. But my point is, it's all about the second national title. Now, I know it's late. I don't want to, Rico, I don't want to have, maybe he would choose a different word, but let's have a conversation about this. Me and you, and then Spartan Nation, I guess. And then, yeah, if you're not a fan of Michigan State, you could still have an opinion. I want to hear your take first, not as a setup. I just want to see.
Kenny, you see that rake over there?
No. I want to see how close we are or far apart before we start the peace negotiations.
I've heard him say this before. It was right after they lost to UCLA. I want to say it was 2008. First round of the tournament.
Smith game?
Yes. They were in Memphis. They lose the first round to UCLA, and he came out and said a lot of the same things. And we all thought, Tom, whatever. But then he backed it up, and they started winning Big Ten titles again. They went to the Final Four back-to-back years. Team got good, but it looked like as if he lost his way. I would say this, Tom, it's easy to say that. Are you willing to put in the work to get the deeper runs? Because if you get the deeper runs, you can get to the Final Four, you can get to the national title game. But you got to get out the first weekend. The Sweet 16 can't be the new standard at MSU, or, then the game has passed you by. He realizes that. You can't say you want to do all of this if you're not willing to put in the work. It's like the smoker who was like, I want to quit smoking, so I'm just going to cut down to like 5 packs a day. You're not really trying to quit smoking. You got to just put the cigarettes down. You got to go put in the work. You got to develop your players better. You got to go get the portal better. You got to win games, those tough games in November and December that everybody says don't count. Yeah, you got to go win those games against the Dukes and the Kentuckys and the Kansases and the Gonzaga. You got to win those games. You got to have less than double-digit losses overall in the Big Ten. You can't go 10-10.
This is good.
You have to be able to really improve and show improvement and be willing to put in the work.
Kenny,
it's easy to say.
We're going to sit down at the bargaining table, and I think there's a chance we hammer a deal out here. This is good, because I think you and I are much closer than maybe either of us realized.
Well, ever since they beat Mississippi State, I've been on my game.
You've been flying high. You might be high for all I know, but no. Here's my problem with what he said. Okay, I'm gonna get to a deeper run in this tournament or die trying. Well, are you going to do what it takes? You say do the work. I think the specifics of it are the following. I think there needs to be a real, almost like an audit of his staff. Look, I admit.
No. Fair. Oh, I was just reaching for the bell.
Oh, I got you. I thought you were reaching to hit me. So no, it's, I understand the family atmosphere of it. Okay, and it's Thomas Kelly, and it used to be David Thomas, and you got Mark Montgomery and Doug Wojcik, and you know what that sounds like to me? D'Antonio the late years.
He needs a no man. A guy that'll say, no, Tom, I don't think. Hey, Tom, they just had a 17-0 run. Maybe we need to call a timeout before they hit the 18th point when we're still winning the game. Okay. You need a guy who says, why do you do it this way? Well, we've always done it this way. I understand, but why?
The other thing, and this is it's both harder to justify and it's harder to do than me saying it. I think there needs to be an update to the approach, specifically offensively. When you look at how MSU approaches things, when they're able to get out and run, which is rare, everyone knows the scouting report. Sure, it looks okay. Their half-court offense is morbid. It goes to recruiting, where it's not just the recruiting rank. It's about, are you recruiting players that are able to play? Largely, like this ballyhooed class. Look, Fears clearly showed some potential. It's not his fault he got shot. Right. Xavier Booker couldn't play. Cohen Carr couldn't play. Normand couldn't play. That doesn't help me. You know what Duke's going to have next year when John Shire brings in that number one class? I guarantee you those kids can play.
Well, it's just a volume thing. Like, if you bring in 5 players, chances are 2 are ready to be one and done. The other 3 may be a bust, but you brought in the volume. I get what you're saying.
It's the staff, it's the recruiting approach, and here's the last piece, and you know it. It's the portal. Like MSU right now, they need a guard. You got to replace the scoring of Hogard and Walker. Yes, it's Jeremy Fears' show. You still need another player. They need a wing, desperately. Someone who can moonlight between the 3 and the 4. And they need a big. That's 3 players in the portal from a coach who seemingly did a Hulk Hogan to WCW heel turn and said, no portal. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to do the stuff that needs to be done, stay as long as you want. But Rico, it's the staff, the recruiting, the approach, and the portal. It's 4 things. Do you believe he's going to do the stuff necessary, or is this going to be the stubborn beach club?
See, I think he is, Mike. I think I'm going to base it off his past history. When he made that statement, and we all were like, yeah, Tom, whatever. You're just giving us lip service. He actually went out there. He revamped the way that he recruited. He started going after more guys who were top at the time. It was like top 25 players. I think that's when he came in with the Kalen Lucases and all of that in the world. It's like, okay, things got better. From what I gathered, he hit the ground running, and he went out and tried to see, okay, I need to go. He was at the game with the incoming recruit down in Ohio. He's saying the right things. Now, the next month is going to tell me when you start saying, okay, this kid is looking at transferring into Michigan State, because I do think if you want a quick fix, you got to at least bring in 2 people. You may have 2 to 3 scholarships available. I think depending on what Jay Nakins does. If he comes back, you got 2 scholarships available. You got to use those. You can't bank those. God bless him. You can't give it to Nick Sanders, okay? Can't give it to Barry's kid. Can't do that. Barry's got enough money. He can afford to pay for his own kid to go to college. Yeah. You got to use those to bring in guys that can help you win right now. You can't look to the future. And if you're worried about, my scholar, go get 2 grad transfers that will only count 1 year against your scholarship limit. But I'm with you on this. Everything that you said is right. As far as your staff, you need somebody that can be the contrarian, to be the no man, to be the guy that actually challenges you and frustrates you because they won't go along with everything that you say. Because I do think that if you put yourself in an echo chamber, you don't get better. You don't get challenged. But when you have to explain something to somebody, or maybe they just bring a fresh new offense or a defense and says, hey, what if you try running this? Because you're right. The offense, the thing that John Beilein, when he would beat State, I never understood until he explained it to me. He would concede the rebound. And it was like, well, no. Because to beat Michigan State, you don't let them run. You make them grind the game down. He specialized in that, and that's why he had such success. Because he said, I'm not going to get into this competition with you. I'm going to make you play a half-court game. And yeah, the half-court game has gotten stagnant. A new coach can maybe bring in 5 new plays that you're like, whoa, okay.
And it's harder to do. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. And I understand it's one thing for an idiot like me on the radio to say, geez, I'd like to see an update. There's a lot that goes into that. I mean, it's like for years. And I mean, hell, I've found myself guilty of it in years past where I'm like, God, I wish we could just mix in some zone. But that's not something you install during the year. And hell, it's even hard to do in the off season. The point I'm making is you look at
good luck with that.
Oh, I know. That's a dead issue.
Oh, no. But you know what, Mike? It works because I remember having a conversation with him for a long time about, Tom, why don't you run a press? Because Press and Judd and said this and blah, blah, blah. I was like, Tom, you got athletes. Some years you don't. Some years you do. The years you have athletes, use them.
Or at least have more tools in the bag. The other problem, right? Rico brought up the recruiting. I brought up the recruiting. I mean, they don't have a top 30 recruit next year. And the one they have that's just outside of it's the child of a former player. Like, it's not good enough. So I need to see the backup to those words. The question I have for you guys is straight up. He says he is going to make another meaningful run in this tournament or die trying. Is he going to get this done? Will he do the things that need to get done? Or if you think you know what he needs to do to get it done, tell us. I mean, Rico and I are more aligned on this than I guess I believed. He could stay as long as he wants if he's going to do the stuff, do the work, whatever verbiage you want to put to it.
Right. You can't tell me, hey, I'm trying to lose weight. Well, what's that? It's a McDonald's bag. Guess what? You're not really trying. But now if I see you working out and you're trying. You're going out. You're hitting the road. To me, the next month is going to tell me a lot. What are you going to do in the portal?
I'm with you 100. Because look, Rico, I'm saying they need 3 players. They got 2 spots. You know what else Tom's got to do? Bye.
Trim the roster.
That's it. He's got to do what he doesn't want to do.
That's why I said player development. And maybe the new coach can actually take some of these guys. Because, lo and behold, sometimes you can get better.
You can.
You don't have to be the same hot garbage you were as a freshman.
Very nuanced. 248-539-9797. I want to get to your phone calls. I got a Lions topic for you, top of the hour, and I've even got a little baseball for you. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, Get Green. Stay green with Natural Way. Just call 888-GET-GREEN or 888-GET-GREEN, naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But you got to mention my name. I don't care. you could disparage my name. They're still going to take care of your lawn at the season's best pricing. So don't wait. Get that first application. Get to the problem before you realize there is one. Let the professionals handle it with safer, lower chemical options than the competition. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. All right, we're opening up with a little bit of tournament. Tom Izzo's comments after the loss to UNC. Maybe the easiest way to describe it is simple. What has he got left in the tank in your mind? He says he's going to die trying to make another meaningful run. I'll tell you, anything short of a second national title isn't going to work. And the things that need to get done, we're not curing cancer here. You know, I do think there needs to be a new voice in that building. I mean, yeah, it's obvious who Big Chief is. But Rico's right. There does need to be a voice of dissent. And I'm tired of this all in the family incestual nonsense. Like, I don't care that you played 40 years ago at Michigan State. There needs to be a new voice with new contacts, a new approach, an update. And yeah, let's call it what it is. If he's not interested in hitting the portal in a meaningful way, this won't get better.
Yeah.
It won't.
Yeah, your single protest of you don't like how the portal and NIL is changing college basketball, then
he doesn't get to say that, considering NIL is the only reason Tyson Walker stayed in school.
And that's what I'm saying, that your success was Tyson Walker, was the other guy, Joey Hauser.
Yes.
That's been your success lately. Those are two of your leading scorers. So, yeah, maybe you need to go out there and bring somebody else in. You may not like it, but I remember back in the day, Tom and a lot of other coaches didn't like the one-and-done players until they started realizing, yeah, but I can't win without them, so I'm going to embrace the one-and-dones.
Yeah. The other problem is if you don't have high-level recruits, listen, none of what they're doing is good enough.
If you don't have high-level recruits, Mike, you have to hit the portal.
Correct.
Because if you're going to develop your guys and get them ready for 2-3 years down the line, you need an instant impact player right now, and that means portal.
And look, my patience, right, if it's a sliding scale, my patience is commiserate with how far he's willing to go to deliver on that. I can be more patient going, hey, like you made a point off the air. We were talking this weekend watching games where the portal, it's a false sense of security that if you hit the portal, it will work. Well, no. There's a level, I pay you $7 million a year to be right. You're not a geek off the street. If you're trying, it's one thing. But if you are refusing to pull every lever available to you, I admit this. If this makes me a terrible Spartan, no, you may as well build the statue and name the court. If he's not going to make, what's the term, radical, aggressive, like whatever you want to say as it pertains to change. Changes.
How about just evolve?
I need aggressive evolution. And then you can do what you got to do. And I'm pretty sure about 90% of Spartans would support you.
Because if not, Roy Williams and everybody else kind of showed you, I don't want to play this game.
Yeah, Jay Wright, I'm too pretty to deal with this crap. I'll go on TV and make $6 million a year.
And it's okay. If you just don't want to play this game, that's understandably so, but let somebody who's willing to play it.
248-539-9797. I'll get with the phone calls in a second. Kenny Cott, let's see what the ticket texters have today. What do we got?
I love Tom, but I'm wondering what the future holds. We were number 4 going into the preseason and had to win our last game to even make the tournament. Disappointing to say the least.
Yeah, it's a complete flop. The other thing and Kenny, one second, I apologize. The other thing I would like to see, do we re-examine his approach to scheduling? You know how freshmen get better? It's not against Kansas in Maui. It's against Bob's Christian Academy.
Right.
You have to play these guys.
But here's the catch-22. You know how you make the tournament, and what the person said is actually categorically false because they weren't one game away. They were in the tournament. The committee, Tom has learned how to work the system. I'm going to schedule these tough games. College basketball, I keep repeating to people, it's the one sport you get credit for a loss. I guess it's like a tie in hockey. You get a point. In college hoops, if you lose to a good team and you don't get blown out, that's a feather in your cap down the road. So when everybody was panicked and worried, are they going to make the tournament? The committee told you. No, they're in.
They were 2 full seed lines ahead.
Yeah.
Which I don't agree with. No. But the committee is what counts.
It's how you work the system. Oh, you played Arizona and you only lost by 7. Oh, you played Duke and you only lost by 6. Okay, you know what? You didn't play Little Sisters of the Poor and beat them by 30. You lost to, at the time, we didn't realize, you lost to James Madison at home. Oh, wait, they turned out to be pretty good. So that's why I understand. Yes, because I told her, like, Tom, if you're going to keep scheduling this, put Washington Generals on the front of your jersey because you're not winning these things.
We never do.
Right. It's just like, it would be nice if every now and then, you go to the Champions Classic and you beat somebody. It would be nice. Like, you're going to go out there and then they're going to go to Maui, and it's good luck.
Enjoy. Kenny, go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
His recruiting seems to be getting better. It's really the transfer portal. He gets aggressive there, and that changes everything.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question, though, Pete. Like, I feel bad. Kenny's reading it, and I'm not asking you the question. No, it's just, this class was great. Was it? Now, it's not Jeremy Fear's fault he got shot. No. Respect. How much PT was he going to get with Hogard and Walker there? Now, I think he would have taken AJ's spot, but he wasn't. But he wasn't going to be Jamal Shed playing all 40 minutes.
No, he wasn't. I do believe that when the Big Ten season started, he was going to be the starting point guard and AJ was going to come off the bench. That's just me.
No problem.
I have no inside information.
But Booker was a non-factor this year. Cohen Carr's a non-factor. Normand redshirted. Like, I don't care what it was ranked.
Yeah, Cohen Carr, I do believe they did him wrong. They did him dirty. They didn't put him at a position where he could succeed. He's not a wing player.
No, he needs to be a 4.
He can't dribble. So he can't spot up and shoot. He needs to play around the basket. You just don't dunk the ball. This ain't the playground.
Do you know what he could be? Let me give you a comp to a kid who got drafted and was loosely affiliated with the Pistons. Loosely. And he's from my pet program. He could be Jerace Walker.
Yeah.
He needs to be the super athletic 4, shot blocker, rim runner, rebounder. God willing, he'd be able to develop a pet move once in a great while and be able to dump it down to you. That's it.
But yeah, when you're on the court with Matty, it's 3-on-5 basketball. Good luck with that.
Enjoy. Let's go.
And then you're in Carolina, so now it's 8-on-5 basketball. 8-on-3 basketball. Good luck with that.
Kenny, go ahead.
Izzo is simply an overrated coach. More than half of his tournament losses during the streak have been by double digits. That's from Keith.
All right, well, hold on. Now, on the other, if you're going to say he's overrated, you could say that for all the great runs, it's only resulted in 1 title. You could say that they're 1-7 in the Final Four. There are ways to approach this. How you lose tournament games, I don't know, man. When you've won as many as he's won, or you have the record he has when he's the lower seed, hey, am I happy with the last 8-9 years of state basketball? Absolutely not. But you got better talking points. If you want to tell me he's hanging on to what he did a quarter century ago.
That's fair.
That's fair. It's harsh, but fair. I'll get to the phone calls in a minute. I'm glad we talked through this, and I wanted to hear the ticket texters. 248-539-9797. We'll get your calls. Top of the hour. I got a Lions thing for you. Something happened this weekend. I'm not angry, and I'll tell you why. We'll get into it a little bit and see where the people are at. And I do want to get to some baseball today. I got a question for Tiger fans. ESPN's released their power rank.
We will not be doing baseball. We'll only be giving out a statement.
Yes, the Otani. We'll not be taking questions today. It is all about the customer experience. Victor's Home Solutions. You want to work with a company that takes care of you, that follows up when they say they will, shows up on time, and they will walk through the job site to make sure that they have put your place back together in perfection. It's Victor's Home Solutions. They're offering a free 21-point roof inspection. Do you know if you need a roof? Do you think you do? Maybe you know you do. You just haven't done it. Get with Victor's. 21-point roof inspection. Professionals, they'll go over the results with you on video, and they will show you and give you a menu of options to fixing the problem. Often a cheap solution beats a very expensive repair if you get it done early. They are so confident in their menu of options, they will offer you with every roof they do a 50-year leak-free guarantee. You will find cheaper, you won't find better. It's Victor's Home Solutions. Schedule your 21-point video inspection today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. All right, to the people. Tom Izzo says he's going to make a deep run again or die trying. All right. You buy it? You believe he'll do the things he needs to do? What do you think he's got left in the tank? So we've talked about it. Now let's see what you guys have to say. We'll go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, welcome aboard. What's going on?
Hey, Mike. How you doing there?
Good, Ben. What's up?
I was 88 East. I know you went.
Ben, I can't hear you. Try it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. How was 88 East? I know you went in the circle, Chinese place.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic, Ben. Fantastic.
Okay. Yeah, you recommended it.
Yes,
to me.
sir.
Look here, man. The last time in the state of Michigan had the top recruit was Imani Bates, and you see how that turned out.
Mm-hmm.
It's been kind of barren here in the state of Michigan and basically in the whole Big Ten footprint. You know, he loved Indiana and Chicago players and ones like that. So right there, he hasn't had the opportunity to get those top players in this region. So of course, the portal is, like you've been mentioning, is right. So he has to change, but I think he's earned the right. I mean, we don't like the way that he's been done in the 5 years, and it's well documented. In 2020, I think it would have been his year. But that being said, he hasn't done the things that he should have done. And you're right, the assistant coaches is a bunch of, you know what.
I just don't think they're difference makers. And frankly, Ben, I've always believed this. You know, your assistants are only as good as the jobs they're up for. Mm-hmm. Now, the only guy who might find a head coaching job, I'd argue if it's even a job at all. If Mark Montgomery takes the UD Mercy job, is that really a job?
He just took a stray, I think.
No, he did. Listen, that is arguably the single worst Division I program in America. That's the leg you're going to stand on?
But here's the thing. You're right. Because if you go back to when they were in their heyday 25 years ago.
Tom Crean got poached by Marquette.
Right. It was the coaching staff. It was Garland. It was Crean. It was all of those guys that were all right there that – they were known that, hey, you know what, Tom? You coach the team. We'll do the scouting. We'll hand you the piece of paper on how to beat all of these different teams. That was the mark of success at MSU. But now it's more of a it feels as if you're a former player, you're a former coach. You can come back here. It's almost like Saban with the Malibu Passage, but you don't leave. You stay.
I was going to say.
It's extended stay.
What reclamation projects have we presented?
And that's what I'm saying. It's like an extended stay where, you know, when you feel like going, you can go.
Let's go to Marty, 97.1. Marty, how you doing, buddy? Marty. Boy, I tell you, callers are just off to a rocking start today. Ay. You know what it is, though? It's a hard topic for people because, A, it requires thought. I know that's challenging. And, B, you're going to be forced to talk about a guy that I think 90% of Spartans are unwilling or afraid or regretful of saying anything negative. Mm-hmm. The reality is he's paid $7 million a year. And what you did 24 years ago and what you've done overall, none of us are going to forget. But that doesn't mean you got a right to burn it down. So I think you said the most important thing. Beyond all the other wishful thinking you and I may have, next 30 days, next 60 days will tell you everything. Yeah. If MSU doesn't walk out of the transfer portal with difference makers, then they are not going to be very good next year if that's the case.
And see, here's the beauty of it. Because it doesn't have to be top guy that you got to pay $1 million in NIL from some big-time program. You do your homework, you can find guy from smaller school, a.k.a. Tyson Walker, who can contribute.
Look at Dalton Connect for Tennessee. The guy came from Northern Colorado.
Or even the three-point guy from Oakland, from Hillsdale.
Gulke?
Yeah. Like, there's guys out there. You just have to do your homework. You don't have to go and spend $1 million to get this guy from the SEC. No. But you do have to bring in at least 2 players, a big and probably a wing. You do that, you give yourself a chance, and now you allow your freshmen and your sophomores to take that next step because, like, Holloman was the only one that I really saw take a step until the last game where he just lost his mind. But other than that, dude, you can't push somebody in the center court and then pull a Tayshaun Prince. We all saw you throw the elbow, Trey. But it's one of those where you allow people to develop because unless you bring in the super freshmen like the Dukes, Rutgers has got the number 2 class, believe it or not.
No, they have. I know. I saw they have 2 top 5 players. Now, is one of them? Is that Ron Harper's kid?
Yes.
Okay.
So
can't get mad at that. But listen, Miami's got a top 10 player.
Right.
He's from Pennsylvania.
Right.
How?
But unless you're willing to get one of those players, you go get transfer, and then you can develop your freshman. Booker got better as the year went on, where he didn't look lost. Now, off season, work on your body, get better, and now you can come in and play the 4. He's not a 5. Like, they didn't do Booker right because he should never be playing the 5 spot because he's not big enough. He's going to get pushed around. But you put him at the wing spot, you let him shoot his threes, that works. Cohen Carr, got to learn how to dribble, son. You got to shoot 500 jumpers every day over the summer and develop something. I don't care if it's a 12-foot jumper, 15-foot jumper, or you want to develop 3, but you can't just stand there and dunk the ball all the time. You got to bring something else to the table.
I think it was, you see it too, is Houston has done a really good job developing and recruiting and all that, but like Kelvin Sampson, he missed out on L.J. Cryer the first time around. He went to Baylor, I think.
Yeah.
And then guess what? He left Baylor after they won the Natty. Kelvin Sampson got him back to Houston with him and Shed, and I mean, it has to be. This is my issue. He is 70. He's not 50. At this stage of his life, much less career, are you willing to do all these things? Because I think now more so than ever, Rico, if you're not doing everything, you're going to win nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, you don't even get a choice anymore. Remember, it used to be the one and done model versus the development model.
Yep.
There were ways to do. Now, if you're not doing everything, I don't think you're going to win a thing.
Oh, no, right. Because you're looking at now, I just like to call it the blended family. Because you got to have some one and dones. You got to have some guys that's been there a while. And you got to have some new guys. And you got to be able to put it all together because college basketball is turned into the elite versus the poor. There's no middle class, really. Either you can win a title or you are just the people that the title winners are going to play every game. And right now, you're not in the upper class. You're sitting in coach. You're sitting in the last row.
We're not even in the upper class of the Big Ten.
That's what I'm saying. You're in coach. Like, you're talking about the old, I remember back in the day when we used to, telling stories, that means you're not at the top.
Kenny, it's a bad sign when your program gets the pink tag. Tom's bags have gotten the pink tag. No overhead space left. What do you got on Ticket Text? And then we'll get into a blitz, and we got to get to the Lions top of the hour.
Izzo and the entire staff, bye, Felicia, and thank you for all that you have done.
Come on, you can't buy Felicia, but all right, go ahead.
Izzo has not got the type of recruits that a program of its stature should attract for years.
See, now I say that, and I get killed for it. Because then people are like, oh, but the rankings. And I'm like, well, what do the rankings mean if these kids can't play? We haven't had a first-team All-Big Ten player in like 5 years.
Like I tell people all the time, like Booker never should have been ranked as high as he was. He shouldn't have. But he got the ranking because he played in Indiana, and it was artificial. But he wasn't that good. And I tried to even he told you, I'm not that good, but nobody listened.
Right. I just don't think he also should have been stuck in mothballs.
Fair. Both things can be true.
It's true.
Izzo is definitely getting a pass on recruiting, even though he needs to hit the portal as well. Recruiting isn't up to standard.
No, like your job. No, look, I know I'm going to get killed for saying this, and shout out Golden Grizzlies. But like your job is to get players to the NBA, because the more NBA players you produce, the better odds you have of winning it all. Now, I know John Calipari coached that game against Oakland like he was high as a kite, like he was unaware that Campy ran his zone.
But hey, he had on a suit.
He did. And I'm pretty sure he sweat through it. But yeah, I just, like Calipari talked about, like I've coached players now that have made over $4 billion in the NBA. Like there is a truth to that. Yeah. We're not producing anybody.
Well, I think you also see what happened between 2019 and I'll still say 2019 and 2021, where he swung and missed on so many people. And that those were your seniors. Those were your upperclassmen. You had to settle for AJ. You had to settle for a lot of players who were never going to be NBA players. And that's been the problem.
All right, we'll get to a blitz, then Lions top of the hour. Paulson's, they're having their annual inventory clearance sale right now. Now, look, they don't want to count as many boxes. They got 70% off Huge savings from 4K TVs, speakers, amps, you name it, they got it. Just in time for baseball season. Kick back, relax, fall asleep in your chair during a baseball game. It's such a peaceful existence. Paulson's got you covered. You can visit paulsonsav.com, register for their biggest annual event of the year, The Music Matters. That takes place April 17th. You can stop into the store. Everything in audio, markdown, demos, experts, the whole bit. It's all there for you. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Go to paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, and it is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, let's get a little football in the mix. Kenneth, music, please.
Plenty of football to get to, plenty of NFL to get to. We're going to start with college, though. We heard from Coach Prime. He says, talking about Shadur Sanders, quote, certain cities ain't going to happen. What is your reaction to that?
Okay. When are we going to stop platforming him? Seriously. A, I don't even know if Shedeur Sanders is that good. B, you won 4 games last year. And C, I feel like every day I got to hear another news story from Deion Sanders. Here's something you should try, Deion. Recruiting. Didn't go on the road a single time this offseason. What?
Because he's Coach Prime. The players come to him.
No, they
or he's
don't.
going to get the transfers who come in and want to play for him.
They don't.
And when you set up the system and basically throw everybody under the bus and tell your son it's better to take a sack than throw an incomplete pass to pad your stats, that doesn't happen in the NFL.
That's my point, is how much longer before people recognize what's going on? Do I love the idea of Deion? Yes, I find him incredibly interesting. But the actualities of the fantasy, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm really starting to separate one of my favorite players from Deion, Coach Prime. There's Deion and there's Coach Prime. And Coach Prime, Kenny, he's another season of winning 4 games before Colorado realizes, oh boy, we just screwed up.
So this story is not brought to you by Uber. Perhaps it should have been. Georgia running back Trevor Etienne arrested on DUI, reckless driving, and more charges. When are they just going to get these players Uber gift cards and just say, son, no more?
What is it with Georgia and driving? What am I missing here, Ken?
That's another point.
No, seriously, I feel like there's been 20 vehicular related issues here. Maybe you're right. Maybe we just get a rideshare sponsor for Georgia football. Yeah. What the hell is going on down there? And ATN's going to be your starting back.
I don't know what's going on, but I feel like this is a bigger issue than just Georgia or anything like that. I feel like we see it all the time in the pros. Just have a driver. Uber's not that expensive for these kids.
Because you're in college, you're at the top of the world, everybody's buying you stuff, giving you drinks, looking the other way, that you feel entitled, and you can go out and try to pull off these stunts until you get busted, and then it looks bad. So, yes, you're right. If I'm Kirby Smart, guys, everybody, here's a $500 gift card. Use them. As a matter of fact, the balance better be close to 0, because if I see you never used it, you're in trouble.
The NFL will let replay assistants fix mistakes on roughing the passer and intentional grounding calls. That's what's been coming out in all these new rule ideas that they've been talking about. Are we getting closer to Sky Judge?
I'm torn because I really don't want any more play stoppages, but I'll tell you the one part of that I agree with, Rico, is the roughing the passer. We've reached a point where some of these calls are so egregious, they're so ridiculous, and they are turnovers. Mm-hmm. You could be on 3rd and 18, and it's a bad roughing the passer. 1st and 10, you've upended everything. I'll live with it, but Kenny, I mean, do we all agree there are too many play stoppages?
Yes and no. There's play stoppages, Mike, but I don't care if you have to stop the play and it adds 2 minutes so long as it's correct, rather than a week long of shows saying, oh my God, he was eligible the whole time. Like, we're not in a hurry. Okay. When you go to a game, if you're looking at your watch, you probably shouldn't have bought tickets for the game. But yes, I like the fact of Sky Judge. And you know what the thing about Sky Judge is? You don't need 2 minutes to see what everybody on their 4K TVs can see at home. That wasn't pass interference. That wasn't roughing the passer. Hey, guys, you blew the call. Let's move on.
We don't need you looking into a lunchbox or what looks like a Nintendo Game Boy.
Right. You're pulling out your iPhone.
The big screen's right here.
Everybody's gathered around your iPhone like, hey, guys, can we use this?
Why do they do that, man?
Well, we don't want to share it with the viewer. Like, the viewers are already watching it. It's being replayed. Turn around, look at that big 50-yard screen.
Right, the TV they're on is smaller than an iPad. How is this how we're doing this?
Is his foot in bounds? Can you expand it? How about you turn around? There it is. But yeah, the Sky Judge, I'm all for. And yeah, I'm okay if the game gets delayed. It shouldn't have to. But if it's 30 seconds to get a call right, rather than living in infamy because, man, you screwed that call up, take the 30 seconds.
So more on the rule changes. The NFL is going to ban hip drop tackles, plus the new kickoff rule, which Rico was explaining to me before the show. What do you guys make of that?
It's interesting, Mike. I don't know if you
for the people, explain it.
There's the kickers lined up, I think, at the 40-yard line, the 35-yard line. And then everybody else, I believe, is within 10 yards of each other, starting at the opponent's 40. So the kicking team is at the 40. The opponent is at the 30, and then you have two guys back there to return kicks. No one moves until the ball is caught. There's no fair catch. You have to return it, and the ball has to land in a certain zone or the ball ends up on the 40-yard line.
I hate it.
It's to improve kickoff so that you just can't, because it was just touchback city.
But that's what they did. They did that.
I understand. So it's an element from the XFL.
That's exactly why I don't like it. It's cheap. It's like MTV Rock and Jock. Here's my solution. There are no more kickoffs. Take the ball at the 25. Go play football.
But what about the guys who can return it? But see, I like this because, Mike, you're going to actually get returns. You're going to actually get, if you have somebody on your right, you got a Cooper DeJean or somebody you draft who could take it back to the house. Okay, that's fun. So long as it was just the kickoffs, it was like, okay, what are we doing here? That's wasted time. You want to talk about take that time away and the game speeds up. And if you want to kick an onside kick, you can if you're losing in the fourth quarter, but you have to tell your opponent you're about to kick the ball onside, which to me defeats the whole purpose. But that's the kickoff rule. I suppose I ruined that too.
No, that one's not on you. The blood's not on your hands.
Thank you.
Let's talk about David's team. He is not here, but we will still discuss. Mike Tomlin talking about Russell Wilson, saying he has pole position to be the starting quarterback, not against competition. And when it's time to compete, Justin will be given an opportunity to show his capabilities. That's his quote. So who's going to start the season and who's going to get the bulk of these starts when it's all said and done?
I think Russell starts the season because I think they kind of promised him they got him there first, but I do think that Russ is probably 2 interceptions away from getting the hook, and you're only paying him about $1 million. Whereas, Fields could be your future. Kenny, I'm thinking by the time they hit the bye week, unless Russell lights it up, Russell's gone, and it'll be Justin's job. Now, real quick, what was lost in all of this was him talking about Cam Sutton. That got lost in the wash. Like, yeah, I reach out and I talk to players. Hey, coach, have you talked to Cam Sutton? That's none of your business. Weird. I'm sorry. What?
Really?
The man's missing. Can we get past the football and the coach? Do you know where he's at? Because we've been kind of looking for him. It's none of your business.
Rico, how come it is every time I step up for David here, you steal the next thing I'm going to say? I was about to bring that exact thing up.
I'm sorry. Mike, talk about the quarterbacks.
It's just difficult because I have to let go of wanting Justin Fields to be good when the whole league basically said he's a bum. So it kind of leads you to believe Wilson will start. I just don't get it. We've already seen the ceiling for Russell Wilson at this age. Justin Fields, at one point, I know he hasn't won a lot of games. At a certain point here, he carried a god-awful team, and people talked about him as a potential MVP. I just can't believe he won't be able to beat out Russ.
Mike, in the NFL world, they build you up to tear you down to build you back up again. I mean, think about a year ago how everybody was telling you how dumb C.J. Stroud was. He was going to flame out, and Bryce Young was going to be the second coming of whatever. So now you want to see what Caleb Williams can do in Chicago. So in order to get him to Chicago, you got to say that Justin is a bum and he's horrible, and you got to get rid of him. And it's like, you don't have to do that, but sure. And if enough NFL people say it and talking heads say it, it must be true, because why would they say that if it wasn't? Because they have nothing else. That's the information they were fed from the Chicago Bears. Maybe it's that, but I saw what he did. I mean, you didn't really have an offensive coordinator consistently. You didn't have a coach who actually believed in you. No. Like, no one, you were set up to fail, and you still carried that god-awful team on your back, and you made them watchable. So, yeah, I hope he goes to Pittsburgh, he lights it up, and at some point can just give the middle finger to Chicago.
There's nothing for me to add.
All right, we'll end on this. Bleacher Report released a list of 5 teams capable of claiming the division title after strong offseason signings. I'll rapid fire them. You tell me yes or no.
Okay.
Washington Commanders.
No.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
No.
No.
New York Jets.
Absolutely not.
The Indianapolis Colts.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Anthony Richardson Ascension year 2.
I was never a Richardson fan, so.
But you hate Trevor Lawrence.
That's true.
Come
on.
But
all he does is win.
Okay.
And the last one, the Atlanta Falcons.
Yes. 100%. I think there's no team in football that has made a bigger move than Atlanta, based on the only thing that kept them from winning back-to-back division titles, has been acceptable quarterback play. Kirk Cousins, if he's simply above acceptable, above average, I think they're a team that's going to be a nightmare to face.
And then I saw what they're in the running for Hassan Reddick. Like they're one of the teams that they make a trade for. Like, okay, Atlanta's doing what I like to see Detroit do.
But have you seen Bijan run?
No.
Yeah, no one did. That's why Art Smith's not there anymore.
Smith was like, Hannah, how about we use him as a decoy? Yeah.
4D chess.
And that is in football today.
Say goodbye to your busted-ass bracket and get with FanDuel. They let you bet every game at a tourney, and whether you're betting on a big upset or going chalky, FanDuel gives you the option right now, new customers. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 in bonus bets. You could do spreads, money lines. You do whatever you like. Futures, Final Four exacta. Do whatever you like. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. And bet on college hoops until the final buzzer. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Dusty May heading to Michigan as their new men's basketball coach after a successful 6-year run at FAU. Ken LaVicka, Florida Athletic radio voice, thinks he'll be a breath of fresh air for Wolverine fans in terms of program culture.
But was he raised on the streets of Chicago?
There you go. The Pistons are back in action tonight against the Knicks. This marks another back-to-back for the team after the loss yesterday to the Pelicans. Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren have both been ruled out for tonight. You can hear the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:05. Finally, Jake Wallman returned to practice today for the Wings. He's missed the last 3 with a lower body injury. Team One's goalie Ville Husso to be, quote, comfortable before returning to the ice. He isn't quite there yet, according to Derek Lalonde. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I still can't believe Doug asked a caller that. That's remarkable. Rico has demanded a pivot, and I'm going to do it. I will get to the Lions momentarily, but I want to offer you something. We're a couple of days away from the Tigers opening up their season in Chicago Thursday afternoon, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. I want you to sell me this pen. Here's what I mean. Just work with me for a second. Now, we're all entering the season hopeful. And as I always say, hope is not a strategy. It's just an emotion. It's something we lean on. We are hoping the Tigers take a step forward. We are hoping they could somehow get into the mid-80s and maybe win this garbage can of a division. But I really thought about this, is that now that really the offseason's over and you're going in with what you got, I wanted to know if I'm a bad person for the following reasons. So work with me, and then if you think, Michael, you can't approach it this way, I'm not mad. I will not die on this hill. But I read a news blurb that really chapped my ass. So you guys know I hate drafting high schoolers in the MLB draft, especially when you're up high. I think you got to take college bats, college arms. It's the way to go.
Too developmental going the high school route.
Well, the player you passed on is about to break camp with the World Series champion Texas Rangers, Wyatt Langford, who's an outfielder just like Max Clark. So Langford's going to break camp. And spring training, the stats don't really matter to me, but when a kid puts up a 1,300 OPS over the course of a month, you go, okay, well, that's different. They're a World Series team. And this kid is so good, they're finding a reason for him to break camp and violate all service restrictions. Max Clark's probably not going to be here for 2 years. Okay, so we'll see you in 2026.
On a fast track.
Maybe middle of 25. But my point is, Langford is only a piece of it. You know what else I can't really let go of? That you decided not only are we going to start a dead guy at short in Javi Baez, we're going to have a Frankenstein at third base.
We'll figure it out.
A collection of replacement-level players, whether it be McKinstry, Gio Urshela. So I drilled down on this stuff. And while none of the numbers are exact, and while projections, if the game was only based on that, there wouldn't be a human element, I said to you, how are we not attempting to sign Matt Chapman? Gold Glove third baseman off the worst year of his life because he had an injured finger. A guy that on a year-in, year-out basis, on aggregate, is about a 5-win above replacement player. So a 5-WAR guy. Do you know the projections for Wyatt Langford are basically 2.5 wins above replacement? So that's 7.5. Mm-hmm. Your third base conglomerate is a flat 1 win above replacement. Your outfield spot or your DH spot, Kerry Carpenter, did not hit a home run in the last 2 months of the year. He's projected to be a .8 WAR guy this year. And I like Kerry Carpenter. I want him on this team. I'm making a point to you. ESPN put their projections out that the Motor City Kitties are going to win 78 games. Okay, that would be a failure to me. The division probably will be 85, 86, 87 wins. If you had drafted Langford and you had signed Chapman, You're 7 games better right there. Mind you, your payroll is $55 million below league average. Am I wrong that while I want to build for the future, and I don't want to block the path, like Colt Keith, can't wait to see him. I think their pitching is actually good enough to win this thing. It's the lineup where the offense last year was 28th in baseball. You got to double that. You got to be top half of the league to make the play. You got to have an offense somewhere in the middle, right? Mm-hmm. Rico, for $54 million on a 3-year deal and simply not drafting a 12-year-old, am I like, sell me this pen?
Well, and then it got to the point where I could even put a cherry on top and give you a game or two because I said, what if you took JD Martinez, who signed a 1-year deal for $12 million? He's a DH, as you explained, but that's at least another game or two. So that means maybe you're going down to the final week in September battling for the division.
So we did none of those things. You did draft Max Clark, who you're going to call up. I know what you nerds are going to do. Well, you just wait. Max is a better defensive player. Yeah, maybe in 2027.
But the division is to be had right now.
That's where I'm at. And even if Wyatt Langford and Max Clark are similar, I'm getting one guy 2 years earlier.
Well, think about it. He's, as you stated, so good they're willing to say, forget the service time. He could help us win now.
And it's a World Series team.
Yeah.
This is not.
That's a team that could afford to play the service time game. Well, let's hold off. Let's extend that contract. You know what? Let's run it back.
So I want to ask you guys this, with opening day just a couple days away. Sell me this pen. Look, we're hopeful. I'm not negative about this team. I think they got a shot to win this division. If anything, my criticisms of how Scott Harris has gone about this are rooted in the fact that, flowchart, I think they can win division. Like, you already have a dead guy at short who's going to be batting ninth. You have a Frankenstein at third base. It's a collection of nothing. You didn't go out and get tangibly better offensively. Please do not sell me Mark Canha. That's another barely above replacement level bat. Sell me this pen. Tell me I'm wrong with feeling this way. That I'm not asking Chris Ilitch to go out and spend $500 million like the Rangers did 2 years ago. I'm not asking to throw the prospects out, make some ridiculous, 1990s style trade. I'm not doing that. Matt Chapman was there to be had, 3 at 54. Chase Young, he's not even ready. He's got to learn how to play third. So I don't even consider blocking his path. You have Colt Keith, we're good. We're not blocking anybody. If you're going to start doing this bit about, well, you don't want to block Kerry Carpenter, I'm sorry. He's a 26-year-old farmhand who might have been a flash in the pan. I hope that's not the case, but the last couple months of the season, it sure felt like it.
See, I think the Tigers have done a great job in convincing people you don't need a pen. So they can't sell you a pen, Mike, because the Tigers have told you we're nowhere near ready. Just go out and enjoy these young guys and just wait. In a few years, they'll all blossom and turn into something.
And that's what drives me crazy about this town. It's always about next year. It's always about down the line. They sell you on these plans, and it's like, wait, why can't we run parallel path?
Dude, the Tigers have done a masterful job at mind games with this fan. They've lowered the bar so much that, hey, here's bobblehead night, or here's the bark at the park. Come on down here, and here's new menu items. Yeah, here's new menu items, and that's all. You get at it's got to be more than that. No, man, they've reduced it to, you want to have a good time? Come on down here, and maybe the team will win, but you'll have fun.
First of all, people have to recognize Minnesota's the favorite, but they're not infallible. They lost a Cy Young candidate last year. Sonny Gray left in free agency. They got all kinds of injuries right now, and they're a very boomer bust team. Mm-hmm. All right? The Royals, I'm not ready to go there despite Bobby Witt being amazing, but White Sox stink. Guardians are the weakest they've been in a long, long time. Why not? And yet, there was no pressure on Scott Harris. There's seemingly no willingness, urgency to, desire to do anything. So I'm hopeful, and I am excited for baseball. I love baseball. And I'm hopeful. But man, those two decisions on surface, not not doing this Scott Boras game and spending $200 million. Matt Chapman was 3 at 54. JD was 1 at 12. And I'll never agree with drafting a high schooler that high. So the Wyatt Langford thing, I did those shows the next day. The fact that Langford is good enough to break camp with the Rangers means he's absolutely... Wyatt Langford would be one of your 3 or 4 best bats right now. Think about that. That's sad, but it's true.
That's why I was laughing.
Think about this. So I think it was it?
Dude, I'm to the point where I'm willing to just. Cookie's made a joke about it, Mike, but I'm willing to just have a designated fielder and make that bias and let the pitcher bat. Because you probably will get better statistics.
Only like the old school NL where they wore the jacket as they ran around the bases. No, I think it was Baseball America. Forgive me if I've got the wrong list, but there was a top 100 players in the game. The Tigers have one. It was Riley Green at 83. Do you know who number 84 was? Matt Chapman. I don't understand in this town how there's no thirst or hunger or desire to ask for more, where they could still have a payroll below league average. They could still be doing it on the cheap, but while building for the future, you can win the division. And yet, look at right here. Because all people in this town care about is getting bombed off 3-foot daiquiris, ripping zins, and maybe going on the Ferris wheel. There are no baseball fans.
No, they're fans, Mike, but you've been reduced to lowering the bar because the team tells you we're so far away, we're poor, we're broke.
But they're not.
We're a small market city.
They're not.
They've done a masterful job of convincing the fans of this, that don't expect anything from. Guys, we'll never spin like the Mets and the Yankees.
And I don't need them to. I would never dare go on the radio and demand that.
The Dodgers are in a whole different tax bracket than we are.
Once again, I would never. You are $55 million below league average. I asked for an expenditure. What is 54 divided by 3? You get my point. And I simply didn't understand kicking the can down the road by drafting a high schooler when Wyatt Langford was sitting right there. Now it turns out that an idiot like me wasn't wrong because Langford is breaking camp with the Rangers. And they're a World Series team. They're loaded. Mm-hmm. And that's on the heels that I still have a bad taste in my mouth from the trade deadline with the way the Erod thing went down. And this offseason is Mark Canha, Jack Flaherty, who hasn't been good in 4 years, and a broken pelvis of Gio Urshela, who, if he's healthy, he can hit lefties a little bit. I don't mind Gio, but he's not an everyday third baseman at this stage of his career.
Right. But it still feels like you're still trying to do things on the cheap, even though you don't have to. Miggy's contract is gone. You could actually go out and spend the money. No, you know what? We're still going to be very frugal about everything, and we're not quite ready yet. And the fans have bought into it.
I know.
There will be no demands. There will be no.
And just so we're clear, what I'm saying is not unreasonable, right?
No, it's not.
It's don't draft a 12-year-old and you sign Chapman. I think you're 5 to 7 games better.
How about you just act like you're a professional baseball team and you're actually trying to win? That's not that hard.
I'm gone.
You know what? Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. They're located at 14 Mile and Mound. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. And all March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in the Truckload of Hope campaign. That's a donation drive that has supported over 400,000 people. Stop in and drop off some essential shower and household items for this great cause. And hey, while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $349 a month for 24 months. Yeah, I didn't stutter. $349 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton Chevrolet, $995 down, and you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
And an instant and auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must. You got to hire the right lawyer. You got to make sure they're going to make the insurance companies pay what they owe you. That attorney, we tell you all the time, it is David Femininio. Him and his team have made insurance companies pay for almost 30 years, and they will help you with your case. And David, right now, ready to speak to you personally when you call 855-65-CRASH or simply go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. I wanted to mix in a little baseball today, and yes, we will get to the Lions, and yes, we'll revisit the Tom Izzo comments, and Michigan hiring a head coach. I've got thoughts on that. Let's go to Ned, though. Kick this thing off. Ned, sell me this pen.
Good afternoon, boys.
What's up?
You know,
Ned, for old time's sake. There you go. What's up?
Thank you. I wanted to get one in before the season started and we got this ball rolling. I'm not even going to try to sell you this pen because it's not even. First of all, let me say what's up to Eddie B down in North Carolina. But let's take this pitching staff. Okay, we got a decent starting rotation. I love Skubal. We don't know what we're going to get from the rookie. Flaherty, maybe we'll get a 4 ERA out of him. Kenta Maeda, he'll have his ups and downs. So we're looking okay with the rotation. But what are we doing still with, I just don't understand what we're doing still with Javi Baez. Why are we still entertaining Javi Baez? Why are we still not making moves? The division is wide open. The White Sox are trash. The Indians, they're not going to be, the Guardians, they're not going to be anything that they have been in the last 5 years. The Twins, okay, they're favored in the division. I still think we have a shot at winning this, and we're sitting on our hands. And I just don't understand why. Exactly what you guys talked about, before the break. JD Martinez signed for a year for $12 million. Why can't we do that? Who is pulling the strings at the top? Is Chris Ilitch saying to Scott Harris, or is Scott Harris just doing it on his own?
Yeah, everything I've heard, Scott Harris is not interested in anyone else's opinion. This is a Scott Harris production.
And what I think about that is okay, you look at what the Giants did, and you look at where he came from, and you could say, okay, homegrown talent, they did a great job there. But this isn't 10 years ago. This isn't 15 years ago. We don't have Buster Posey in our system coming up. We don't have, these guys coming up, a grade A pitching staff, Matt Cain, old Matt Cain. What are we doing here?
And look, Ned, here's what I will say, and I don't get hung up on one player. I totally understand if people go, look, I don't want to pay a DH. It's redundant. I'd rather just play Carpenter. Okay, fine. The Matt Chapman thing's undeniable. Because at a minimum, Matt Chapman is a Gold Glove defensive third baseman who last year had a finger injury. I think he will bounce back. The aggregate of what Matt Chapman gives you is a WAR of somewhere between 5 and 7. He's a really good ball player. And on a 3-year commitment, not 3 at 90, not 3 at 80 or 70 or 60, 3 at 54, I just don't understand how you go into the season with basically 2 spots completely empty. At short and at third. And no offense to Kerry Carpenter, but which version am I getting? Because if I'm getting the one that finished the season, that's a replacement level at DH.
Yeah, you're hoping you get the one who started the season.
But the problem is people caught up to him.
They did.
So I don't understand the tolerance. I'm not asking anyone to yell. Hell, I'm not yelling. I'm hopeful, just like the rest of you guys, that the Tigers are going to play good ball and make summer really fun. But man, even the Max Clark thing, it just reeks of the whole, we're building for down the line. It's like, are you?
Because we weren't asking them to go out and sign the top free agent. Don't go get Shohei Ohtani. These were all people who were obtainable. You had the money for them. And it gives the impression that you give a damn. You're trying to win.
How am I not 5 to 7 games better with Langford and Chapman than what they did?
You are.
That's where it just drives me crazy. Think about it. This town, collectively, what do we got in this area? 4.5 million people in the metro?
Yeah, let's go with
It was collectively boner when the Wings won 5 games in a row, 6 games in a row. Kenny had a car flag on his. The point is...
No. You saw what happened when they actually got a winner with the Lions. They took over other cities.
Right, so what would happen if the Tigers were in first place on the 4th of July? See, I view it as a businessman.
Ballpark sold out. Tickets being scalped. Hey, they're playing the Guardians. Let's drive down to Cleveland and watch a game and take over their stadium.
And
let's go to Chicago and take over their stadium.
We're about to open this thing with Baez every day at short and a conglomerate of like McKinstry and Ibanez and broken pelvis. And I'm like, what? Chapman 3 at 54. And oh, by the way, Max Clark, who knows when he's coming up.
Yeah, if that's the case, and their slogan for 2024 should at least we're better than the Pistons. Because that's the only selling point you have.
Trying, sort of.
No, let's just go, we're better than the Pistons.
All right, let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon, Nick. How are you?
I am going to try to sell you this pen, but I really don't think I can. we haven't done anything to move the needle offensively, and that was our big Achilles heel last year.
Yep.
I mean, if you're counting on Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson being all-star, maybe that's where your hope can come from, but that's all we get sold here in Detroit is hope. We don't do anything to actually move the needle, and it's every team across the board. I mean, you see it everywhere. It's just like, yeah, hang in there, guys. We've got some good guys coming. And like you said, the division is just sitting there for the grabbing. We've got a offense last year that got shut out 1 million times, and we haven't done anything about it. We're going to trot out Gio Urshela. We're going to trot out Javi Baez, and frankly, we could just cut him. I don't care about Chris Ilitch's money.
Well, think about this. Would you rather be watching Wyatt Langford every day or Mark Canha?
I'll tell you what. I don't really know who Wyatt Langford is, but I can imagine he has a much higher ceiling than Mark Canha.
Well, no, and Nick, all this was it was a debate headed into the draft last year where he's a college bat from Florida, accomplished, not a great fielder, noted. Max Clark's a high schooler. All right on surface, I go, we need help and we need it now. This kid had the highest OPS in spring training in baseball and was good enough that the Rangers said, to hell with service time. We're bringing him up and we're leaving camp with him. So, yeah, I'd rather have that than Mark Canha or Matt Vierling. Or I just don't understand the lack of urgency. It's been a decade since they've been remotely relevant.
Amen. And if he's, making the Rangers roster, he's probably going to bat 5th for us. It's like our roster is so barren of any real talent that anybody who's making the roster on the Rangers is probably one of our better players, quite frankly.
Yeah, and look, I mean, hey, I am hopeful as anybody else, Nick. Cole Keith, maybe he's AL Rookie of the Year. Maybe it's magical. Maybe Torque takes the next step and he's Pete Alonso. Fine. But, man, how would Matt Chapman have hurt that? How would drafting a college prep bat now have hurt that?
See, and I'm really disappointed because I thought Scott Harris was going to try to make up for that whole Erod debacle. And in the offseason, guys, made a mistake. Detroit, I owe you one. Here, let me make good on this. And this is what we have.
So here is Gio Urshela's X-ray. All right, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way, been doing it for over 30 years. Professional applications. Custom-tailored solutions for your lawn, and a lower, safer, chemical-free application. They do it right. Guys, all you need to do is call 888-GET-GREEN, mention my name. You can even say I hate his opinion on the Tigers, and they'll save you money. They'll give you your best pricing of the season. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Kenny on the ticket text. We get to your calls. We got a tournament blitz. We got to talk about Michigan hiring a head coach. If you missed our conversation on Tom Izzo, Odyssey.com rewind. Kenny, what do the people have to say? Am I a bad fan for bringing this point up about the Tigers?
This is from Kyle at work. Just tuning in. Thanks, guys. I'm so lost on the Tigers. I desperately need info to get me excited for the season. I'm a lifelong Tiger fan. Grew up in the Bobby Higginson era. Please make me feel good about this team.
I can't. I can say that we have hope, but the opportunity to feel good about them largely went out the window when the offseason was Mark Canha offensively. Look, I'm not going to knock Maeda. He's an innings eater. I don't have a problem with Maeda. The Flaherty thing I didn't get. He just hasn't shown any life. He constantly gets hurt. He's been bad for 4 years. And you have pitching. But the idea that you made no effort to sign a third baseman, you're still trouting a dead body out at short, and you drafted a high schooler instead of Wyatt Langford. The Langford thing really chapped my ass because you passed on him, and he went the next pick. And he's breaking camp with the Rangers. Meanwhile, I'll be watching nonsense.
Well, especially in baseball, who likes to manipulate the service time thing.
Yeah.
Well, we'll bring you up exactly a day after so it doesn't count, or we'll send you back.
The best was Chris Bryant years ago with the Cubs.
Yeah.
They had it down to the game.
Ooh, no. Come on in. No. Come on. Yeah, we got to send you back. Got to work on something in the minors.
Vladdy Guerrero to open the year about 3-4 years ago. Oh, he's staying down to work on his defense. I'm like, in what world is Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s defense relevant to this conversation? The guy's shaped like a bowling ball. Go ahead, Kenny.
From David Warren. With this pitching staff, there's no reason not to invest in position players. It's pure customer robbery. I remember how stunned I was when the Tigers did not draft Wyatt Langford and instead picked Max Clark. But don't worry, guys. Scott Harris told us how dynamic he is.
No, listen. Let me be very clear. Max Clark could end up being a better ball player. Max Clark, this is not an anti-Max Clark thing. I am being honest with my audience that, A, I just never would draft a high school bat that high. I wouldn't draft a high school arm that high. When you read that he's breaking camp with the Rangers, I'm giving you my authentic response to it. It doesn't mean I'm right. And I'm not knocking Max Clark. Maybe 2 years from now, we're sitting on the next Mike Trout. But my point will be, if Wyatt Langford's really good, and he's really good right now, you're going to have a hard time making up for 2 years of lost time. Because you know what you need more than anything else when you have young bats? You need support. You need lineup insulation. I'm equal on the Matt Chapman thing as I am on this, and Chapman's not a perfect ball player. But you do need some professionals that I can hand 600 at-bats to. That's all I'm making a case. Like, if Scott Harris ends up right on Max Clark, you tip your cap. But it doesn't look like the Rangers got it wrong if this kid's breaking camp after a 1,300 OPS in spring. Yes, Ken.
And it's not just any team. It's not like we're talking about the Pirates here. This is the Rangers who just won a World Series.
Right, and again, we're going to have to wait potentially years for Clark. Maybe the most optimistic projection, maybe you get him the middle of 25. Versus, why am I looking at Mark Canha and McKinstry and Baez? And like, you still have a lineup that, man, if we just had a little more help, don't you feel like we could get to 85 wins?
Yeah, it's almost, they're just waiting for the year 2026, 27.
Stop, you're killing me.
Sorry.
Don't say that.
It's okay.
Let's go to Rob.
I'll retract that statement.
Rob, 97.1. Hi, Rob. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I can't sell you a pen either. I'm going to kind of explain why I'm a little bit like Rico on this, but then I turn into Mike once I'm at the ballpark.
Okay.
I'm going to cherry pick a beautiful late May, early June Saturday to take my family down to the game. And about the fourth inning, I'm going to be looking out there. I'm going to be like, where are all the All-Stars at from 10 years ago? And then I'm just going to be literally dreaming about being down there with my buddies who drink, because I don't drink, and watching them spend $130 on beer because we're a good team and they're screaming and making idiots of themselves. And I'm just sitting back there having a good time, all while making sure my kid doesn't choke on a hot dog. And it's just frustrating because you look at there's going to be 15,000 empty seats there, and it's like, okay, we just paid $50 to get in here. You put a button every one of those seats, and you could probably afford another outfielder or a third baseman or a 101-mile-an-hour relief thrower. It's just so frustrating once you start to, after you get past the, hey, we're at the ballpark moment, and you say, man, we used to be so good, and we used to be so much fun to watch, and you used to want to go down there for pitching matchups and everything, and now it's just kind of like, oh, it's a day at the ballpark. Hopefully the weather's good, and maybe we'll get a win.
Yeah, and that's a bummer because I think they might get this done and have made no moves, and maybe we're all really pumped up. It felt like for a very moderate expense, in a number of different things we talked about, they could have gotten tangibly better and simply chose not to. And I find that very hard to understand because they don't have a bloated payroll. In fact, they're not even league average. They're not blocking anyone at third base. Like, you got to stop with this idea. Like, you don't have Gunnar Henderson. All right, we don't even know if Young's going to be able to handle third base long term. He might. But when I sign a guy 3 at 54, we're good. Mm-hmm. And again, if you want to tell me, well, if they took Langford, then the overslotting, they wouldn't have got McGonigal or whatever the hell his name is. Hey, fine. The point I'm making is the profile of a college bat that you could have taken was game-changing offensive player. Max Clark, high school, you're doing even deeper projection. And it's very, very volatile. So, pardon me if I don't have the greatest faith in the Tiger organization developing those players. Riley Green, it hasn't exactly been smooth. Torkelson is just starting to get it. So, I want to win. That's all it is. And maybe Clark's a superstar. I hope he is.
No, you want to win now. You don't want to win. You want to win years from now, but you also want to win now in a division that could be won.
That's the key. Doesn't it feel like this division has never been worse? It's like, why not us? Why can't we? And the fact is, you don't have an owner that's plugged in.
No,
you just don't have an owner that I just don't believe he cares.
Because you feel the frustration because I think because we just saw it with the NFC North, a division that was there for the taking, and the Lions took it. And it's theirs now. Everybody's chasing them.
And a year later, it looks a lot different where it's like, hey, neighborhood got tougher.
Yes.
The same thing will happen here.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
To 2026.
248-539-9797. A lot of people want to rap about the Tigers. I'm happy to do it. We'll get to more of your phone calls as well. All right, say goodbye to your bracket that's in tatters. Maybe you're betting on a big upset. Maybe you bet against all the chalk and they all won. FanDuel's got you covered. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use. And whether it's spreads, money lines, futures, you name it, they got you covered. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can bet on hoops until they cut down the final. Well, not the final net. It would be the final buzzer. Bottom line, it's 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right. A lot took place in college basketball. We'll take a quick timeout to try to recap at least the things on Rico's mind. Music, please. All right. Thank you for that, Rico. Yes.
Well, Michael, let's just start with the obvious. If you took chalk in your brackets, you're sitting pretty right now. The upsets were few and far between. As a matter of fact, 5th time since 1985, both the 1 and the 2 seeds of all 4 brackets have advanced to the Sweet 16. The last time that happened was 2019.
I'm good with it. I'll tell you why. Last year's tournament was like eating too much ice cream. Too many Cinderellas, and you end up with a garbage can Final Four. I like that we're getting Houston Duke. I like that we're getting, all right, Creighton, Tennessee, and about 800 three-pointers. I like that some of the Blue Magic, that's a brand name. I want that.
Well,
but that's for me.
Right. No, because if you like if you like the name brand,
yeah,
that's what you got this year.
What did we say pre-tournament? Let's be fair. You and I both agreed. This year felt like there was a huge drop-off between the 1s and 2s.
Yep.
But then the 2s, it goes into the Mariana Trench.
Correct. Where it was just like, there's no big difference between a 3 and a 10 seed. It seems that way. Mike, after this weekend, I'll simply ask you the question, and I know the answer. As the kids would say, is UConn him?
I would just put it to you. I'm sold. And then when they double down and they're up 25 in a first half on Northwestern, who notoriously will muddy it up. Rico, obviously, here, radio cliche. Any given Sunday, we know. Generally speaking, no, I don't know that anyone touches them. You need to give me UConn Houston. Can I get that matchup? But you tell me. I know you're not. I'm not the bandwagon. You're not totally sold, but gee whiz.
Because I did all that was by the numbers, and then everybody said, "Hey, don't expect a champion to go back to back." And like I said, I've seen when UConn stumbles, man, they fall hard, and you're like, "Is this the same team?" But right now, they're not just winning; they're taking your soul 10 minutes into the game and just looking at the opposing coach saying, you want to keep playing this? You want to tap out?
Well, and they also have a psycho as coach. When Danny Hurley comes out up 57-19 or whatever and is bitching about that's not championship defense, I go, all right, guy, somebody get this guy a beer.
He's
Calm
also
down.
Willing to fight opposing fans sometimes.
Yes.
Hey, the third thing, can Purdue repeat what Virginia did, losing as a 1 seed to a 16 and bouncing back and winning this whole thing? Because lost in the sauce, we don't respect Purdue.
No.
But Purdue's kind of doing the same thing that UConn is doing under the radar.
Yes. I have a hard time because I don't believe in Matt Painter as a head coach. And I still think in a big spot, I have seen Purdue, no one can make a shot but Edey. Not Gillis, not Lawyer, not Braden Smith. That might be my inherent bias, but I'm not as down on them as I was before the tournament. Because you're right. They've put back-to-back dominating performances.
Zach Edey, here's the bench. 13 minutes to go in the game. You're done for the night, son. And they didn't miss him. The only question was, will they hit 100? Cutscene. They did.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Am I wrong to not trust Painter?
No, he hasn't earned it yet, but I think I am.
Okay.
Mike.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I got them winning it.
Oh, no.
I'm
That's a
going all in.
hellscape. Purdue winning a natty?
I know.
Oh,
I feel dirty saying it.
That's
but
gross, dude.
Take away the Purdue on the front of the jersey, and they check the boxes.
Ugh.
Did we underestimate the ACC? They have a quarter of the teams in the Sweet 16.
I think the committee did. I mean, look at it. They only got, 4 teams in?
Yeah.
And they're all still, Virginia.
No. They had a couple of other teams. I believe.
Like Wake didn't get in, and some of these, NC State wasn't going to be in if they didn't win the tourney. I think the top end is really good. I think it's clear.
They had 5 teams.
5, I'm sorry, because NC State stole the bid. The only team that looked questionable was Virginia, proved to be very questionable. Clemson's been impressive. They've had a couple nice wins, including yesterday. I mean, Baylor. When do you start talking about them a little bit? They win the national title, 3 years ago? Mm-hmm. They haven't gotten out of the second round since. And they have high-end talent. Jacoby Walter, or whatever his name is going to be a top 10 pick in the NBA.
Right. But you just look at it as, is Baylor going to be like UConn where they win it all, fall off, come back and win it all again?
Maybe.
How good is Illinois?
Oh, this isn't fair.
Because they haven't played top teams, but they're not letting these lower seeds really they're not messing around at all. They're just going out there and getting the job done.
All right, Brad Underwood again. Hard to trust. Their defense, hard to trust. Now, the way they've played, destruction. I mean, they've really played well, but you've said it. They haven't had the hardest road exactly. Well, let me let you in on a little secret there, Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of don't mind them this week. I kind of don't mind them this week. I think they're good. I mean, they are. I mean, obviously, the masked, Terrence Shannon. I always want to say Sharp. I'm such an idiot. But yeah, they're good. But I don't know, man. I always worry about Underwood. He has been so underwhelming. But they're here. And look, I think they've got every right to beat Iowa State. That's a pretty even game. And if I'm in a tight game late, they're able to get to the free throw line. Mm-hmm. They're able to dribble drive, get there, get to the line. And I know a lot of people dislike him, but that Hawkins kid is the ultimate energy dirtbag.
No, he is the ultimate, you've got to be kidding me, guy, because he hits a shot and you're just like, you know what? Yeah, sure.
He reminds me a little bit of like what people probably thought about Day when he was in college.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that guy, but I wish he was on my team.
Yeah, because it could end up a 1 versus 2, them versus UConn. Is the 11th, if you're not going to get a 1 or a 2 seed, is the 11th seed the seed that you want to have? Because I think now for the 8th out of the last 10 tournaments, an 11th seed has made it to the Sweet 16.
I'll answer your question with a question. Why do you think that is? What is it about this 11 seed line that the committee's not getting right?
You know, I think what's happening is the 11th seed, kind of like NC State, is the hot team going into the tournament. So you just keep winning, whether you have to go through the play-in game route or you're NC State and you had to win 5 in a row just to get into the tournament. You just keep winning. You win 2 more games, boom, now you're in the Sweet 16.
Be hot at the right time.
Yeah. We talked about, did they overvalue the ACC? Mike, did the committee, undervalue, did they overvalue the Mountain West? They sent 6 teams to the tournament. I was shocked when I found that out because I was like, I can't name 6 teams from the Mountain West.
You stop it.
Right.
Yes, you could.
Because I was like, wait. Because I had to wait, is that, no, that's not Gonzaga. Like, wait, who's in the Mountain West? And you get them confused with but yes, they put 6 teams in, maybe didn't deserve all 6.
I think the committee did their best to make the Mountain West prove it, and they underseeded a lot of their teams. That was the talk going in. I think next year you may see a track record where last year I think they went 0-5 in the tournament. This year, obviously, underwhelming. Next year, maybe it's only a 3-bid league.
Well, let's stick with the underwhelming. RIP to the SEC.
That was bad.
Apparently, they just don't want it more in basketball.
That was so bad. Mississippi State was awful. South Carolina was awful. Kentucky was awful. Auburn, awful. You're right. If
it wasn't for Tennessee,
I turned into Kenny. I kind of schlepped for the SEC and hoops this year along with the Big 12. My God, SEC was awful in this tournament.
All right, 2 more.
And now your hopes are pinned on Rick Barnes?
More disappointing loss in the tournament in the second round, Oakland University or Grand Canyon?
Oakland, because they actually played well. Grand Canyon played like ass. They missed 17 free throws. I think they shot 2 of 29 from 3. Bama was begging to be beat.
Mm-hmm.
Please send us home. They were begging. Begging. And and by the way, can we move the boom mic from shrieking Grand Canyon girl Kenny, did you watch this game?
I did. I heard it.
Every
It was
Grand
so
Canyon
loud.
play, you thought someone was getting stabbed to death. Nope, it was just these idiot Grand Canyon fans. And this girl, it was the same girl.
Trying to make one shining moment. Mike, speaking of women, let's end it right here. Do you know who Tammy Paris is? Of course you don't. Tammy Paris was the referee of the NC State Chattanooga women's game. NC State beats Chattanooga 64-45. Here's why it's important. During the game, I guess the internet found out that Tammy Paris, the referee, graduated from Chattanooga. She got removed in mid-game.
Conflict of interest.
She got removed at halftime and taken off of the game. Yes.
In real life.
In real life. She's there. We go to halftime. We come back from the studio. She's gone. The alternate ref is now the referee. Because
she's a moccasin grad.
She got a master's degree from there. And the NCAA came out and said, well, you know, basically mistakes happen.
No, they don't happen. Oh, my God.
That actually happened. Now, it had no bearing because they got boat raced by NC State, but things you never thought you would see in a college tournament game, a referee getting pulled because somebody didn't do their facts and realize, oh, wait, you graduated from there, could be a conflict.
What is it,
of
the
interest.
same person who did the background check on Ohtani's interpreter?
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that.
That's your college football first weekend blitz. 97-1.
NFL owners are meeting today in Orlando. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin was asked if he had reached out to former Lions corner Cam Sutton since the alleged domestic violence incident earlier this month. He replied, "I certainly have, but I'll just leave that between us." Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham setting the record clear about his future in a conversation with the media today, saying, quote, "There are always going to be rumors. Michigan is where I want to be." Graham had 3 sacks and 7.5 TFLs last season. Running back Donovan Edwards also praising his new position coach Tony Alford today to the media. Alford coming in after a stint with Ohio State in the same role. Edwards also mentioned that he's gained 14 pounds leading into the spring season. Purdue, Gonzaga, Creighton, and Tennessee are the 4 teams that will play in the Midwest Regional at LCA this Friday. As of this morning, there were still limited tickets available, but the Detroit Sports Commission expects all the games to sell out and encourages fans to pre-buy their parking. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to get to the rest of these Tiger callers. If you missed our Izzo topic, we'll get to it at 5, but Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. And I'm going to talk a little bit. Michigan hired a head coach. I do have thoughts on Dusty May, but let me just give you the quick synopsis Tiger-wise. Thursday's opening day. No one's saying we're not excited, and none of us are lacking in hope. Something really bothered me, and it was this weekend. You know, the announcement was made. Wyatt Langford is going to break camp with the Rangers. And leading into the draft, I just said from the beginning, you have the ability, if you can get Wyatt Langford, get a college bat, you do it. Like, I just wasn't interested in Cruz, and I wasn't interested in Max Clark. They took Max Clark. Now, Max Clark might be a really good baseball player, but he's a high schooler. Wyatt Langford, by every measure of scouting, just an incredibly advanced approach and a bulletproof swing. Powered all fields, hit tooled all fields, like a difference-making all-star offensive player that realistically slotted to be a left fielder. Was not going to be a center fielder at the major league level. No problem. And today ESPN came out with their power ranking and projection. And the Tigers are projected at a rather disappointing 78 and 84. And I said when we did this last hour, I go, think about if they had just done 2 things. 2 things I wanted them to do. None of which.
Nothing major.
No. Nothing crazy, nothing irresponsible. You take Wyatt Langford and you sign Matt Chapman. 3 at 54. Roughly on a wins above replacement level, that's about 7.5 more wins than where you sit currently. You want to be ultra conservative, call it 5. You're still trotting out a dead body. It's weekend at Bernie's at shortstop because you refuse to move on from Baez. You got a Frankenstein at third base with the likes of McKinstry and Gio Urshela. And your lone signing is a nothing burger in Mark Canha. That's really tough for me to accept. So I asked the question. Am I wrong for feeling this way? Or do you quietly feel that way and are afraid to say it? Because they can win this division. This division's bad, but you got 2 spots in the lineup you're going to get nothing from.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, I don't care about Mark Canha. Sorry.
No,
don't care about him.
It frustrates you because you almost feel like maybe I'm not seeing something that the Tigers are. Like, it seems so easy. You upgrade. You go for it in a bad division that you can win. That maybe if you can get to 86 games, Mike, that may be enough to win this thing. But it doesn't seem like they're trying. They're kind of just moseying along and trying to kick the can for a few more seasons. And I don't understand why. You don't understand why. I think a lot of the people don't understand why. Is Scott Harris that much smarter than us? You know, are we being gaslit?
No, I just asked the question. Am I wrong for feeling that way?
No, you're not.
And it just, I feel like they could win the division. And the fact that Langford's breaking camp, not with the Pirates, not with a bad, with the Rangers who won the World Series and don't have a very big reason to bring him up. He was so good, he forced their hand. Mm-hmm. So tell me again, and again, people are going to go, well, you don't want to block who? Parker Meadows.
I was just about to say who?
Kerry Carpenter, who, again, is basically a one-WAR player and didn't hit a home run the last couple months of the year. I don't think he's a sure thing. This isn't Rico and I playing fantasy baseball. Signing a Gold Glove third baseman on the cheap because he had a horrible year last year with a finger injury. I don't know if you've heard. That makes it really hard to hit.
Because even think, let's just say he doesn't work out, you can go back to your Frankenstein. But if he does,
right,
you've just increased your wins probability with this team.
So that was all. It was just a question of just, is it wrong to feel really bummed out about the offseason? Because we waited years for the money to come off the books with Miggy and some of these other bad contracts. You realize Javi Baez basically went 0 for spring? And he's a walking meme again? And Scott Harris has no problem that's his everyday shortstop. Third base, you thought you'd address it? Nope. Immediate impact bat in the draft? Nope. Take a high schooler. Oh, well, it allowed us to overslot in the second round. Guys, let me be very unequivocal with you. DGAF. All right, if Wyatt Langford is what he looks like he's going to be, do you think I care about McGonigal in the second round? You know what? Figure it out. Because this guy's going to go play every day for the Rangers. A team that, frankly, doesn't – they're way better than you.
They could afford to use and manipulate the service time.
Yeah,
they're choosing, you know
what? What did we talk about all offseason? I just wanted a veteran bat. I wanted somebody to help Torque and help Green and stabilize the middle of the order. Their answer, Mark Canha. I don't know, man. I hope it works, but it bummed me out to see the Langford news, and it's on the heels of the Chapman thing, and it's really hitting you that you have Frankenstein at third and Baez at short. Again.
You're asking yourself, how do we get better?
I mean, I think young players have every right to get better. Cole Keith maybe can give you a boost.
But I guess let me rephrase that. Do you have enough to come out in April and win games, or do you stumble once again in April, fall behind, and now you got to try to play catch up for the rest of the season?
Yeah,
I think maybe you come out of April with a 500 record. I'll be happy with that.
The pitching's good enough. I believe in the pitching. Just offensively, how did you get tangibly better from being 28th? I think you're relying on development. But I just get a little bit tired of always seemingly, well, maybe next year
and if you're
2
coming
years
in
down the line.
Right, and you're coming out of spring training telling me how far down the order you have to bat Javi Baez, maybe it's just time. Let's just, as you would like to say, let's just say the quiet part out loud.
Well, I agree with you.
Maybe it's just time.
I agree with you. And at no point I'm not, Javi doesn't want to wake up and be horrific at baseball. This isn't a win for him. I mean, I almost, not quite, but almost pity the guy. Your life's work has gone so irreparably wrong, in the wrong direction, you're a cartoon. That kind of sucks. Mm-hmm. Guy's short on life skills. You've done one thing since you were about 8, and you're now terrible at it, to a point that the only reason you're played is because you make so much money. You're essentially a piñata. Mm-hmm. That's horrible. If I own the team, I would have written a check. It's really not. When you're a billionaire, millions don't really matter. Mm-hmm. But that's not how this runs, and you know it. It's just, I really hope, man, if they end up losing the division by a couple of games, the Langford-Chapman double dip is really going to bother me, and I wanted to know, if you're a Tiger fan, does it bother you?
And see, I'm going to look at how you started off April, because if you stumble again out the gate.
Oh, my God. Could NC State's center court logo be any bigger? Did you see this?
No.
Hold on. Watch this. You let me take care of business. I want you to just stare at that monitor.
Okay.
And that's what I want at Breslin Center. I want a Gruff Sparty to equal size of Mr. Woofy at the center court of the NC State Gymnasium. You'll have to take a look when they zoom out. You just stare at that while I tell you, yes, today is 60. Yesterday was 20. Tomorrow is going to be 30. storms, crazy temperature swings. Look at that logo. Get me a Gruff's party like that. The point is, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, wow. Your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock, too. And if they can't get to you same day, they'll take 25% off that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, including you driving around, can head to Planet Fitness. You can feel comfortable. You can work on your fitness goals. Planet Fitness can help you build a lasting, active lifestyle. At Planet Fitness, you're going to experience a squeaky clean gym with tons of equipment, a lot brand new, whether it's cardio, whether it's strength training. Planet Fitness has what you desire. And remember, it's in a judgment-free zone. So if you don't look like the Adonis, don't worry about it. Go to Planet Fitness anyway. And if you're short on time, hey, a full body workout in just 30 minutes is achievable on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And did I say that all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost? Well, there, I just did. You get all of this, $10 a month. You waste $10 a month on so many different things. How about investing in you? $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. Planet Fitness is still just $10 a month. Head to any Planet Fitness right now or go to planetfitness.com.
All right, let me knock out a couple of calls here. We'll get some ticket text, and I want to get Rico's thoughts on Michigan's new head basketball coach. We'll talk about that, and then probably get back into the Izzo stuff at 5. I have a Lions thing, but it can wait. It's not pressing. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, hey, Mike. Thanks for the call. So, yeah, another
season of Tigers baseball is upon us after waiting and anticipation. And I just got to be honest, this season, Mike, I'm just like you. I'm hopeful this team can achieve great things, but I just don't think they can. Now, pitching, it's never perfect, but it's never been the downfall of the team. It's been fine. It's this team's offense. I mean, Mike, this team's offense the last 2 years has made me want to gouge my own eyes out in anger. It's unwatchable. And this offseason, they didn't do anything to address it other than Keith. I mean, and by the way, can the Scott Bots please stop talking up like Jace Jung at third base? He's a second baseman for the record. They're trying to teach him how to play third base. Let's pump the brakes on that.
Well, that was why the Chapman thing was priority for me is, a 3-year term. You're not committing that much time and in the grand scheme, money.
No. I mean, it hasn't just – the last 7 years, it's unwatchable. They haven't cracked 700 runs once in that time span. They haven't posted a positive run differential since 2016.
Wow.
I don't want this to turn into another Iser plan where every year the bots tell us to wait till next year. This isn't out-of-the-park baseball where you can just sim through a year in a matter of minutes. This is real life. A year is a very long amount of time, where I have to take time out of my day to put up with this crap. I waited for years under an incompetent Avila. I tolerated gross ineptitude year after year. I even tolerated Scott's evaluation year last year. I'm tired of getting told to trust a process that none of us are even sure is going to work in the long run. Please.
No, I'm with you. And again, Nick, it's not unfair. Team's been bad for a long time. Division's wide open. I thought the trade deadline was suboptimal with the Erod disaster. And you go into the offseason. No, I didn't want to go crazy. I didn't need to go spend $300-400 million. The things I asked for were doable. I didn't like what they did with the draft, and I didn't like what they did offensively in the offseason. Now we're going to find out who's right. Hell, I hope Scott Harris is right, and I'm wrong because it means we have a fun summer. But where is it coming from here? Look at your lineup and tell me where it's coming from. It's not that it would be fun if Colt Keith were good. He needs to be good. That's a different barometer. If you added a veteran bat or two, boy, would it take the pressure off him.
It would.
And it would insulate Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson. I just don't get the theory behind it. But here's the problem, Nick, if you're still listening. It's not like we can hook Chris Ilitch up to a polygraph. It doesn't matter. I don't think this is a very important thing to him. It's just there. You're $55 million below league average. And Scott Harris, from everything I heard, he ain't interested in no one's opinion. This is my show. All right, well, go ahead. You think you're Billy Bean. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess in his world, I'm starting from zero, and you guys just got to be patient and go along for the ride.
But I'm with Nick on this.
You don't have to.
This time is real. This isn't Kenny on PlayStation simming a season of the show. This is real life.
Don't question me.
Oh, get out. How many World Series rings have you brought me? The answer's 0. And you screwed the trade deadline last year when you got duped by Erod. So you know what? You can miss me with that.
Yeah.
And I think Scott Harris is a pretty sharp baseball guy, but that doesn't mean you can do this in the absence of – there has to be a substance. I still can't believe we drafted a high school outfielder.
I'm with you. He's got a plan. And this plan is going to take its time, and it's
and you know what?
Now here's the sad, because you don't win, because it's almost like Holmes is allowed to do this because he showed us some winning, so now we give him some latitude. Everything he does doesn't make sense, but when you screwed up with Erod, and the deal was done, except for apparently nobody told Erod and his family that the deal was done, and the trade deadline ended, and it's like, yeah, I'm not going there. Sorry. What do you want me to say?
No, and it's whatever. All right, Kenny, ticket text, and then we'll get to the U of M basketball hire, which I think is really interesting.
I have faith in the Tigers' new development team. Here only a few years out, and look at how much better our prospects already look.
What prospects? You mean Torque, who everybody wanted to send down at the midway point last year? You mean Riley Green, who's still not really impressive as a hitter? Who? Who exactly from this development team? Kerry Carpenter's magical 60-day run? Who? No offense, you're not the Tampa Bay Rays. You're not the Orioles. You're not bringing up these players that are impressive. I'd like to know who he speaks of.
Probably Riley Green.
You want to sell me on Chris Fetter and what they've done on the pitching side, that's a different conversation. I don't have qualms with the pitching. I think they'll be fine.
This is all on Harris. This is the way he's going to run this team, so get used to it. As long as Harris is here, this is what you get.
Okay, first of all, I don't have to get used to anything. You can get used to it, but I don't give up my right to feelings. That's what being a fan is. If you want to be a lemming and just, hey, well, move to Russia. Go ahead, be a part of the Kremlin. I don't know what to tell you. It is not appropriate in Detroit, one of the great sports cities in America, and still one of the 10 to 12 most relevant baseball markets. It is not acceptable to have a payroll $55 million below league average. Not acceptable. I don't care how Boy Wonder wants to run it. Let him run it however he wants. We don't have to. It's America, the last I checked. What is this, North Korea? You're going to throw people into gulag?
Well, the way I'm looking at it too, Mike, is look at what the Twins were last year. They're supposed to be the best team in the division, maybe. Last year, they were an 87-win team. They're supposed to have gotten worse.
Correct. They lost Sonny Gray alone. That makes them worse.
So split the change, say low 80s. Maybe. Say low 80s.
Right.
If the Tigers would have added a Chapman, if they would have added a JD, if they would have had Langford in that draft, I mean, you can't tell me that they're not 2 or 3 or 4 wins better. Right. That would put them mid-80s. That would put them above.
Instead of arguing, well, this is how Scott's going to do it, why don't you argue the validity of the conversation? or am I just crazy here on a 60 and sunny day in Detroit?
No, some people just are going to believe that they know more than we do. Don't question them.
Well, I think it's okay for Scott Harris to feel that way. It's his paid profession.
Correct.
But if you're a fan and we're talking baseball, engage in that conversation. Go ahead, Kenny.
I texted you at the Tigers draft that they should have drafted Langford. An immediate boost he would have given you. Big error for the Tigers not getting Langford.
It's a bummer. And I know you'll get the Scott bots. Yeah, well, let us get McGonigal in the second round. I don't care. Okay? It just doesn't matter to me. What matters is I would have an impact bat that I could be excited about that would break camp with this team and play left field every day. And I don't want to hear that he's not a great fielder because guess what? Parker Meadows is and Riley Green is. You can cheat it. So you can miss me with that.
And if your pitchers are half as good as you think you've built up a nice
which is
little
weird because I swear I wanted to help the pitching by having a Gold Glove third baseman come in here 3 at 54. I'm not playing a video game. I'm giving you real baseball stuff here.
If we were in a real division where teams were going to win 90-plus games ahead of us,
get smoked.
Different conversation. This is the Twins we're competing with for the division.
Imagine if you were in the East right now and this was your plan. You'd be 25 games out of first.
But I think it would maybe light a fire underneath you because you know you have to be competitive. But because you're in this division, I can get away with maybe last year was a blessing and a curse that they were interesting into August and didn't do a ton. And you know what? Interesting is the new bar. Let's just stay relevant. Not win, but just be relevant.
That's such a sad thing. And, it's funny, Rico. I mean, this is my 20th year doing radio here. I have always thought more of the Tigers than their own fan base thinks. I've always viewed the Tigers as one of those franchises that despite only having the 4 championships, it's an iconic logo. It's baseball tradition. It's a proud organization. And I view the Tigers almost like I view the Cardinals in the NL. It's an old school, not New York, not LA, not Boston, but it's that premium
Midwest team.
And it's fans here openly are willing to be treated like the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I don't get it. Whatever. I'm a bad guy. That's all there is to it. There's your conclusion.
But do you remember 84?
Yeah, okay. I want to talk about Dusty May, Michigan's new basketball coach. I think it's a very interesting hire, but they're going to be doing this guy a disservice if they don't make one particular change. We'll explain. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest track stacking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking or railing than Northville Lumber. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. They can do it because it's in their warehouse. No delays on shipping. You buy it, you get it. Some of it as low as $1.59. Guys, you need someone to build that deck. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so we wanted to spend a few minutes. Michigan hired a basketball coach and take you through it, give you our thoughts on it. And for the 8 Michigan basketball fans that are local, maybe you could call in. So Dusty May, Florida Atlantic. There were reports this weekend he was going to Louisville. Just kidding. Now, his agent, Andy Miller, did a really good job. Now, Andy Miller's both a college and pro agent. Sounds like Andy Miller got everybody playing against each other a little bit. There was Vandy. There was Michigan. There was Louisville. He goes to Michigan. From the Michigan perspective, was Dusty May the best coach available? Available being the key word. Possibly. Probably. But here's what's interesting.
And I also think that he fit what they wanted to pay as well. Like, he's coming in making a little under $4 million a year. I don't think Michigan wanted to break the bank on a basketball coach.
Well, you also have your stupid little bow rule.
Right.
You know, dead bow 6 feet under would be like spinning like a shawarma wheel if you paid more than the football coach.
Don't come cracking buck nuts on my grave if you do this.
Right. But look, I think it's a beeline type hire. And what I mean by that is Dusty May had to build FAU. It didn't happen quick. I think it was year 5. He had that amazing year last year. He was a 500 coach before that. This year they were a little underwhelming, but it's Florida Atlantic. But here's my thing. Look, I think he's a good coach, right age, right profile. He's a builder. Midwest roots. I think he's an Illinois native, spent some time in Indiana. Rico, if they don't help this guy work the transfer portal, then they're not going to help him succeed.
See,
that's it. I mean, am I wrong to just boil it to that?
Yes and no. I think also the NIL packages, because remember, that was one of the things that Hunter was like, look, I was making a lot of money, but the money wasn't getting distributed to everybody else, and Kansas came up with a better deal, and he leaves.
Because you don't have any basketball fans.
So, along with transfers coming in, because right now this may help him because he may be able to bring 3 of his players with him.
I think he will.
Because they've all, I think, are graduates.
Yeah.
Like, there's one guy that's a junior, but it's one of those, hey, can you hurry up and finish out your degree this summer, and then we can get you in here. Yeah. We'll introduce you to the Rhodes Scholar,
But I
Doug
think
McDaniel.
it's about Michigan has got to start asking itself a question are we serious about basketball? Look, they have to be willing, whether it's Terrence Shannon, whether it's Caleb Love. And again, I don't think you wanted Caleb Love. I think he's cancerous.
Right.
Dusty May has to be able to go to admissions and say, look, this kid didn't kill anybody. This kid is not Dexter Manley. Look, he can read.
And admissions,
you got to let them in.
And for admissions, from what I gathered, Mike, you have to be willing to accept
credits.
And it's not just that another institution of higher learning's math class is just as good as yours. Instead of, well, you didn't take math at Michigan.
Right, you got to start over.
Right. So, and it's like, okay, but they're coming from a Power 5 school. I know, but just not the same. Did numbers change from the 2 different states? Like,
and look,
what's the big difference? That's been the holdup is they acknowledge you're coming from another school, but you just didn't take these classes at Michigan. This is from somebody in admissions. That's been the big holdup. And if I'm a Wolverine fan, it's so frustrating because it's like, wait a minute. I came from, a school like Vandy, and you're telling me, no, I can't go?
The funniest part, Rico, and again, I don't care. I'll just say it. Your players are all in no-show majors anyways. Like, who are you fooling? Oh, I'm a general studies. Kids aren't even declaring until they're juniors. Like, I'm sorry, your prerequisites aren't really better than Vanderbilt or better than Florida State. They're not. Decide if you want to be a basketball school or not. And just make
or just
the decision.
A competitive school, because the same holds true for football transfers. It's difficult to come in unless you're willing to do like Shea Patterson, blow up your credits. But then you saw when Shea was done, he goes back to Ole Miss, picks those credits back up, and graduates with an Ole Miss degree. Because, I just wanted to play at Michigan, but I had to get reduced down to a freshman instead of being a junior.
It's silly. And if I'm Dusty May, look, I know Beeline and Ward went to see him down in Florida.
And they sold him
Well,
a
he had to
package
be
deal.
sold something. So let's take them at their word. Because if you're Dusty May, here's the way I look at it. First of all, is Louisville a better job? Yes, it is. It's an ACC school. It's you versus Kentucky, which is a blood war. You got Duke, you got UNC, and you know what Louisville will never do? They'll never tell you no. Short of trying to get Charles Manson into school, they're going to do it.
But maybe you get a longer runway.
And it's not maybe.
No, at Michigan.
It's not maybe.
Louisville,
It is.
I don't think Michigan fans are going to be giving out death threats and
No.
saying,
Louisville,
Yeah.
the first time you lose to Kentucky, you're getting a brick through the bay window in the living room.
This
Yes.
is just a hello, don't let this happen again, brick.
This is just a note from your postman. Get him next time, coach. Like, it's just, you're right. And it's a more comfortable atmosphere. It's an easier atmosphere. I'm making a point. If I'm Dusty May, if I don't get assurances you're going to allow me to recruit players I need to recruit in the portal, it's never an issue out of high school. You can keep a plant eligible at Michigan. We all do the same thing, guys. Whether it's you, Ohio State, MSU, it's all the same. It's all the same clearinghouse. The transfer portal I think it's a bigger part of basketball than anything else.
It is.
You only have 12 slots. You could turn over that roster. Football, I got 85 spots.
Right.
It's already been shown it's not a great idea to bring in 20 transfers a year. So it's just this idea.
If you can bring in 2 or 3 guys, that could be the difference.
And I will
maker.
assume they said they'll work with him. I will assume they sold him on an NIL package.
And now here's the other thing. Can you get some of the players who left to come back so that you can field a team? Because even if he brings in his 3 guys, remember, everybody left. And I think it was down to like 2 or 3 players just on the team. They didn't have enough. True freshmen were going to have to come in and play immediately. That could hurt you because if any of your 3 new players that you're bringing with you get injured, you're taking a step back. So, yeah, you're probably going to have to, at least for now, hit the grad transfer portal harder. I think it could work. He's going to get 4 years in order to try to turn this thing around. I don't think anybody's asking him to come in and be, the Big Ten Coach of the Year in the next 2 years. Now, if it happens, great.
I think he's a builder, but it's going to take time. That program is in disrepair. The recruiting's nowhere.
And it's going to be almost maybe the opposite. Like with Juwan wanted the big names. Juwan would go out and he got guys to get into the league. He went out after names. I don't know if you'll get this with Dusty. But if you give him time, he can win.
And support him. That's the biggest thing. You got to support the guy as a university. Now, why would they support Dusty May when they wouldn't support Juwan? I can't answer.
And Juwan was one of theirs.
I can't answer. That's up to you. But look, he's a damn good basketball coach. Is he a better coach than Juwan Howard? Please don't insult Dusty May by entering him into the same conversation. Juwan came in. He wasn't even the primary assistant in Miami. And Juwan clearly was over his head. Dusty May is a gym rat, a basketball junkie, a coach, a builder. He's good, but he'll only be as good as the support he's given.
Now, I think the biggest thing that if you're Michigan, got to see what that buyout is, because if Woodson doesn't work out, remember, he's an Indiana product. If Woodson doesn't work out in Indiana, you don't have a big buyout. Indiana's going to come and back up a Brinks truck and say, hey, mama's calling, come on home.
You're already trying to poach Dusty May?
No, I'm not trying to poach.
Evil Sparty.
No, but Mike, that's the reality.
It is.
Okay?
All right, that's fair.
I mean, Indiana basketball has unlimited resources.
I think it's a really good hire.
I do too.
Okay, just
no,
like
it's a good hire.
I think Michigan made a really nice hire.
If you're Michigan and you're Ward, I would have put a gigantic, buyout is going to be a lot of money. Almost Nate Oates-esque. You're not going to poach our coach unless you're willing to pay us a ton of money.
I tell you, there's a piece of me starting to sour on Nate Oates a little bit. Because I'll tell you, after watching that game yesterday, I know we're in Detroit and no one cares.
But suits.
Oh, loud Blazer. I mean, the Blazer game was A+ yesterday. Plus, the dress shirt even had red buttons on it. I mean, he was profiling. The problem, I don't know what coaching gets done. That Grand Canyon, Alabama game was a crime against basketball. That was like AAU on steroids.
Yeah, but it was in the 90s.
Okay, then. You want to talk about madness? No, I'm not talking about that game. Check out the deals. Moran Buick GMC right now. You lease a 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation, $329 a month. A 24 Encore GX Preferred, $189 a month. Both are 24-month leases. $19.99 down, 0.9% APR for 36 months. Something's wrong with the current vehicle? Go to MoranExpress.com. They'll give you a free loaner. You go about your day. You don't need to waste your damn time sitting in a waiting room all afternoon. So get there. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. This just in. Cam Sutton was in Allen Park when the team learned of the warrant. He was working with the strength staff when they approached him and urged him to seek counsel and turn himself in. He left, and he's since ended communication with the team. That's from Dan Miller on Twitter just moments ago. The Lions also submitting a proposal to the league earlier to make it easier to gain a third challenge. Before, rules required you to win both of your first 2 challenges to gain a third. The change will now grant you the additional rewind after winning just 1. Dusty May also heading to Michigan. We'll have more audio later on that in terms of other prognosticators waiting in. The Pistons are 16.5-point underdogs against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden tonight as well. Luke Sloan has the pregame on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip at 7:05. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I had an original plan of what we were going to do, but a couple things have kind of bubbled to the surface here, and I'm going to pivot. We're going to do Lions. If you missed our conversation about Tom Izzo and deep run or die trying, you can use Odyssey.com rewind. We talked about Dusty May. We also had a really good conversation about the Tigers. All of that's available, Odyssey.com rewind. I want to talk about the Lions for a second. Our intrepid update man, Mr. Jeremy Otto, has talked about Dan Miller's having a tweet storm or whatever you call it. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. So, Kenny, do you have this since I don't have this toxic, godforsaken program? Please, can you give us the complete Dan Miller? Because I'm going to combo meal this ridiculousness, not Dan, but just the situation, and pair it with something that Dave Burkett said.
Okay, let's pull this up.
Okay, well, I'm surprised you don't know. You're the ultimate social media whore.
Yeah, I have it right here. Lions president Rod Wood talked today about his decision to release Cam Sutton, said it was the right move considering the charges and the fact that he hadn't cooperated with authorities. He was actually in the building in Allen Park when the team learned of the warrant. Wood said the representatives of the team did speak with him and urged him to turn himself in. And then he also says, to be clear, Lions president Rod Wood indicated Cam Sutton was in Allen Park when the team learned of the warrant.
I have never, ever, in my lifetime of talking sports, I don't remember a situation like it. I just don't. Happens March 7th. Time warp. Disappearance. Now you find out dude was in the building? Then you're hearing, hey, if anyone knows this man, and they have his license plate like in Florida on flock cameras,
but he's really just sitting right there.
Right, never have I heard of anything like this.
Right.
So even more on it, he was working with the strength staff when they approached him and urged him to seek counsel and turn himself in. He left, ending communications with the team.
Yeah, his response went something like this.
I mean, if you're the Lions, do you just kind of like, hey, Allen Park Police, you may want to just show up.
I've never
and be in the parking lot.
Right, I've never heard of anything like it.
Like, you let him go.
But again,
not you, but yeah, it's like everybody's looking for you. Hey, you may want to turn yourself in.
Yeah, but
or
hold on, here's the other side. The other side is it's your employee, and the best you can tell them is you need representation, and you need it now, and you need to turn yourself in. If he decides not to do that, well, that's on him. Look, it's a crazy situation, but it leads me to this. And this is the best part, because he's also a P1 of the show. So, Dave Burkett. Dave, this one's on you. They can't come after me for this, because anytime I've asked the Lions to do anything, oh, my God.
Dave, this is one.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, on you. Here you go. So Dave Burkett wrote about the Lions are a natural fit for the $97 million man. And it's not L'Jarius Sneed. Burkett wrote this. He talked about, and this is in the free, Marshawn Lattimore. Corner, Saints. Now, he signed a 5-year, $97 million deal. He has 3 years left. Let me read you Dave's words. Again, if you're going to attack anyone, attack Dave Burkett. Leave me out of it, all you Brad bots. Dave writes, the Saints may not be able to trade him until later this spring for cap purposes, one of the June 1st dead cap conversions. He'd be a natural fit in Detroit. Lattimore played his first 4 seasons under Lions DC Aaron Glenn. Check. Missed 17 games the past 2 years because of injuries. Well, check, because that's all we sign are injured players.
Yeah.
The contract will likely play a role in whether the Saints are able to deal him. His recent injury past will play a role. He sat out 10 games because of a lacerated kidney in 22. He missed the final 7 games of this year with an ankle injury. In 10 games last year, he posted 48 tackles, 2 for a loss, 8 passes defended, 1 pick. What could it cost? Dave Burkett writes, Lattimore began as the number 11 overall pick. He became a star immediately. He made a Pro Bowl in 17. He was a Pro Bowler 19, 20, and 21 as well until the injuries hit. All right, that doesn't affect Brad Holmes. Assuming he stays healthy in 24, he's a natural fit because of his ability as an elite cover. It was their biggest weakness. We know this. They finished 29th in net yards yielded per pass attempt. Burkett writes, in Detroit, he could start opposite Carlton Davis, which obviously now Davis would be the 2, meaning Davis goes from he's good, not great, to as a 2, great. So what'll it cost? The Saints could receive $45 million in dead cap if they traded him before June 1. So let me just go ahead and tell you that wouldn't be wise. So taking the dead cap hit, what would make it worthwhile? Dave cites Drew Collins, who covers the Saints, that it would take a first-round pick to get Lattimore. Burkett writes it would be too steep for the Lions if they traded a third, but maybe they could land him for cheaper compensation post-June 1. Now, look, I was originally going to do the L'Jarius Sneed thing today, but not the way people expected. I'm not angry because I'm broke.
Okay, but hold on. Go
ahead, please.
So they're saying if you trade him before June 1st, it would cost a first-round pick.
And it would cost, because you're asking us to bankrupt ourselves. We're going to bankrupt you. You got to give us a first-round pick.
If the Lions wait till June 2nd, now we're talking third, maybe even fourth-round pick.
Who knows? Okay. Maybe it's a 2. I don't know.
Yeah, C goes for a 3.
Now, listen.
Yeah, that's the ceiling. For an injured,
I'm not upset about the L'Jarius Sneed thing because I've given up. I knew from the beginning they weren't going to go and get Sneed. I told you, I'm paid to tell you what I think of things that happen or what I'd like to see happen. I wanted Sneed. I knew they wouldn't do it. How could I feign anger when they didn't do it? I can't. But a third-round pick and a contract that's sub $20 million a year, I have no idea what the Titans are doing. They're not in a Super Bowl window. They're not even in a good window.
Yeah, quarterback.
Well, the best thing I can think of is they're trying to build a new stadium and they're using taxpayer dollars to do it. So best have some people to put on the tickets.
But last time I checked, you kind of need a QB.
I've heard that. So, but this is interesting, right? Like, look, Dave Burkett, again, I think Dave's one of the best beat writers in the league. Dave doesn't write nonsense. So if you're going to call this radio show claiming nonsense, well, first of all, you would have to attack a prince of a man, Dave Burkett. Don't do that. Dave doesn't write Bula.
A man who once hiked with John L. Smith.
That's right. Dave Burkett also had one of the best jump shots in his IM West days.
Really?
Yes. Good mid-range, kind of a Rip Hamilton with way less athletic ability.
See, I think we need to have on your pod, like your IM West stories.
Plaxico Burress murdered my college roommate.
Yeah. Or the Cedric Irvin. Yeah.
Oh. And other stories I told you off air.
Right, Greg, you have great, you need to add that as a bonus cash to ticket.
I specialize in discretion. But I would like to know from the people. The L'Jarius Sneed thing, now that it's happened, don't worry about me. What was your reaction? Are you angry? Are you bummed? Are you numb to it where you're like, I knew it wasn't happening, I don't care? A third-round pick? The deal seemed fair? And what do you make of Dave Burkett's report here? And he's theorizing, but Marshawn Lattimore he's a stud. He's an absolute lead dog corner. It fits the profile of what Holmes likes, injured players. If he wasn't injured the last 2 years, would the Saints deal him? Probably not. I'm asking. You attack Dave Burkett. Leave me out of it.
You know what, Dave? That's one. I would say, no, not for an injured player. When it's frustrating because the deal is done and you can't say anything about it now. But yeah, finding out that Snead went for a 3rd-round pick.
So were you upset? Were you surprised?
It was the same feeling I had when Rieger told us about J.D. Martinez and that deal. Like, wait, but that deal, I know. You could actually have worked out that deal, still been under the cap, improved your defense. For a guy who plays man-like defense, like, everything would have just worked out. Like, I don't see any drawbacks to this deal.
They don't want to spend money. Not in the essence of being cheap. Let me be clear. They don't want to pay outside players. They want to pay their own guys. I'm telling you, it's inside that building. We draft, develop, and re-sign.
Okay, but you know what? This can help you win a Super Bowl because, you're one of the 4 teams that are probably going to be the favorite. Why not make yourself the best team? Once again, your goal is to get the players in place to be the number 1 overall seed in the NFC, that all roads will lead through Detroit.
Now, in fairness, they had paid Cam Sutton 3 at 33 and owed him a lot of guaranteed money this year. Money that they've already filed, I believe, a grievance or to void it because he violated the personal conduct.
I would have just told him in the building, you're never going to see this contract.
I think that was presumed. I understand at that time, all right, they don't want to dedicate, call it $90 million or $80 million to Snead and have the 33 on the other side. But now that Cam Sutton has launched himself out of a cannon and you got Carlton Davis and have already redone his deal, I'm not knocking what Dave wrote.
I'm not knocking it, but it's just I'm tired of seeing injured players come in here. It's like, this isn't a MASH unit. This isn't a rehab place. Can you just get me some people who aren't injured?
This isn't a rehab place.
That's what it feels like. It's a facility to come and rehab your career. Oh, you blew out your knee 3 times. Don't worry. Head to Detroit. They'll take care of you. They want you.
248-539-9797. We'll take some calls on that. Rico, take him to church, please.
Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio? You're TV or graphic design artist. I've been telling you this all this time. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You just simply head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like me and others, professionals in the field. What does that mean? It means you're going to get hands-on experience, and you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in this industry, the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. And you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait till the fall because new classes are starting as Specs year-round. Head to the website. Be curious. ltu.edu/specs to learn more, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU today.
Thanks, Kenny. Listen, perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not up for debate? The eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress ever made. It is the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Thanks, Scott. All right. Anything from the peanut gallery? No?
No.
I want to make sure, Kenny, ticket text will go to the callers. So you've got the Sutton situation is completely wild. L'Jarius Sneed, Titans, third-round pick, a little bit less money than we thought. Your reaction to it, if any. And then Dave Burkett's piece in the Free, talking about a splash move, oft injured the last 2 years. Marshawn Lattimore from the Saints. And how it's a perfect fit. You can bitch and moan to Dave. Not me. It's not my idea.
It's a fit, Mike, but the fact that he's been injured for the last two seasons.
Makes Brad Holmes like him more.
I don't know why. This is okay. Sure. Not my money.
Ticket text, please.
Lattimore's a straight dog. I'll take him 100%. Yes.
Yeah, but again, what are you? This is. Kenny. I'm surprised Dave did it, but that means. Dave talked to us.
You feel like he knows something?
Oh, yeah. Dave's sneaky.
Okay.
He's sneaky. Dave belongs in Congress. He's sneaky. But again.
Can shake both hands.
Oh, that's right. But the $45 million in dead cap pre-June 1, for this to be the name that Dave unearthed? I'm just saying.
And I just wanted a player that I realize it's a violent sport, but can you not already be injured, like a history of injury?
No, we're only taking
What is it with
players.
this man and injured players?
It's just what we do.
Does everything have to come from the secondhand store?
Listen, man. Kenny?
Yes to that deal all day post June 1st, of course.
Yeah, but what if the cost was a first-round pick in 25? Like, I want you to really think about it because you're the same people who are like, no, let Brad cook. We're going to hit every draft pick. You give up a first-round pick, you are taking away Brad Holmes' ability to take, in his mind, one of the top 15 players in the draft.
But if you were a half away from the Super Bowl, the ultimate goal, the ultimate prize, at some point the picks have to matter less than the player.
I agree. But to Rico's point, Carlton Davis has missed 16 games the last 3 years, no less than 4 a year, and Lattimore hasn't had a healthy year in 3 years.
Yeah, you also got Mosley.
At some point, availability has to matter more than your name. It is fair. Now, and I know what we're going to get. Well, players get hurt at any time. When you show a track record of said injury, it has to become a part of your story. One more, and I'm going to go to the callers.
About Sneed, we don't need to care about him because he went off into obscurity in Nashville. Sneed is a Quintricia move.
Huh?
People aren't upset about Sneed.
You don't need to be upset. What? Sneed sucks because you didn't get him? Is that what we're doing?
I think that's the emotional response Lions fans will have.
All right. Congratulations, you're 12. Zach, 97.1. What's up, Zach?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. What's going on?
Nothing much. I just wanted to call in. I had two quick things, if you don't mind. First, the Sneed thing. Yeah, I agree. I would wish to have him. It is what it is. I kind of just emotionally removed myself from that.
Yeah, I'm numb to it because I never believed it was
I got
happening.
numb to it. Listen, I'm a 24-year-old. I've been a Lion fan my whole life. That's just not something. You kind of just live and take what you can get. But as far as Lattimore, if it is true with the third round pick after June 1st, I guess we should do it. That doesn't seem too steep for me. I know the contract kind of plays into all that, but I found something interesting about Holmes' track record with injured players. And I'm kind of quoting a current player, Ragnow, and some other NFL circles, but it revolves around the Lions signed this doctor, Brett Fisher. And I could be totally off base, but he's been quoted as being one of the best rehab doctors in the league. And the Lions hired him because he was independent to keep him from going to other teams. This is reported by AQ Shipley, and we all know he had a terrible back injury, and I think it was Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been quoted that, and he said Ragnow told him, he had actually a knee procedure this past year, and the rehab from Brett Fisher kept him on the field as well as his toe injury. And I really think, with Brad's thought process of these injured players, and I'm not giving him a pass on this because I personally want healthy guys, but I really think he's thinking if I can get a bargain on these injured players and trust my team doctors to get them back on the field and at least hit, above 50% on these all injured players and get a full season out of them, he's probably thinking that's an incredible discount in free agency. I'm not.
No, Zach, and I get that. It's just at some point you got just.
Oh no,
just quit
I
pulling out
you,
coupons at the dinner table and just pay the check.
Oh, I agree. I'm not absolving him of it. I just found that interesting. I don't think that should be the full strategy, but it's just something I've, kind of found and thought it was a point to bring it up.
No, I mean, I appreciate it, but
I have no issue with it, Zach, and I'm fine. You got to take some risks. I think if you treat it like a portfolio, everything can't be in the risky account. You got to have some baseline. And to Rico's point, and I don't think Rico's wrong, you do want to sign guys where the availability is not in question. Look, the Lattimore thing, and again, it's a Dave Burkett thing. I wouldn't say no because I feel like the risk it biscuit quotient, it's time. And if Davis and Lattimore are healthy, you have one of the best 1-2 corner combos in the league. And you're going to be a nightmare to play against. But Dave does not do Bula.
Right, but
Dave doesn't do fantasy football here.
The fact that three of your corners are coming off of injuries, what are we doing here? Because let's just say, worst case scenario, they all get injured again. Now what? Now what are you going? Now what are you trucking out there? Vildor in the face mask?
Oh, come on. Now that's a personal foul. I don't have a flag to throw. Leave Vildor alone. That guy shouldn't even be in football.
Okay,
busting his chops.
Want to know why he was out there? Your guys were injured.
Yeah, but the face mask was secondary because there was a flag on the play. I'm just saying, it would have called a penalty if it didn't bounce off his grill.
The flag was on him.
That's my point. I mean, the face mask was just an embarrassing collateral damage.
Okay.
Go to... We'll get more to people momentarily. Poor Vildor. Say goodbye to busted brackets. FanDuel's got you covered every game of the tourney, whether you're betting on the upsets or the chalk. You can go dance in America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on spreads, money lines, futures, you name it. They got it. More betting markets than anyone else. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right. A lot took place in college basketball. We'll take a quick timeout to try to recap at least the things on Rico's mind. Music, please. All right. Thank you for that, Rico. Yes.
Well, Michael, let's just start with the obvious. If you took chalk in your brackets, you're sitting pretty right now. The upsets were few and far between. As a matter of fact, 5th time since 1985, both the 1 and the 2 seeds of all 4 brackets have advanced to the Sweet 16. The last time that happened was 2019.
I'm good with it. I'll tell you why. Last year's tournament was like eating too much ice cream. Too many Cinderellas, and you end up with a garbage can Final Four. I like that we're getting Houston Duke. I like that we're getting, all right, Creighton, Tennessee, and about 800 three-pointers. I like that some of the Blue Magic, that's a brand name. I want that.
Well,
but that's for me.
Right. No, because if you like if you like the name brand,
yeah,
that's what you got this year.
What did we say pre-tournament? Let's be fair. You and I both agreed. This year felt like there was a huge drop-off between the 1s and 2s.
Yep.
But then the 2s, it goes into the Mariana Trench.
Correct. Where it was just like, there's no big difference between a 3 and a 10 seed. It seems that way. Mike, after this weekend, I'll simply ask you the question, and I know the answer. As the kids would say, is UConn him?
I would just put it to you. I'm sold. And then when they double down and they're up 25 in a first half on Northwestern, who notoriously will muddy it up. Rico, obviously, here, radio cliche. Any given Sunday, we know. Generally speaking, no, I don't know that anyone touches them. You need to give me UConn Houston. Can I get that matchup? But you tell me. I know you're not. I'm not the bandwagon. You're not totally sold, but gee whiz.
Because I did all that was by the numbers, and then everybody said, "Hey, don't expect a champion to go back to back." And like I said, I've seen when UConn stumbles, man, they fall hard, and you're like, "Is this the same team?" But right now, they're not just winning; they're taking your soul 10 minutes into the game and just looking at the opposing coach saying, you want to keep playing this? You want to tap out?
Well, and they also have a psycho as coach. When Danny Hurley comes out up 57-19 or whatever and is bitching about that's not championship defense, I go, all right, guy, somebody get this guy a beer.
He's also willing to fight opposing fans sometimes.
Yes.
Hey, the third thing, can Purdue repeat what Virginia did, losing as a 1 seed to a 16 and bouncing back and winning this whole thing? Because lost in the sauce, we don't respect Purdue.
No.
But Purdue's kind of doing the same thing that UConn is doing under the radar.
Yes. I have a hard time because I don't believe in Matt Painter as a head coach. And I still think in a big spot, I have seen Purdue, no one can make a shot but Edey. Not Gillis, not Lawyer, not Braden Smith. That might be my inherent bias, but I'm not as down on them as I was before the tournament. Because you're right. They've put back-to-back dominating performances.
Zach Edey, here's the bench. 13 minutes to go in the game. You're done for the night, son. And they didn't miss him. The only question was, will they hit 100? Cutscene, they did.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Am I wrong to not trust Painter?
No, he hasn't earned it yet, but I think I am.
Okay.
Mike, I got them winning it.
Oh, no.
I'm
That's a hellscape. Purdue winning a natty?
I know. I feel dirty saying it.
That's
but
gross, dude.
Take away the Purdue on the front of the jersey, and they check the boxes. Ugh. Did we underestimate the ACC? They have a quarter of the teams in the Sweet 16.
I think the committee did. I mean, look at it. They only got, 4 teams in?
Yeah.
And they're all still, Virginia.
No. They had a couple of other teams. I believe.
Like Wake didn't get in, and some of these, NC State wasn't going to be in if they didn't win the tourney. I think the top end is really good. I think it's clear.
They had 5 teams.
5, I'm sorry, because NC State stole the bid. The only team that looked questionable was Virginia, proved to be very questionable. Clemson's been impressive. They've had a couple nice wins, including yesterday. I mean, Baylor. When do you start talking about them a little bit? They win the national title, 3 years ago? Mm-hmm. They haven't gotten out of the second round since. And they have high-end talent. Jacoby Walter, or whatever his name is going to be a top 10 pick in the NBA.
Right. But you just look at it as, is Baylor going to be like UConn where they win it all, fall off, come back and win it all again?
Maybe.
How good is Illinois?
Oh, this isn't fair.
Because they haven't played top teams, but they're not letting these lower seeds really they're not messing around at all. They're just going out there and getting the job done.
All right, Brad Underwood again. Hard to trust. Their defense, hard to trust. Now, the way they've played, destruction. I mean, they've really played well, but you've said it. They haven't had the hardest road exactly. Well, let me let you in on a little secret there, Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of don't mind them this week. I kind of don't mind them this week. I think they're good. I mean, they are. I mean, obviously, Damast, Terrence
Shannon.
I always want to say Sharp. I'm such an idiot. But yeah, they're good. But I don't know, man. I always worry about Underwood. He has been so underwhelming. But they're here. And look, I think they've got every right to beat Iowa State. That's a pretty even game. And if I'm in a tight game late, they're able to get to the free throw line. Mm-hmm. They're able to dribble drive, get there, get to the line. And I know a lot of people dislike him, but that Hawkins kid is the ultimate energy dirtbag.
No, he is the ultimate, you've got to be kidding me, guy, because he hits a shot and you're just like, you know what? Yeah. Sure.
He reminds me a little bit of like what people probably thought about Day-Day when he was in college.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that guy, but I wish he was on my team.
Yeah, because it could end up a 1 versus 2, them versus UConn. Is the 11th, if you're not going to get a 1 or a 2 seed, is the 11th seed the seed that you want to have? Because I think now for the 8th out of the last 10 tournaments, an 11th seed has made it to the Sweet 16.
I'll answer your question with a question. Why do you think that is? What is it about this 11 seed line that the committee's not getting right?
I think what's happening is the 11th seed, kind of like NC State, is the hot team going into the tournament. So you just keep winning, whether you have to go through the play-in game route or you're NC State and you had to win 5 in a row just to get into the tournament. You just keep winning. You win 2 more games, boom, now you're in the Sweet 16.
Be hot at the right time.
Yeah. We talked about, did they overvalue the ACC? Mike, did the committee, undervalue, did they overvalue the Mountain West? They sent 6 teams to the tournament. I was shocked when I found that out because I was like, I can't name 6 teams from the Mountain West.
Oh, you stop it.
Right.
Yes, you could.
Because I was like, wait. Because I had to wait, is that, no, that's not Gonzaga. Like, wait, who's in the Mountain West? And you get them confused with but yes, they put 6 teams in, maybe didn't deserve all 6.
I think the committee did their best to make the Mountain West prove it, and they underseeded a lot of their teams. That was the talk going in. I think next year you may see a track record where last year I think they went 0-5 in the tournament. This year, obviously, underwhelming. Next year, maybe it's only a 3-bid league.
Well, let's stick with the underwhelming. RIP to the SEC.
That was bad.
Apparently, they just don't want it more in basketball.
That was so bad. Mississippi State was awful. South Carolina was awful. Kentucky was awful. Auburn, awful. You're right. If
it wasn't for Tennessee,
I turned into Kenny. I kind of schlepped for the SEC and hoops this year along with the Big 12. My God, SEC was awful in this tournament.
All right, 2 more.
And now your hopes are pinned on Rick Barnes?
More disappointing loss in the tournament in the second round, Oakland University or Grand Canyon?
Oakland, because they actually played well. Grand Canyon played like ass. They missed 17 free throws. I think they shot 2 of 29 from 3. Bama was begging to be beat.
Mm-hmm.
Please send us home. They were begging. Begging. And and by the way, can we move the boom mic from shrieking Grand Canyon girl? Yeah. Kenny, did you watch this game?
I did. I heard it.
Every
It was
Grand
so
Canyon
loud.
play, you thought someone was getting stabbed to death. Nope, it was just these idiot Grand Canyon fans. And this girl, it was the same girl.
Trying to make one shining moment. Mike, speaking of women, let's end it right here. Do you know who Tammy Paris is? Of course you don't. Tammy Paris was the referee of the NC State Chattanooga women's game. NC State beats Chattanooga 64-45. Here's why it's important. During the game, I guess the internet found out that Tammy Paris, the referee, graduated from Chattanooga. She got removed in mid-game.
Conflict of interest.
She got removed at halftime and taken off of the game. Yes.
In real life.
In real life. She's there. We go to halftime. We come back from the studio. She's gone. The alternate ref is now the referee. Because
she's a moccasin grad.
She got a master's degree from there, and the NCAA came out and said, well, you know, basically mistakes happen.
No, they don't happen. Oh, my God.
That actually happened. Now, it had no bearing because they got boat raced by NC State, but things you never thought you would see in a college tournament game, a referee getting pulled because somebody didn't do their facts and realize, oh, wait, you graduated from there, could be a conflict.
What is it, the same person who did the background check on Ohtani's interpreter?
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that.
That's your college football first weekend blitz. 97-1.
All right. A lot took place in college basketball. We'll take a quick timeout to try to recap at least the things on Rico's mind. Music, please. All right. Thank you for that, Rico. Yes.
Well, Michael, let's just start with the obvious. If you took chalk in your brackets, you're sitting pretty right now. The upsets were few and far between. As a matter of fact, fifth time since 1985, both the 1 and the 2 seeds of all 4 brackets have advanced to the Sweet 16. The last time that happened was 2019.
I'm good with it. I'll tell you why. Last year's tournament was like eating too much ice cream. Too many Cinderellas, and you end up with a garbage can Final Four. I like that we're getting Houston Duke. I like that we're getting, all right, Creighton, Tennessee, and about 800 three-pointers. I like that some of the Blue Magic, that's a brand name. I want that.
Well,
but that's for me.
Right. No, because if you like if you like the name brand,
yeah,
that's what you got this year.
What did we say pre-tournament? Let's be fair. You and I both agreed. This year felt like there was a huge drop-off between the 1s and 2s.
Yep.
But then the 2s, it goes into the Mariana Trench.
Correct. Where it was just like, there's no big difference between a 3 and a 10 seed. It seems that way. Mike, after this weekend, I'll simply ask you the question, and I know the answer. As the kids would say, is UConn him?
I would just put it to you. I'm sold. And then when they double down and they're up 25 in a first half on Northwestern, who notoriously will muddy it up. Rico, obviously, here, radio cliche. Any given Sunday, we know. Generally speaking, no, I don't know that anyone touches them. You need to give me UConn Houston. Can I get that matchup? But you tell me. I know you're not. I'm not the bandwagon. You're not totally sold, but gee whiz.
Because I did that all that was by the numbers, and then everybody said, "Hey, don't expect a champion to go back to back." And like I said, I've seen when UConn stumbles, man, they fall hard, and you're like, "Is this the same team?"
Well,
but
people,
right now,
they're
not
just
winning.
The madness.
They're taking your soul 10 minutes into the game, and just looking at the opposing coach saying, You want to keep playing this? You want to tap out?
Well, and they
Which
also
one?
have a psycho as coach.
It's either you
when
or
Danny
Cookies,
Hurley comes out up 57-19 or whatever and is bitching about that's not championship defense, I go, all right, guy.
Well, they're kicking off.
Somebody get this guy a beer.
He's
also
whether you want
willing to
Kenny's
fight
opposing
fans.
Howie bread, a flatbread, fresh salads, oven baked
The
hot subs,
third
or
thing.
of course their regular pizza.
Can Purdue
you mix and
repeat
match,
what Virginia
kick back,
did,
relax,
losing
enjoy the
as a
basketball,
1
and
seed
yes,
to a
the new
16
menu
and
item,
bouncing
the
back
Penny Cotton
and winning
Brookie,
this whole
if you will.
thing? Because
It's all
lost in the
available.
salt. We don't respect Purdue,
$6.99 each.
but Purdue's kind of doing the same thing that UConn is
Comes to
doing
Hungry Hungry Howie's
under the
is
radar.
Your
Yes.
one-stop shop.
I have a hard time because I don't believe in Matt Painter as a head coach. And I still think in a big spot I have seen Purdue, no one can make a shot but Edey. Not Gillis, not Lawyer, not Braden Smith. That might be my inherent bias, but I'm not as down on them as I was before the tournament. Because you're right. They've put back-to-back dominating performances.
Zach Edey, here's the bench. 13 minutes to go in the game. You're done for the night, son. And they didn't miss him. The only question was, will they hit 100? Cutscene, they did.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Am I wrong to not trust Painter?
No, he hasn't earned it yet, but I think I am.
Okay.
Mike.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. A couple notes. Cookies and I cut a pod today. Just kind of a recap. We'll get
Cookies is back?
Sort of. He still hasn't eaten.
Okay.
Now, he's not living on the bowl, but, like, he ain't right.
So he
don't
don't
look
trust
good
Yeah,
today.
he doesn't trust his system yet. I got you. We've all been there.
When you're carrying around a pack of Pepto-Bismol chewables, I'm going to go ahead and say you're not trusting the way things are running.
Yeah, I probably would have used the remote equipment.
I'm like, so why are you here? But look, we will preview Thursday and Friday's games on Wednesday. I just told him, I go, dude, if you're not right, just stay home.
Hey, Cookies, here's one for Heather with the news. Man sets off explosion and wind at home making fireworks.
Why is Heather's news always depressing? Why can't Heather's news ever be fun?
I promise you this will be in the news.
All right, those guys are having fun. And then, all right, here's Heather with the news. Baby's head used as bowling ball on the southwest side of Detroit. You're like, I'm out. I can't do this.
Here's Heather with obituaries.
Right. Man dies launching self out of cannon.
Man sets off home trying to make fireworks.
You know what? I'll stay away from that. Kenny, go ahead before we get the gentleman in here.
Got text on a lot of things throughout the day. An elite pass rusher can make your corners look even better, so I'm not worried about Snead. That's from Dan. Hiring a builder was the right move for Michigan. Just wondering how long we'll have to wait.
It depends if your administration supports the guy or not. Dusty May's a really good basketball coach, and if you can build at Florida Atlantic, you sure as hell can build at U of M. But they got to support him. They got to let this guy get players in. Nobody cares about your prereqs. I mean, Norfleet left with 118 credits of poop. Let him go to the portal. Just stop being goofballs about it. Support the guy, and you'll have a really good program. I think Dusty May's a really nice hire. Woj, you burst out laughing there. Did I say something inappropriate?
No, the Dennis Norfleet one got me. That was pretty good. I think they're going to support him to a certain degree, and the key is, like Juwan was trying to get really, really high-end guys in that maybe weren't going to get through. You've got to be a little bit more judicious in who you recruit from the portal.
As long as you're not Dexter Manley, we're good.
No, but they are going to crank up, I do believe, the NIL, and he's going to be a big part of that. Like, he's going to be
it's not the
a glad
NIL.
hander.
It's you got to get your credits approved, and it's like, well, you didn't take our humanities. You didn't take our math
but don't you
class.
think Michigan's going to work with them a hell of a lot?
Have to.
If they hired him and
he will
stole
only
him away?
be as good as the support he is given.
Then why didn't you do it before?
I have no idea.
Well,
maybe they're trying to prove that they care about basketball.
I think there's two separate entities where they're like, yeah, we don't care what you do. Our standards won't change.
Well, they are going to work with him more, and I think Beeline being a little bit more involved because he had a little bit difficulty with it, but he just chose a little bit more judiciously who they tried to get in, and I do think that May is going to be a big out there raising money guy, and I don't think Juwan wanted to do that. He wasn't a big glad hander, a big.
All he would have to do is just show up and
he'd give
tell
you an open
stories.
hand slap, that's for sure.
Oh, boy. Here we go
what
again.
What would Dusty May have to do this offseason to make the tournament next year?
He would have to get all three of his.
Go get the kids from FAU.
Yeah.
Get 3 from FAU and get your recruits back.
Yeah,
it will take a lot.
He would need Reed to come back.
So you're saying
it wouldn't be the longest odds in the world compared to how
basketball,
everybody
you can do
does it.
Kansas
Yeah.
State did it last year, but no. Take it from the only
But then
Michigan
again, Reed
basketball
may
fan
not
maybe
come
here.
back because the one guy coming in is a 7'1" kid.
Oh, okay, well if we lose Terrace Reed, you lose Terrace Reed. Here's the thing, though. There's a pulse now. At least you got a chance. I mean, Juwan, that was a death mark.
Well, they went. They did.
24 was pathetic.
But they went and got. Usually, you have to hit bottom to realize, okay, we got to get this in order. And I think they got the hottest name available, didn't they?
You know what, Rieger? I said the same of coaches that we knew were available.
Yeah.
And again, my only question, and we talked about it, it's why would you choose Michigan over Louisville? The only reason would be there's 2. A, you'll get more runway at Michigan, which is a good thing for you, your family, and just your general well-being. The other would be you don't want the pressure.
You're saying he's marked few. He just wants to stay in the WCC.
I'm just saying Louisville's at the fulcrum of the laser.
I'll just simply say, you're welcome.
Okay, I'm done.
Listen, I would love Terrence Shannon on this team.
I tried.
Caleb Love, too. He won Pac-12
You don't
Player
want
of the Year.
Caleb. You don't want him.
Yeah.
Did you see the team, Michael?
You don't want
Did you
him.
watch him lose by 30 to Rutgers?
You don't want him.
I'll take anybody.
I think Louis gives people the willies.
How's your jump shot?
They do.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's crazy. You heard what happened?
You better
after,
win. But you can get anyone in. You'll get unlimited money. You got a kick-ass arena. But here's the deal. It's Kentucky every year.
Mm-hmm.
It's Duke. It's UNC. And you get 2 years.
Is it still called the Yum Yum Center?
It is. Yum Brands. The Yum Center.
Love the Yum Brands.
Love it. You just don't go into the Yum Yum
Center. It's a
Center
cool
and expect
arena.
to win.
Not that anyone cares.
No, I
but
saw
it
this
is.
actual video from a Louisville media guy talking about the $10,000 suites that are there that are going unused because the team sucks so bad.
By the way,
falling off a cliff. Yeah.
I heard your Izzo talk at the start. Very interesting. And he did seem unusually, especially defeated after the North Carolina game. And then you were talking, well, is he going to ride it out? I'll get this fixed until the day before I die, whatever. Not just as Izzo is getting kind of dusty. Here comes Dusty.
There it is.
Rico, give him yours.
Well,
give him yours.
Whoa.
Give him yours.
Was that clever?
I gave it to you, Rigger.
Okay, can I do it?
Go
Can
ahead.
we do it? Wait, hold on. I got a better one.
Better than mine?
Rico had a great one. He's letting me take credit. January, February, Izzo, April, May.
I did that on Fox. I did that on Fox 2 Sunday night. Sorry.
Screw you.
And it's already been trademarked. But I'm just waiting when I was listening to you talk about it. I'm just waiting for you. I thought you were going to do the thing.
What?
The D'Antonio, translating to Izzo, doing the D'Antonio thing. This is a celebration.
Oh, I'm waiting for that.
He's not going to get to that. He is going to.
Really?
I do
feel
think.
he's close.
I do think he can crank it up again. I do.
Well, let's start with getting rid of some assistants.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
We're out of here. We'll talk to everybody at 2.
Yeah.
Hey, fix the Tigers for me, okay? Thank you.
Done and done.
Talk to everybody at 2 tomorrow.
Woo. Big show.